Breaking Free, a bad boy billionaire romance. By Michelle Love. Blurb.
School is in session, and the lessons are rock hard. She's a novice eager to write about the adult underworld, untouched and curious. My role is to guide her into its realities, ascend to teach her not to cross that line, but her fiery spirit practically dares me to take control. Her innocence stirs something in me, tempting me to claim it. I know my skills and my will could bend her to my command. Showing her the edge of surrender could be a gift, molding her to my ways. Her youthful, untested frame seems to crave the intensity I could offer. I'll show her how to embrace the sting for the sake of the thrill. Our time together, like our agreement, is meant to be fleeting, but what if I start wanting something lasting? I've always kept my distance from my trainees, yet here I am unraveling my own boundaries.
Jade.
Romance has been in my blood since I was only a girl of 16. An avid reader of anything in the romance genre, I'm especially keen on the darker side of the romantic spectrum, where pain and pleasure meet in an ebbing and flowing stream of calm and frantic nuances. A place where sin and evil meet with good and innocence, leaving their residue on each. My curiosities have come to the surface, and they won't allow me to shove them down any longer. I sit at my computer, searching the vast internet to find someone who will help me. I need help to understand the reality that is the adult underworld, something that won't leave my mind. The books I've read are great, enjoyable, and pleasing. But I think they're purely fictional, with little to do with the reality of that lifestyle. And I want to know more about it all, the whys, wheres, and hows of the whole thing. Why do people do it? Where do they find others who want the same things they do? How do they take society's sideways glares that let them know everyone knows what they're doing, and that most think it's disgusting? What immoral behavior has been adjusted since the days of old, when women wore nightgowns that covered them from their necks to their feet, and men were covered too. Small slits were made in the front for intimate activity, an activity that was not for pleasure, but for procreation and procreation alone. Self-pleasure, if one was caught doing such a horrible thing, was more than merely frowned upon. One was punished for it, and harshly at that. Nowadays, when one is punished, per their requests mind you, they're deemed immoral. It's a common belief that if one practices the adult underworld or any variety of that, then the person must have had a bad upbringing or something terrible happened to them. Most people think something bad occurred. I have to admit that I have favored that mindset. Recently, for reasons I cannot explain, I've had other thoughts about the people who practice the lifestyle. I just can't imagine why anyone would want to dole out punishment or receive it as an adult. But deep in the recesses of my heart, I long to understand. The core belief resides in me that not all who seek out this type of attention have been broken in one way or another. Being a sensual author is my dream, my passion. I simply love to go away in my head to worlds where anything is possible. Worlds where an ordinary woman can meet up with an abnormally handsome, viral, and of course, heavily muscled man. He would be filthy rich and just plain filthy in the bedroom, or any room really. The world of romance is where I dwell so often in my mind. Damsels in distress are no longer acceptable heroines. No, today's heroines are smart, sharp as tacks in the wit department, strong in all ways, and take no crap kind of broads. The majority of these fictional women aren't looking for love, they seem to stumble upon it. And with that little stumble, they find themselves in the arms of a man. Not any man will do in today's sensual romances. He must be alpha, clean to his core. In many of these novels, for some reason, our hero loves to hit women. And they love to be hit by him. And that is where my writer's brain has found a dilemma. I can see falling for a big, strong, handsome man. Who can't? But falling for one who wants to tie you up and beat your ass while you cook his dinner and iron his clothes, well, I can't see it at all. The adult underworld makes no sense to me, and I'm striving to make sense of it. For my career. I was a writer before I was anything else. I told stories before I could read. I looked at scenes and made up why things were going as they were. Making up stories has always been like second nature to me. Being only 1 year away from graduating with a master's degree in creative arts at Bangor University in North Wales, United Kingdom, I'm dangerously close to the part of life where I will need to make my own living in this world. Soon to be cut off from my father's dime, I have to focus, and that means I must have some belief in what I'm writing about, or I will never see my dreams come true. My dreams aren't huge. I want to see my name on the cover of books. Oh, and bestsellers lists as well, of course. I don't want to be a mediocre writer. I want to be one of those authors who goes the distance to get to the meat of the story, somewhat like a reporter, but I want to get creative with my truths. I want to make my characters and the world they live in seem realistic while having fantasy-like lives. And there is little to no reality in normal women finding men with voracious appetites and a penchant for beating them. So here I am, searching the internet, hoping no one ever looks at my browser's history and thinks I'm a woman of ill repute. I am far from that. At the ripe old age of 23, I haven't found Mr. Right. And by that, I mean my cherry is still intact. I'm not a prude, though one might think that. I'm just very into my own head a lot of the time. A writer's thing, my professors tell me. I've been told I'm normal for a writer. Socially, I am a bit inept. Sure, I talk with ease to others, part of my reporter's instinct, I suppose. But I share little about myself, preferring to steer people in directions that allow me to learn more about them, rather than talking about myself. With a click of my mouse, I noticed a small writing at the bottom of a page. It's about some auction that's about to come up. Only after seeing that, do I notice that the link I clicked on that took me to this sensual place belongs to an adult underworld club in Portland, Oregon, in the States. Several clicks later, I found out this place is a haven for those types of people, and there are many clubs in that city. It's the #1 city in America to find things of this nature. And it seems like the perfect place to begin my search for people who might be helpful enough to be truthful with me and offer me more insight into the dark world that's shrouded in mystery. Another click sends me to a picture of a naughty young woman wearing leather clothing and holding her hand to her mouth as she looks surprised. I suppose she never saw the man coming who was behind her. Hard to believe, as he has a whip in his hand and it's aimed at her butt. Somehow, he's surprised her with what he's about to do. No fear is in her eyes. No tears from pain. Only a surprised look covers her pretty face. The man wears a firm expression on his ruggedly handsome facade. I can hear him now in my mind. "Gertie, you have this coming to you. You forgot the salt in my soup again." I giggled to myself, as that was an actual line in one of the novels I read recently. Even then, I thought it was silly and dim-witted. If a man told me I was about to get whipped with an actual whip because of something so small and easily fixed with the jiggle of a salt shaker, I'd most likely laugh and walk away. He would obviously be an idiot and not worth my attention or time. My mind is too sharp, and my will too stubborn to ever get tangled up in that world myself. But it's a fantasy that captivates so many women, and that alone makes it worth exploring. My first dive into a sensual novel needs more than just a sprinkle of truth. It has to have real substance woven into the fairy tale story I'm crafting. None of that shallow fake nonsense. I wonder if I could track down a genuine dom or expert to answer my questions. Would any of them even bother stepping away from their intense routines to chat with someone like me, a complete novice, untouched by their world, with barely a clue about what it all entails? Doubt clouds my vision as I sit back and gaze at the next thing that's popped up on my screen. A couple of women, clad in nothing but black panties, stand with their backs to a whip-wielding man who wears a black mask and looks like he's about to bring down the rain on them both. "Run, you morons," I say out loud as I notice an open door to their right. Is it humanly possible to stand still and take the pain of a whip when you're steps away from escape? Is it possible that, in some people, the need to feel pain is overwhelming, like a drug addict who hates the after effects of a certain drug but can't stop taking it? The sharp eyes of the women as they look over their shoulders while holding hands, waiting for the whip to meet one of their bodies, haunt me. How can they be so bright-eyed with pain on the way? If I see a hot burner on the stove, I don't touch it. If I saw a man running wildly down the street with his belt in his hand, striking out at people, I'd hide. So why do some seek this out? And what chance do I have of finding even one of the people who practice what goes on the adult underworld, who would be willing to help me understand them? And why would they want to? I'm offering no compensation for their time. I'm offering nothing. I merely want to satisfy my own curiosity, nothing more than that. I want to use what I'm given to make money, as a matter of fact. No, it's doubtful that I will be able to find anyone in the adult underworld scene to answer my questions. Perhaps I should end this silliness. Maybe I should put this idea to rest and focus on romantic comedy instead. That would be so much easier, wouldn't it?
Pierce.
As Tasha leaves the room, her steps are quiet but confident. She's dressed in a simple outfit, a subtle reminder of the evening we've shared. After an hour of comforting her with conversation and care, in the private space I reserved at the Dungeon of Decorum, she feels at ease enough to step away. She'd asked for guidance tonight, not intimacy, and I provided what she needed, as any attentive mentor would. I lean back on the narrow bed in this room, designed for intense experiences, and my mind drifts to my first visit here. It was only 3 years ago, though it feels like a lifetime has passed. Back then, I was drowning in work. As the new CEO of Watterson Mutual, a business finance firm in Portland, Oregon, I was desperate to prove myself to the board. I pushed myself too hard, and the strain was starting to show. That's when Grant Jameson stepped in. 5 years my senior, he became a friend and eventually a guide. He saw I was burning out and insisted that while work mattered, I needed balance, time for something beyond the office. Grant had a way of making you listen, and I trusted him. His version of balance wasn't what I expected. I'd pictured racquetball or casual drinks with his buddies, not the world he introduced me to. Within a month, I found myself part of an exclusive group at a local club called the Dungeon of Decorum, a place I now frequent, drawn by its unique energy. Leading comes naturally to me, whether in business or here where I mentor others. At 35, people tell me I should settle down, find a wife, and keep this side of my life hidden. They say I could live conventionally outside these walls, but that feels too ordinary for me. I thrive in this space where I can explore who I am. The club demands discretion. We're a varied bunch, successful men with wealth in common, all guarding our private pursuits. After all, who'd trust a mayor, banker, or statesman with such unconventional interests? That first night, I was stunned by the familiar faces, men from across the U.S. drawn here for the same reasons. The auctions are especially lively, bringing not just members but women seeking something different too. I've never bid on anyone myself. I prefer brief, meaningful encounters over long-term commitments. I check in with those I've spent time with for about a week afterward, ensuring they're okay, then move on. Each person I meet has their own story, their own reasons for being here, and I enjoy learning what drives them. I've studied the art of connection, how to build trust, create structure, and leave a lasting impression. It's earned me a reputation as someone reliable, especially for those interested in intricate dynamics like trust building or boundary setting. My passions lie in creating experiences that challenge and inspire, and I've honed my skills to make them meaningful. People call me driven in my career, my relationships, and my personal interests. When something captures my attention, I immerse myself fully, learning all I can. It's how I've built my life, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I've had 3 serious relationships in my life. 2 of them ended because of my incessant drive. Janet, in college, said I was too into my studies and not enough into her. So she dumped me. Leah, my second girl, lived with me when I first started working in the finance world. I had to devote most of my time to work. I wanted to move up quickly. After a year, she called it quits too. Another woman who told me I didn't spend enough time with her. Tracy was a gold digger who lured me into what she thought might be a trap. It was the first year I broke the $1 billion mark on my yearly income. Tracy, the daughter of a grocery store janitor, wanted more out of life. I asked her to move into my spanking new mansion with me. I showered her with gifts and tried my best to make time for her. Tracy was one beautiful woman. Long blonde hair with golden streaks hung to her tiny waist. Bright blue eyes spoke to my heart, telling me I'd found an angel. But she turned out to be a demon instead. Not wanting to get into having a family at that time, I was an avid rubber user. When she came to me with a pregnancy test stick that had a couple of lines in it, she told me she was pregnant with my child. I'm no idiot. I know rubbers aren't 100% effective, but she had also told me she was taking a birth control shot. Anyone can imagine how shocked and disbelieving I felt. Tracy was furious when I took her to a doctor and stayed with her as she took the pregnancy test at the physician's office. It came back negative, and I knew then and there that the woman was trying to force me into marriage. I had no choice. I dumped her. And after her, I've had no desire to deal with women for an extended period of time again. I'm not broken. I'm just too busy to want to deal with all that comes with a relationship. At the club, I can find women who want whatever I do at the time. Anything from letting out aggression to cuddling and fulfilling that need. And not one of the women I've been with since joining the club has asked anything more from me than I am willing to give. Relief is what it is. No games are played. In our world, we communicate far more than in the normal world. The world with innuendos, cat and mouse shenanigans, and downright lies to get into relationships that are racked with turmoil. Women have been taught things by society that go against nature. I never realized that until I found the adult underworld. Things like fighting hard to be above men, a thing that's insane, have been shoved into their minds. Women and men are different. We were put here to serve different purposes. There isn't one of us who is better than the other, and one cannot exist without the other. Society has interfered with the natural order of things. And I, for one, am tired of dealing with women who fight nature. A sense of calmness took me over soon after beginning this lifestyle. There's no arguing, no manipulations, no flirting to get into a woman's panties now. That crap is history. In the club, I can go up to any woman I'd like to, as long as she doesn't belong to a man who prefers her to be with only him, and I can be frank with her. I can tell her what I'd like to do with and to her, and she's free to accept it or not. If she's into it, then we discuss every last detail about what we want to exchange with one another and plan out our scene. The planning is like foreplay. The details can stir up a fire, making it tough to keep our hands off each other as we map out what we want. But I like to hold off on any physical contact until we're fully in the moment. It heightens the build-up and makes the experience sharper. A sharp knock on the darkly stained oak door of the private room pulls me from my thoughts. Come in. Grant swings the door open, his arm draped around a tall, slender brunette with striking makeup. Hey Pierce, this one's looking for an audience. You in? I slide off the bed and tug on my black lounge pants. Sure. Am I cheering you on, or just watching quietly? Loud, she says as I approach. Her fingers brush my cheek, her eyes locking with mine. Well, aren't you something? That build, I gently lift her hand from my face. Touch comes later when we're in it, and reply, if you like what you see, we can chat soon about what you're after, sweetheart. I'm after you, she murmurs, sending a jolt through me. Let's see how you handle what Grant's got in store first, then we'll talk about what you need. I step aside, letting Grant lead the way to wherever he's set things up. Grant shoots me a wink. Maybe you could show me that flogging technique of yours on her, if she's up for it. Word is, you've honed it better than most. The way she glances back at me, draped in a thin white silk robe, says she's intrigued. Happy to demonstrate, I say. Can't wait, she purrs. A low rumble stirs in my chest as I imagine what's ahead for her. Sweetheart, we're about to take you somewhere intense, the amber zone.
Jade.
The night is long. I toss and turn most of it. Dreams of whips and chains fill the hours, along with men in dark shadows who call out for me to stop running. Getting out of bed, I rub the sleep from my eyes and make my way to the shower. My flat is small, and I'm tired of looking at the same walls each day. Summer is nearly here, and I want to go on holiday somewhere, get out of my country for a couple of months, and see some other place. The water's hot, making steam fill the tiny water closet. Steeping into the stand-up shower, my body jerks as the heated water hits it. Ow! I turn down the heat and make the water's temperature more compatible with my skin. Memories of the dreams which plagued me bounce around in my head. In them, I was different. I was unafraid, yet not allowing myself to be drawn in by the husky, deep voices of the men. The plum shampoo smells great and helps to wake me up. After a shot of something with caffeine in it, I should be good to go. It's the weekend, and I have nothing to do but study for my finals. One more week of school, then I'll be free. I'm not one of those creatures who freaks out over finals. I know my stuff, as I pay attention in class and have an honest interest in the subject matter. That always helps. Turning off the water, I step out and towel off. Throwing on a fluffy pink robe, I wrap the towel around my hair in a turban-like fashion and make my way back into my bedroom. A set of sweats will do for my day of studying and chilling out. After getting dressed, I stroll out to the kitchen to make some coffee and pop a bagel into the toaster. Taking the cream cheese out of the fridge, I notice my laptop sitting on the kitchen counter where I left it last night. Before I went to bed, I told myself that I'd forget about trying to find anyone to answer my adult underworld questions. The realization that no one would waste his time with me settled into my head. The dreams have sparked my insatiable curiosity once again, and I find myself drawn to the silver laptop. I open it and turn it on. It buzzes and whirs as it comes to life. My attention is taken away from the device as the toaster pops up my bagel, and I set about pouring a cup of coffee and getting my little breakfast ready to eat. Sitting at the table, I take my first bite and look at my laptop again. Oh, what the hell! I get up and grab it, place it on the tabletop, and type it into the search engine I like to use when doing research. Tapping in a simple adult underworld society, I sit back and let the engine find something for me to read while I eat half of my bagel and sip the stout black coffee. A directory of sites comes up on the screen, and I tap the first one. A list appears at the top of the page. The title explains they're things used to play with. The first item is a spreader bar. The picture looks innocuous enough, but the description says the bar can be made of metal or wood, and it's used to keep the person spread open. It can be utilized on either the wrists or the ankles, and it can even be hung from the ceiling. Oh my! Why on earth would anyone willingly be held in that position? Oh well. On to the next thing, medical restraints. A set of 4 small leather belts is used to hold a person to the bed. I have to ask myself, if it's all so great, why does one have to be bound to the bed? Next, I see something called a monoglove. The poor girl has her arms behind her back and is wrapped in a leather glove-like thing. She's helpless to move her arms. Again, I must ask myself why. Not only does it look constricting and uncomfortable, it seems silly to me. Does the man need to keep his partner's hands away from him or something? Moving on, I find a medieval-looking device. It's used to hold a person's nose, pulling it backward so their head is pulled back and their mouth opens. It looks like a thing one would use to get a child to accept medicine when they fight about taking it. Oh, I get it now. A blush heats my cheeks as I think about being forced to open my mouth by an attractive man. If I were a man, though, I still wouldn't trust the object to stop my partner from clamping down on my privates. And if she has to be forced to accept it, then why is she there in the first place? I just keep finding more questions to ask. So I am left with more questions than I previously had, and my curiosity is banging on my brain to get the answers it requires. But I close the laptop and try to focus on what I really need to be doing, studying for my finals. The chair I'm sitting in is made of wood and not comfortable in the least with its rigid back. Studying goes out the window as I close my eyes and imagine being strapped to the chair with leather medical restraints. Even the fantasy is constricting and awkward. I open my eyes and laugh as I think about letting anyone do such things to me. The whips and chains feel far more daunting than anything else I've considered. My mind keeps circling back to where it's been for months: confinement, intensity, and the question of why anyone would willingly step into that. What kind of person seeks to wield that kind of power? In romance novels, women fall for their captors with ease. Why? If someone treated me even half as harshly as what I've read, I'd be plotting their downfall in the dead of night, guilt-free. Loving someone so ruthless is beyond my comprehension. The first lash of a whip would ignite a vow of revenge, I'm certain of it. A so-called dom would need to silence me with a gag, because I'd be promising his ruin as he pushed me too far. And when he finally let me go, because he'd have to eventually, he'd be the one looking over his shoulder. That much I know. Maybe I'd be better cast as the one in control. But then again, I couldn't bring myself to strike anyone. Even hurting someone's feelings twists my stomach. Inflicting physical pain is unthinkable, something I'd never excuse. So how do I sit across from someone who thrives on this, without judgment clouding every word? If I ask, "What do you feel when you strike someone?" and get an honest answer, what then? If a man admitted he found joy in it, binding someone, pushing them to their limits, I'd despise him. Someone who could do that, and then take more from them? I couldn't bear to be near him. So what am I even doing? Why am I entertaining the idea of talking to someone I'd label a monster? What's driving me to this, and what would my family say if they knew I was even considering it? I lean back, trying to make sense of it all. Like a journalist, I don't have to agree with what I'm investigating. I can ask my questions, gather the facts, and walk away from the darkness. It's not as if I'd ever ask one of these figures to pull me into their world and show me firsthand. That's a line I'd never cross. Yet my hand drifts to my laptop, flipping it open. It's as if my curiosity takes the reins, typing adult underworld clubs into the search bar. My fingers pause as the first result pops up: a club with a real website, the Dungeon of Decorum. I click it. The page loads and I spot a message board. Before I can overthink it, I type, "Is there anyone here willing to help me understand the real world of the adult underworld?" Now, I wait to see if anyone bites.
Pierce.
Birds chirp, waking me from a deep sleep. Blinking my eyes to shield them from the bright sunlight that's pouring through my pale green sheer-curtained window, I stretch and yawn with the onset of the weekend. With no plans made, I think I'll make myself a healthy breakfast of oatmeal and wheat toast, then head to the gym. Maybe I'll just let the day take me wherever it wants to. Moving to the bathroom, I turn on the shower, letting the steamy water heat the cold tiles. Multiple jets shoot the water out, hitting almost the entire surface of the tiled walls. Padding over to the sink, I brush my teeth, floss, then rinse with mouthwash. Into the shower I go, pouring an expensive shampoo I found online last week into my palm. It smells like leather and sandalwood, making me feel exceptionally masculine. In no time at all, I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and dry off, then dress in casual clothing. Jeans, a t-shirt, and running shoes will suffice. Heading downstairs to the kitchen, I find the fridge well stocked. Edith, my house manager, has made sure I'm ready to cook for myself through the weekend like I always do. I give the staff every weekend off. I prefer to be alone in my home when I'm off. They come in after I leave for work each weekday and are gone before I come home. During the week, I take my meals in town. Most of the time, I get home around 8 and usually hit the hay pretty early. I'm a faithful subscriber to the idea that early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. So far, it's worked wonders for me. After making my breakfast, I take it to the table and open up my laptop to see what's going on around Portland this weekend. As always, I check the club's website first to see if any of the bottoms have posted anything I might be interested in. The name Jade Thomas is the first thing I see as I scan the message board. I've never seen that name on here before. And she's asked a question. Is there anyone in this club who'd like to help me learn more about the real world of the adult underworld? Jade Thomas, I say out loud. And what does this young lady want to know, I wonder? Without hesitation, I ask my own question. What do you want to know more about our world? I begin to eat my oatmeal as I wait to see if she'll answer me. It takes no time before I see her response. Just curious. And is your real name Dr. Power? Laughing, I type back, no, we don't use our real names on this site. But I bet you did, Jade Thomas. Eating my toast, I watch the screen, eager to see her reply. That is my real name. What's your real name? You see, I'm looking for a person who will be honest with me about the goings-on in the adult underworld scene. If you can't be honest enough to tell me your name, then I shouldn't waste any more of your time. Thinking about the fact that she might be wasting my time, I ask, where are you from, Jade? She's quick to answer, the United Kingdom. If you're worried about me outing you to society or something like that, you needn't worry. A Brit, I say to myself. She's far enough away that I doubt her knowing my real name would hurt a thing. I type in Pierce Langford. Thank you, Pierce Langford. First, I'd like to tell you that I'm majoring in creative writing at a university in North Wales. My goal is to become a romance author. I want to specialize in the adult genre. But I need some information about certain topics. Topics like the adult underworld scene. I don't fully understand it. Oh, who am I kidding? I don't understand it all. Are you by chance a dom? I am. Why are you looking for one? I type in. Purely to ask questions to, nothing more than that. Are you up to answering some questions for me, sir? Her use of the term sir lets me know she's a respectful woman. But I should find out how old she is before I give her such information. Before I divulge information that might warp a young mind, I need to know your age and your experience, Jade. Thoughtful of you, sir. My age is 23, and my experience is very limited. Oh damn. My mouth's watering with the thought that she's never been with a man. I wonder what she looks like. Cool. Not a problem. As long as you're of age and have an inkling about what kinds of answers you'll be getting from me, I'm good with answering your questions. So shoot me one. An entire minute goes by before anything appears. Is there a private area we can do this, sir? I think about it for a moment, then decide to give her my personal touch. Do you have a Skype account? I do. I prefer not to video conference though, if you don't mind. Must be an ugly duckling. That's most likely why she hasn't been with a man. I type in, not to worry, I won't try to video chat with you. My number is 999-987-0099. I'll be waiting for your message, Jade. In no time at all, she's messaged me, and a little ding comes from my phone. I pull it up on my computer to make typing easier, and find even her profile picture on the site is nothing but a red rose. I find it funny, as my picture is a black rose with thorns on it. Hi, Pierce. Do you mind if I call you that? I don't want to establish a relationship with you, and I just realized that by calling you sir, I am doing just that. I chuckle as I write back, you may call me that. So what's your first question? Much too quickly she sends back, do you like to hit women? Not happy with the question, I fire back, if this is some hater who wishes to berate me for what I am and enjoy doing, then you can go to hell. Another quick response comes from her, no. Sorry. Please don't take any of my questions in an offensive manner. None of them are meant to offend you. All are meant merely to learn about this lifestyle. Nothing more than that. I simply want to know if you took up this practice because you had a fetish for hitting people or women in general. Letting my anger subside, I give it a minute to settle. She's just curious. I have to remember she's young and naive. This is not a thing I started because of a need to hit anyone. I was having difficulty at work. I needed an outlet. I was introduced to this world. I joined this club and found that partners wanted certain things done to them. I took classes and learned how to give them what they asked for. And I became good at it. You see, some people like pain, Jade. Some people crave it. I administer the things they feel they need. I do it with them in mind, not for myself. 3 minutes tick by before she sends me another question. Do you have an exclusive relationship with your partner? I don't. I never have. Do you have a commitment phobia? Or is there anything in your past that caused you to enjoy this lifestyle? Weighing the question so I can answer truthfully, I finally type, perhaps I do have a commitment issue. I wouldn't call it a phobia. And nothing is in my past that's messed up my mind, contrary to what a lot of people think about us. How old are you? She asks. 35. Again, some time goes by before she writes anything else. Then, the words appear on the screen. I'd like to be clear on what type of dom I'm talking to. Are you a heterosexual, Pierce? I am. Are you? Yes. I only ask because I want to write MF romances, and spending time talking to a man who likes men would do me no good. Do doms only dole out punishments? And if not, have you received any? One can play both ends of the spectrum if they want to. There are no rules stating that once a bottom is always a bottom, or once a dom, always a dom. When I was in training, I was hit by my trainer. That way, I would know what it felt like to be hit with the items I was taught to use. But no bottom has ever hit me. Nor do I plan on that ever happening. I rule. The pause she takes is so long that I begin to wonder if she's decided to stop our interview. Then I see her next question. Are you the type who wants to rule everything? And if so, why do you not have an exclusive partner? Her question has me pondering it. Do I want to rule everything? I have no idea. I've never done that. The 2 live-in girlfriends I had certainly needed a firmer hand than I had back then. If I found a woman that I wanted to keep around, I think I'd like to make the rules. With my answer, I type, your question is a first for me. I looked deep inside myself and found I would like to rule if I ever found a partner I wanted to keep with me for any length of time. I prefer things in certain ways and would train a partner to do things the way I like them done. Do you feel women are inferior? Her question nearly knocks the wind out of my sails. Quickly, I reply, not at all. You see, most of us in the adult underworld don't think on those terms. Women and men have their roles to play in life. With the rise of women's liberation, women have lost more than they've gained. Once upon a time, women were the esteemed nurturers of the family, the keepers of the children, the homes, and their husbands. They made sure all things on the home front were taken care of well, and were proud of their job. Men went to work and provided money and security, not only in the financial form, but also in the protection department. They made and upheld the rules, and used different forms of discipline to enforce them. I paused to allow my words to sink into her head. With the way things have changed in the last 50 or so years, most women balk at this way of thinking, calling it ancient and useless. I wait to see how Jade will respond. I've never thought about it like that. A smile moves over my lips. Good girl.
Jade.
Only a few questions in, and already he has me thinking differently. What he says is true. Women had it much easier before we decided we wanted to be equals in all ways. Not so long ago, women stayed home with the kids. They didn't have to worry about work or paying bills. That was the man's job. Nowadays, mothers and wives go off to work, and some have to actually leave their homes for days at a time. That's left a generation of children who've been raised by strangers. People who work at the many daycare facilities that have sprung up all over the industrialized world now are responsible for the caring and nurturing of most babies and children that mothers once took care of all on their own. Women now depend on their husbands to step up and take care of the children too. All chores are shared, and while that seems fair, I've seen a good number of frazzled parents in my time. Both are sleep deprived. Both have the weight of making sure the bills are paid on their backs. And both have the responsibility of finding great jobs and keeping them, no matter how much pressure comes with that. Men's minds have also been changed. Most men, back in the day, wouldn't have their wives working. They'd have been considered deadbeats or losers if they sent their wives to work outside the home. Nowadays, it's expected. And in a few words, Pierce has brought this home to me. How odd that I never thought of it before. I can see Pierce's side. Then again, as a woman with a brain that begs for knowledge and gentle pressure to expand and learn more all the time, I can see why women fought to be let out of the house. I have also seen stay-at-home mothers who resemble zombies and have difficulty putting a sentence together, much less being able to have conversations with other adults. There are pros and cons to living either way you decide to live. That's just a simple fact of life. My next question is a bit hairy, and I hope I don't offend the man again as I type. I now understand how you think about the sexes. What I don't understand is where the domination comes into play, nor the physical punishments that come along with the adult underworld. Can you explain this to me? The physical punishments are accepted or rejected by each partner. It is she who helps shape the agreements that are made between a dom and his partner. Another thing you must not be aware of is that partners hold all the cards. One simple word is all it takes to stop anything. It's not quite the tortuous world people make it out to be. And nothing happens to a partner that they're against. That would be illegal, wouldn't it? I suppose it would. So, are these agreements the contracts that bind the partner to the dom? I ask. They are, he answers me quickly. But you must keep in mind that even a signed contract that's been painstakingly worked out between the two parties still doesn't give the dom the right to proceed with any punishment or action if the partner doesn't want it, no matter if she agreed to it in the first place or not. And a good dom doesn't want to inflict any pain or pleasure, for that matter, that his partner doesn't want. I find it hard to believe the man. I mean, he could tell me whatever he wants to. Because what woman wants to be ruled over and beaten? So I ask Pierce, what types of women want to be treated this way? There are women from various walks of life who seek this lifestyle, maybe not all the time, but some of the time. You see, when you get into this world, you find that anything is okay. If you want to live this way all the time, then you can. If you want to dabble, you can do that too. There are no set rules, except those that govern our society. SSC, safe, sane, consensual, was put into use to make sure all who are involved in this type of lifestyle have a level of protection. Clubs keep the members in line too. That's why it's always a good idea to join one, and only get involved with people who are part of one. There are enforcers who make sure no one is hurt beyond the point they've asked to be. If you're interested in being an onlooker, you can join a local club in your area and let them know what you want. We have voyeurs too. But I must warn you, it's not easy to watch if you have no idea about what the people truly feel. It looks brutal, after all. That it does, Pierce. And about that. You said you were hit when you were training to be a dom. Can you explain why anyone would want that? While I never got to the state of euphoria, I've heard it described as flying. It's a high that one gets when endorphins swarm the brain. At that point, when you add in physical stimulation, it's mind-blowing. Some have described it as an out-of-body experience that took them to new levels in their minds and souls. You can see how one would enjoy that, and seek it over and over again. Yet you've never done that? I ask, as I have no idea why he'd want to only inflict pain and get nothing out of it. I'm more of a giver than a taker. Always have been. You make it sound noble what you do, I type. In a way, it is. Can you imagine if you had this itch in the middle of your back and you tried everything to scratch it yourself, rubbing your back on the door frame, trying to find a stick long enough to get to the exact spot you needed it to, but you couldn't reach it no matter what you did? Then along came some person who could easily scratch that itch for you, but he didn't want to inflict any type of pain on you. If you think about it, running one's sharp fingernails across another person's flesh sounds painful. Yet it eases the itch, relieving the person of their problem. Wow. I say to myself. This guy's kind of deep. I didn't expect this. He goes on to add that a doctor also causes his patient pain on many occasions in order to treat an ailment. Does anyone consider him immoral? My mind is swarming with more questions, yet I feel as if he's winning me over to his way of thinking. So I ask, when you're hitting your partners, do you get stimulated? I ask this because a doctor doesn't get turned on by giving his patient pain. Nor does anyone get turned on by helping someone scratch an itch they can't reach. Time goes by, and I think he might be trying to figure out how to word his answer. Finally, the screen lights up. Jade, your questions are sharp and thoughtful, he types. Truth is, I do find what I do exhilarating. The sounds, cries, gasps, they stir me deeply. But if I'm being honest, your curiosity has sparked something in me too. The way desire works is strange. When you're young, the slightest thing can set you off. As you age, it's subtler, a whisper in your ear, a gentle touch, or a charged exchange with someone new. I'd wager you're an extraordinary woman. His words feel like flirting, and it throws me off balance. It's silly, he's thousands of miles away, powerless to reach me, yet here I am shifting in my seat, my body reacting with a flush of warmth and a quickening pulse. I type back, how are you pulling me in so fast? Are you feeling it, Jade? He responds. My heart races as I reply, it seems I am. Let your thoughts wander. Warmth fills me. We're lost in each other. My face burns as a wave of sensation hits me, and I follow his lead. This isn't like me, I've never done anything like this. But no one's watching, and no one will ever know. So I move my finger and whisper his name aloud, Pierce, Pierce, Pierce. It spills from my lips as my eyes drift shut, lost in the rhythm until a new message pings. I blink and read, now use your other hand to press somewhere sensitive and hold it even if it stings. I stare at his words, puzzled. The first part feels good, why add discomfort? Yet, inexplicably, I lift my shirt and press my fingers to my skin, letting out a sharp sound, not just from the pinch but from a rush of something overwhelming. Pure, unshackled bliss. How has he swayed me so completely so soon?
Pierce. This young woman has me intensely drawn to her. I wonder if there's a chance I could get her to reveal more of herself. I type, Jade, it'd be nice to connect more fully. I'm going to call you via video. Answer when I do. No, don't do that. It's not that I don't want to connect. It's that my laptop camera is broken. And this is becoming more intense than I intended. I never meant to engage in this. I need to go. I'm suddenly very uncomfortable. Crap. I type, no, don't go. There's nothing to be uncomfortable about. You said yourself that you've explored this before. So what if we're exploring it together, thinking of each other? It'd be nice to have a clearer picture of who I'm connecting with. I'm picturing your lips. Are they a certain color, Jade? I continue to focus on my own sensations as I wait for her response. They happen to be pink at the moment. No lipstick on right now. Nor any makeup. Pierce, am I unusual for doing this? No, I reply. People and their need to question their own experiences is an annoyance to me. I'm sure she's alone, and no one has a clue what she's doing. And here she is, wondering if she's unusual. It would be unusual for her not to explore, in my opinion. Do you have a personal device? I ask, to bring her back to the moment. How personal? Yes, it is. Much like you asking me if I enjoy the intensity of certain interactions. So do you have one or not? Maybe, she writes. Jade, I'm not a man who tolerates evasiveness. Answer the question directly. Or I can end this conversation. I have one. What should I do with it, Pierce? That's better, I say. Use it as you desire. Can you please refrain from using such familiar terms? I know this isn't a genuine connection. I don't want it to become that. Ever. Damn. I sigh at her reply. I type, how about a less familiar term then? I suppose that'll be okay. I'll be right back. I have to prepare. What color is your hair? Whatever color you imagine it to be, I say aloud as I type, brown. It takes her a while to get back to me, and I pause, waiting. I've never experienced this kind of connection before. It's a little unusual, and I wish I could experience it more fully. I wonder if that will ever be a possibility. Brown. How long is it? She writes back. I resume my focus. Short on the sides, longer on top. Long enough for you to run your hands through it. Your hair color? Black. Shoulder length. I just got it cut. I prefer longer hair, I type. Let it grow. I want to experience it. Now tell me what you desire, Jade. Peaceful walks or intense nights? I use a familiar line. Experience it, she writes. Fantasy play. Just engage with it. And are you using your device? I am, she sends. And I think I'd like to see what those nights would be like. Really? This is a fantasy, remember? She types back. Mentally, I remind myself to be more measured. Just checking your engagement. Okay, I like intensity. Use that device. Is it vibrating? Oh yeah, she writes. And you want me to use it with intensity, don't you? With intensity. Focus on the sensations until you reach a peak, then pause. I wait, focusing on my own building sensations as I imagine the experience. I want her. I'm close. Now what? She sends me. I type, explore the sensations. Experience yourself. No way. Do it. I wait and wait. After about 3 minutes, she says, oh my gosh. I did it. Oh gosh. I'm sick, aren't I? Oh, don't bother answering that. I know I am. I need to go. You have me doing terrible things. Bye. You're not sick, Jade. Stop being such a prudish baby. I am a prude, aren't I? Her words echo in my head. I'll never be a comedy romance writer. I'll most likely write boring articles for the newspaper and live in a house full of cats. Sorry to have bothered you. Sitting up, I hurriedly type, don't end this. Please don't. Jade, I'd like to talk to you more. I really would. I'm the kind of man who likes to see dreams come to fruition, much like in the scenes I create with the partners. And damn it, I want to create something for you. How about a scene where you're already a celebrated author of adult romance? A cool, sultry vixen you are. At your first awards ceremony, I escort you to the podium to accept your award as the best writer in the universe. This is silly, she writes back, but I'm happy she's still there. No, it's not. Help me create it. What are you wearing to this awards ceremony? I like myself in black. Most of my clothes are black. What color are your eyes? I ask her. Brown, well, a kind of golden brown. I see you in a yellow flowing, nearly see-through dress. It billows out behind you, as I hold you by the waist possessively. The world thinks you're mine, and I'm proud to be at your side as you take the stage. Your creamy thighs make brief appearances through long slits in the dress as you glide over the tan marble floor. And then a tall, elegant woman, wearing a short, tight red dress, hands you a crystal trophy. Your name is etched in the crystal, Writer of the Year, Jade Thomas. And then you look into my eyes. She asks, what color are they? I'm glad to see she's getting into it, and typing bluish-brown. Hazel is what they're called. When you look into them, I can see your depth. You have honesty and courage, and I'm lost in your gaze. The people are all cheering, and I turn you to look at them, then slap your butt, making them all cheer. You blush and drop your gorgeous head. I take your chin with 2 of my fingers and make you look up and tell you how perfect you are. Then do we kiss, she asks, and I can almost feel her breathless question even though it's only written words. Our mouths make slow progress to the others. Our lips touch and heat builds inside of us both. Ahem. So, in this little fantasy, other than the slap on my butt, what else occurs in the punishment department? She asks. I feel she's too into the punishment part of what this is all about, and I admonish her quickly, Jade, I didn't ask you to ask me questions. I told you to add to the fantasy what you wanted to. You have to quit acting as if this is all about punishment. If you want me to take you by the neck with my belt and haul your sweet butt off stage where I throw you up against the wall and take you right there backstage, then say that. Do not ask me what I'll do to you. This is your fantasy. Tell me what you want. Do you want me to pull your dress away from your breasts and take a flogger to them as your fans watch? Or would you like to be a bit more discreet and have me escort you off stage, then take you to your dressing room and bend you over the chair you sat in when they did your hair and makeup and smack your butt? Damn is her reply. I tell her the same thing, damn is right. Your mind is narrow where adult underworld is concerned. You formed your opinions on the trash you've read in those stupid little novels. Here in my world, things aren't always glowing brightly in the sun, but sometimes they are. All is not dark. All is not sinister. And all is not as the fairy tales lead you all to believe. Pain is a part of life, and when one finds it can be turned into pleasure you could never get anywhere else, it becomes addictive. Don't judge until you've been there, Jade Thomas. You're right, Pierce. This was a mistake. Bye. No. I wait and wait, but she's gone. She's really gone. And I'm left feeling emptier than I've ever been.
Jade.
Chills fill my body as I lie on my bed and wonder why I just did what I did. Why, in God's name, would I allow myself to jump into such a thing with a dom? Am I insane? Looking at the closed laptop that's sitting on the edge of my bed, I wonder if Pierce is frantic about losing touch with me or could not care less. I'm sure it's the latter. I'm a silly girl, a naive person who took on more than I could handle. The man took me over so quickly. I lost control of everything, the interview and my body. My mind was lost somewhere at that time too. Rolling over onto my stomach, I pull a plump pillow into my arms and snuggle with it. I didn't get to finish what I started, and that left me feeling frustrated. But I have to admit, I'm more than frustrated. The way I ended things was abrupt, and the idea of loose ends needing to be cut spins around my brain. Letting the pillow go, I open the computer again and see he's left one more message after I ended our discussion. Jade, please contact me whenever you want. I feel you need my help. I'm here for you. Anytime. Sorry about moving too fast for you. And sorry about spoiling your interview. Closing the laptop, I lie back and try to picture the man. He said his hair was brown, short on the sides, and long enough on top I could run my hands through it. His eyes are hazel, and I bet they're soulful. The way he communicated wasn't what I'd expected. He did get dominating a few times. It seems to be his nature, not an act. Bringing up the itch that one can't scratch has me thinking that some people must get an idea in their head about acting out things that others would find frightening. I'm reminded of the time my parents took me to a theme park in France. There was an enormous roller coaster, and I was afraid of it. You could hear the riders screaming in terror from all over the park. Yet I wanted to ride it too. As we stood in the long line waiting for our turn, I recall being so afraid I almost left the line. But then a surge of adrenaline would flow through me, and I'd grow excited about doing it. In the end, the ride was scary but fun, and I did enjoy it. So I sit up on my bed, cross my legs and pick up my laptop to see if Pierce really meant what he said. I type, sorry for the rude behavior. I was out of my comfort zone. Did you really mean you'd still like to help me? Yes, comes his quick reply. And please accept my apology. I moved far too quickly. So, ask me anything you want to. I smile as I look at the screen, wishing I could see his face but not daring to ask that of him. Not after what I pulled. So I type in another question. Are people actually auctioned off? They are. There are 4 different auctions at our club, as well as times when different groups gather there. I belong to the heterosexual group. The other 3 groups are women, who are the doms, and men, who are the partners. Then there are lesbians and other men that prefer others. It just makes things easier to keep us all separated. And all groups do have auctions. If purchased, does the person have to stay with the person who bought them? And for how long? I ask, then get up to go get myself a bottle of water. When I get back and climb onto my bed, pulling the laptop onto my lap, I see he's answered. Auctions are done within the time limits stated in the contracts the people sign. There can be nightly auctions, weekly, monthly, and I've even seen one that was for 1 year. The most common are weekly. During that time, it's up to the individuals if they stay together, or meet at the club in private rooms or whatever they want to do. It's all up to them. But money is exchanged for the purchase. And the person who's auctioned off gets a percentage of that money. Prostitution, I whisper. Then type, isn't that illegal? The clubs pay taxes, so no, it's not. And the auction subjects are called entertainers in the contracts. The contracts are worded much like hiring an actor. But aren't there explicit things in many of the contracts? I ask, as the ones I've read about are very explicit. Yes, but things of that nature can be legal. Think about the adult industry, and how they're paid to do what they do. And that's all legal, mostly because they pay their taxes. Where the government is concerned, it's all about the money. The wicked dollar, I say out loud. I need to put the financial aspect aside, and focus on the other questions I have. Have you ever paid for it? My dues to the club are all I've ever paid. The women I've met at the club are given money to be there. So inadvertently, I've paid. Did I just lose your respect, Jade? Not entirely, I answer him. But I am intrigued by the money factor. Women are paid to allow you to hit them. And now I have a much better idea of why some of them do this sort of thing. It's really not about the money. I don't think it is, anyway. There's a long pause, then he adds, I think I'll ask a few of the women I've been with if that's a big factor in why they do this. You really are an excellent interviewer. You make me think. I like that. Happy with having him like me, I type. It's odd to me the way you make me feel. I just got a rush out of making you happy. As you should. It was born into you, Jade. As a woman, making people happy is a basic instinct. If a baby cries, it normally triggers a woman's instinct to find out why it's crying and do what she can to make it stop. She wants the baby to be happy and healthy. It makes her feel good. I see what you're saying, Pierce. So you can understand why some women in the adult underworld like to cater to their dom? It makes them feel good. And as the doms, we want our partners to feel good. That means if we take on a partner for an extended period of time, we take care of the bills and the making of the rules. We take that off her back so she can do what she wants to. Make us excellent meals, take pride in the laundry, and show us how clean the house is. I laugh and type back. See, you lost me there. I and many other women don't get our rocks off by folding laundry and cooking. I'm a pretty terrible cook. My only culinary skills are in the sandwich department. And I can nuke a mean frozen meal. You're single, right? I am. I live alone. I have answered him for the last 5 years. No one to cook or clean for, baby. If I was coming home to you every night, I bet you'd like to have me a clean home to come to after a hard day's work. I bet you'd enjoy learning how to make me a home-cooked meal. Did your mother cook for her family? Mom cooked, yes. Did she act like she was put out about doing it? Or was she proud of what she served you all? She took pride in her meals most of the time. I shake my head as he's turned things around in my head again. So you're saying that I don't fully understand things of this nature, because I live alone. I have no boyfriend whom I could cater to. So there's no way I can understand this at all. Pretty much. You should get yourself a man, Jade. Truthfully, I reply, there are none who interest me at this point. Picking up just any guy wouldn't have me experiencing this euphoric state of being a homemaker, Pierce. Nor would handing my body over to just any guy either. Tell me what you look for physically in a man, Jade. You're going to laugh, but here it goes. I like muscles, tons of them. I'm average height at 5 feet 6 inches, but I want a man to tower over me. He should be over 6 feet tall. And he should be extraordinarily handsome. I'm pretty hard to please, you see. I laugh as I wait for him to tell me how spoiled I am, or something of that nature. There are men like that, Jade. Keep your eyes peeled. You're not asking for too much. And on that note, what are you doing to make yourself attractive to this fine specimen of manhood if you ever cross paths with him? Looking at my sweatpants, which are baggy, and the equally baggy shirt, I look into the mirror that hangs above my dresser. No makeup covers my pale skin. I need to get out into the sun more. My hair is hanging in limp strands, doing nothing to help my appearance. The ding tells me he's added something, and I read his words, how about down there? Do you keep it tidy? You should think about how accessible it is. If you meet Mr. Right, will he need a weed whacker to get to your juicy goods, or is it readily available for his snacking pleasure? Pulling the elastic band of my sweatpants, I look down at the unkempt area and shudder. I think I need to step up my game. Not that I ever had one, I write. You should get on top of that. You should groom yourself just as much as you find attractive in a man. If you're out of shape, do something about that. Eat right, exercise, and do what you need to in order to be in the kind of shape you want in a man. So, how bad off are you, Jade? I'm a good weight for my frame. I could use some toning in the muscle department. I do have a problem with clothing. I can never pick out good things to wear. My weekend garb is most often sweatsuits, and my daily wear is jeans and pullovers. A raggedy pair of sneakers rounds out my ensembles. I tell you what. Give me your measurements and your address, and I'll send you some things. I'll need your shoe size as well. And I happen to have an excellent regimen for shaving that leaves your skin bump and ingrown hair free. Shaking my head, as I just don't understand this man, I type, why would you do all that? It's not as if we'll ever meet. And if we did, I wouldn't be the girl for you anyway. Just let me help you, Jade. I want to. It'd help a lot if you'd send me a pic. Not a nude one. Just a full body picture with something on besides frumpy clothing. So I can get an idea of your body type and pick out clothes that would look good on it. Are you some kind of a professional stylist, Pierce? I ask him as I laugh and scroll through my cell to see if I have any pictures of myself. No, but I know what I like and think I can be of service to you. So, are you going to send me a picture? I find one that isn't too awful. It was taken before I cut my hair, though. If you'll send me your phone number, I can text one to you. 756-666-0097. Okay, I'm sending it now. And how about you send me one of you? Just so I can put a face to your name. I sent the picture of myself and soon after, got one of him. A gasp comes out of me as I look at the man. He looks tall as he's standing next to a bar. He's in a black tux, which fits him perfectly. He's a big guy, and he's very well muscled under those clothes, I bet. And his eyes look as soulful as I thought they would. Although not cheery or sweet, he wears an expression that says he's well aware of who he is. Then I realized that I'd told him what I find attractive in a man, and he must have gotten this photo off the internet and sent it to me as he did. What a jerk. Is this picture really of you, Pierce? Because you can be real with me. It's not like we're ever going to meet anyway. If you're short and plump, that's okay, you know. The picture is of me. That was taken last week at a fundraiser. And may I tell you that your bone structure is breathtaking? You need more sun and need to learn how to dress for the curvy figure you have. But you have potential to be a great beauty, Jade. Even though he can't see me, I blush with his words. He thinks I have the potential to be a great beauty.
Pierce.
My heart skips a beat as I glance at the picture she sent me. Jade stands by a pond, her long black hair catching the sunlight, a bright smile lighting up her face for whoever snapped the photo. She's dressed in a flowing black skirt that brushes the ground, and a white blouse buttoned neatly to the top, her figure softly outlined beneath the fabric. There's a quiet charm to her that draws me in, a beauty that doesn't need to shout. "Oh, but you have promised, my little beauty," I mutter as I gaze at her. Though her face is pale, it's gorgeous. The slightest bit of a tan is all she'd need to be perfect. I cannot wait to buy her something to wear that would suit her. A dress, I think. Maybe in a lavender shade, to highlight the natural blue hues in her dark black hair. Her eyes shine out with a happy innocence, and her lips are plump, ripe for the kissing. I type, "You and I should meet." A long time passes. Too damn long. But I hold out for her to answer me. "Pierce, I went to the bathroom. Sorry that took so long. I see your little message here, and have to let you know that I'm not going to become one of your partners. I have no desire for that at all. I do, however, love talking to you. We could have an online thing. I could get my camera fixed on my laptop, if you know what I mean." My body tenses as I think about only having her through a camera's lens. I'm afraid that will never do. I use tactics to make her jealous. I'll have to get my physical needs met by someone here, I guess. "I assumed you would anyway," she responds. "Not what I wanted at all. I could have my jet bring you to me, Jade." I wait and chew on a pencil. I've never been this tense about something like this. I can have any woman I want. And my wants have been all in one area for the last few years. And they still are. But I want to bring this little young thing into my world and make a place for her in it. I think her curiosity about the adult underworld is a thing I can shape and sculpt into a reality. If she wants to write about things of that nature, isn't it better to have lived them? No, thank you, Pierce. I do appreciate your invitation, though she finally sent me. Damn. Typing furiously, I sent a message that I could come to you. Her response is quick and to the point. My flat is tiny and I have neighbors on all sides. I'm quite sure, if you came to me and we did the dirty deeds you surely have in mind, the authorities would be called and on my doorstep before you were through with me. I have to laugh and shake my head. She's witty. I have to give her that. But I have a remedy for that situation. I'd get us a hotel. A very beautiful one. I'd wine and dine you before I showed you what you've been missing. Such a fantastic liar you are, Pierce. Slamming my fist on my desktop, I roar, "Damn. She has no idea who I am or how much money I have. I could be with her in mere hours, holding her, caressing that pale skin of hers, and showing her what it means to feel the sting of my whip." My heart skips a beat again as I think about her hanging from ropes. I could send her mind to a place it's never been, a place she never even knew existed. Can I make a video of a partner and me to show you how it is in reality, Jade? That might be great, actually. Would you really do that for me? I laugh and say to myself, I think I'd do anything for you, Jade. But I type one would do that for you, if you would consider seeing me sometime in the near future. Pierce, I'm not into pain. Now, if you'd like to meet and have drinks and see where that leads, I might be into that. But as far as getting into your world, no, thank you. Drumming my fingers on the desktop, I think about my response, then write, I want you to work out your fantasy and write it all down for me. Then I'll find a woman who wants to play it out. We'll play out your scene, Jade. You'll see how sensual it is to make a whole scene up. And I encourage you to use ropes, whips, paddles, and maybe some hot wax too when you write your scene. I have no idea where to start with that, Pierce. With a sigh, I find myself enthused that she and I will write the scene together. I will write it with you then. We can work through the night to get it hashed out. Are you up for that? Only a short pause is made before she answers, I am up for that. Let me grab some lunch. Then I'll get back on here, and we can do that. Okay. Okay, I'll be waiting. Not hungry yet, she asks. Not for food. I laugh and lick my lips as I look at her picture again, and then say to myself, but for you, I'm ravenous Jade Thomas. Before I go, can you give me an idea of how we'll be writing this? I lean back in my chair and type. Jade is kneeling outside my playroom door, waiting to surrender to this experience for the first time. Her body is draped in thin strips of black leather, just enough to cover her chest, a line running low to shield her modesty, and another connecting them. Her skin glows with a flush of excitement and nervous anticipation. That energy radiates from her, a gift she'll offer me, her guide. I'll take it and shape it into a kind of pleasure she's never known before. How does that sound so far, Jade? Wow, Pierce. You're really good at this. So I've heard. Go grab your lunch, then slip into something comfortable. Maybe just climb into bed and we'll dive into this project. You might want to keep something relaxing nearby. These scenes can get intense. I'd hate for you to walk away from this feeling restless. Same here. This is wild. But I'm in, Pierce. Give me a bit. I'll be back, ready to brainstorm some bold ideas. Her response fills me with satisfaction. I don't want her to see anything we create as strange or wrong. My goal is to broaden her perspective, to help her find the beauty and depth in it. By the end of this, her world will shift, she just doesn't know it yet. I've planted a spark in her mind, one that'll grow until she's eager to meet me in person. I'm certain of it. Absolutely certain.
Jade.
Curtains closed, lights dimmed, and I think I'm ready to get back to Pierce. If he's even still waiting for me, that is. I can't help but believe that this is too good to be true. I went online to search for some answers, and somehow ended up doing some naughty things with an actual man. Now we're about to write a scene, as it's called in the realm of the adult underworld. Wow. When I open my computer, I see he hasn't sent me a thing, which has me a little worried that I've gotten my hopes up for nothing. And then my mind comes back to reality. I've let him drag me into a fantasy world. Staring at my computer screen, I see our back and forth messages, and have to wonder how I got to this place. The screen blinks, and then I see Pierce has written something. You're back. I guess it came up that I'm back online. And now here I am caught. I could close the computer. I could walk away and stop all this insanity. But deep inside, I want to know what this scene writing is all about. So I type, I am. Do you still want to do this with a lowly vanilla girl? I'm sure to disappoint you. I highly doubt you will. And I'm your guide through it all. If you disappoint me, that'll be my own fault for not teaching you correctly. I have my pen at the ready to write down your ideas. Have you thought about what you'd like me to do to you? I've thought of little else for the last hour while making and eating a ham sandwich. Thoughts of ropes, whips, paddles, and other things I deem wild. Another ding has me looking at my computer to find he's written, anybody there? I'm here. Just nervous and thinking I'm being dumb about this whole thing. You said you want to write sensual fiction, Jade. This is just writing. Damn. He's right, and I know it. I type back, okay, let's get going on this then. I think I'd like to hear what you'd suggest to a newbie who's never been with a man. Let's pretend you are experienced for this, shall we? He writes. If I can ever talk you into anything for real, I plan on fixing that little problem promptly anyway. I squirm on the bed as I get more comfortable, and giggle at the thought. Even though I don't believe the man in the picture he sent me is him, it's still rattling around my brain that a guy like that one would be my first romantic partner. It's just too crazy. Okay, Romeo, so in this scene I'm a mature lady with miles of intimate moments behind me. A real maniac. And I'm looking for some tough love. I stop and laugh at the idiotic words I've written. Seriously, Jade. This will be so much better if you act like it's really going to happen to you. Are you ready to stop playing around and get to it? Damn, he is bossy. I type, I'll get serious, Pierce. So where would we go from here? I left you kneeling at the playroom door. You have on bits of black leather, and I'm wearing loose-fitting black pants and nothing else. Do you have defined abs? I ask as I move my face closer to the screen as if I could see him. A full six-pack and some perfect pecs that I work on daily. My biceps have been called monstrous. And I'm about to use my strength to bring you under my control. My breath catches in my throat. The thought of him, whether real or imagined, sends a shiver down my spine. My heart races. What can I do for you? You can acknowledge my authority. You can allow me to guide your actions, to lead you down paths you haven't explored. I would appreciate some form of vocal expression, perhaps a gasp or a sigh. Imagine that's what you hear then. In reality, I might offer a sharp retort. I'll remember that. When I reach the ropes, I'll ask you to come to me. You will approach with your head lowered. Do you understand why? I don't, I admit. You do it because you choose to. Not because I command it. You're already preparing to yield, to focus your energy until I release it. Do you understand? I'm trying to remain calm, to conserve my energy for what's to come. Is that right? Very close, and I commend you for understanding. You are a quick learner, Jade. Thank you, I say, feeling a strange sense of pride. I don't understand why. He's speaking to me as if I'm a child. When you reach me, I'll ask you to extend your arms. You will comply without hesitation, because you trust me with your body and your mind. I'll wrap one of the ropes around your arm, ensuring the weight is distributed evenly, creating a sense of weightlessness. The ropes will almost embrace you. Do you believe that if you allow your mind to drift, you'll experience what I describe? I do believe that. I'm kind of on pins and needles as I wait to see what's next. Good. Limb by limb, I tie you up until you're completely suspended, as I described before. Is this all working for you, Jade? It is, I answer. If anything isn't, you must let me know. This is supposed to be your fantasy, but since you're so out of touch with this kind of thing, I'm helping you. You will soon be able to come up with your own ideas. You'll see. And then you and I will make scenes together. And that will be something. Sure. For this time, please go on. Once I have you completely strung up and at my mercy, I'll taunt you. You'll be in a relaxed state as the ropes hold you, and I'll end that by moving the ropes in such a way that your body will swing, taking you away from that ease of mind. Why? I have to ask. Why not allow me to feel comfortable and safe in the ropes? Because that's no fun. You'd soon fall asleep, and where's the fun in that? Oh, you're most likely right. Go on then. I'll swing you and you'll begin to feel vulnerable. Your mind will fill with the idea that you might fall. You won't though. I'll tie you in such a way that you could struggle for hours and still wouldn't fall. Or set myself free, I add, as the thought occurs to me. I will be at your mercy, as you stated before. That you will, Jade. Back to our fantasy. I'll swing you around and add in some more torment. An occasional whip will crack around you, but it won't touch your flesh at this time. It will sizzle through the air, and make your nerves buzz with the anticipation of the sting your flesh would feel if I accidentally hit it. But I won't. Only your brain will not allow you to have that much faith in me, at that time. You will be afraid. And you might even shout obscenities at me, which I'll ignore and continue with what I'm doing. And you won't want to punish me for shouting at you? No. It's not as if you can control that action. Not when you're new to this kind of thing. I'll actually be delighted to get a great reaction from you. But my face won't show it. If you look at me, if I allow that, I might wear a mask. That's one thing you have no control over. Your dom can wear a mask if he so desires. But what would you like, Jade? Mask or no mask? How about you don't wear one? 'Cause that picture of you is fire, and I'd like to look at that handsome face. I picked up my cell and looked at the pic he had sent me again. He is yummy. No mask then. For this, I'll let you decide. But only for you, Jade. Now, I'll continue to snap the whip around until you stop swinging. You'll buck in the ropes in a vain attempt to escape at that point. You sound sure about that, Pierce. Because I'm certain you'll be asking me to release you, and I won't. Unless I hear the safe word. Which is red, but I doubt you'll use it. You'd miss the experience. And that is feeling my control over your body, Jade. I swallow, then type, oh. Continue. I'm feeling quite warm. It's important you understand the signals. Red means to stop completely. Yellow means to lessen the intensity. And green means you're reaching your limits but wish to continue. I'll ask you for your signal throughout. Do you understand? I do. So I'm struggling and trying to break free, expressing my frustration, I type, giggling slightly. Such spirited resistance, Jade. I'll use additional ropes to secure you, limiting your movement so I can apply pressure without causing harm. Pressure, huh? What would you prefer? Perhaps a light, flexible instrument? A flogger, then. It will create a firm sensation. A gradual increase in sensation. Or would you prefer it on your back? Or both? Both, I type, laughing. It's not as though this is real. Perhaps it will be. And another will experience this. Remember that, Jade. Oh. Back only, please. Back only, it is. I'll limit it to 10 applications, as you're new to this. Afterwards, you'll be breathless, perhaps even a little tearful. That's natural. Then I'll focus on your chest. Light pressure will be applied. I'll stimulate you until you're sensitive, then apply further pressure. This will create a rush of sensation. You see, the body is designed to react to such stimuli. Oh, that's interesting, Pierce. Indeed. So the next step. You'll be somewhat overwhelmed. Your body will feel altered and your mind may drift. And that's when I'll introduce you to my presence. My full control over your experience. You'll gasp and try to move, perhaps wanting to reach out. One can never be certain. But I'll be restrained, only able to observe, won't I? That's right. You'll observe my control over your sensations. I'll express my authority. Like what? I ask, reaching for my personal massager. I activate it, the sensation heightening my awareness. Things like, you're under my control. Your body responds to my direction. Things like that. And I'll continue until you acknowledge my authority. Then I'll acknowledge your responsiveness. And then I'll withdraw, leaving you breathless. You'll desire more, and I'll withhold it. I'll bring my hand close and ask you to acknowledge it. Damn. I exhale, increasing the massager's intensity. This is intense. Which you do, looking at me. You acknowledge my presence. I suggest you learn more about responding to sensation, Jade. I anticipate your response. Okay. Will there be a test? I ask, a nervous laugh escaping me. Yes. When you respond to my touch, that's the test. So I increase the intensity, and you express your sensations. Then I withdraw and step away, leaving you suspended. Why would you do that? I ask, pausing the massager. To allow you to adjust. You're becoming too overwhelmed. I want this to be a prolonged experience. Don't you? Perhaps. I pause the massager, wondering what he'll do next. He's like a master of sensation. I wonder if all who explore these dynamics are like him, or if he's exceptional.
Pierce.
With our scene finished, after a long night of editing it to perfection, I've come to the dungeon of decorum to find a partner who might want to do this with me. If I can find someone, Then I'll pay for a video to be made in one of the private rooms and share it with Jade. I have my fingers crossed that she'll see what actually happens and accept my invitation for her to come for a visit. Before we ended last night's conversation, she told me she had the next couple of months off from school. She could come to me if she decided to. I threw in the enticement of getting a remote cabin for the summer and said that I'd take a vacation too. We could spend the entire time together, finding her limits. She's still nervous, just as most people who first start this are. I did tell her how much of a better writer she'll be if she took this on. Her mind would open so much more, and she'd have personal knowledge she could use to create better stories. Grant sees me and waves as I come into the poker room. Over here, Pierce. I make my way to him, grabbing a couple of cocktails off a passing waiter's tray. Placing one of them in front of Grant, I take a seat next to him as he's waiting for his turn at one of the poker games. Evening, Grant. How's your weekend coming along? Pretty good. I can't complain. Earlier, I had a threesome with a couple of girls who were about to leave this all behind them and go work in Las Vegas as showgirls. He pulls the short glass to his lips and takes a sip. Cool. I found a little prospect. A young woman, studying to become a writer. She and I met when she asked a question on the message board on our club's website. Grant smiles at me and claps a hand on my shoulder. So where's she from and when will she be here? The UK, and I don't know if she'll ever be here. She's not into this scene. I watch his face lit up. Wow. So, I know you plan on reeling her in. How will you do it, Pierce? I catch a woman eyeing me as she walks into the room. I caught her attention and gave her a smile and a small wave. She and I made up a scene last night. I want to find a woman to do it with me and have it videoed. I'll send it to my girl and see if that doesn't intrigue her. You already got her to make up a scene with you? That's moving pretty fast there with a woman who hasn't been into the scene. But I guess she was looking to get into it. Or she wouldn't have asked a question on the Adult Underworld Club's message board. No, she wasn't looking for that. She wanted to ask questions about the lifestyle. She's clueless. But she has more of a clue now. And I want to teach her much more. I watch the woman as she gets a drink and slowly makes her way toward me. You do realize that means having more than one time with her, right, Pierce? You've never done 2 scenes with anyone so far. Grant looks over his shoulder as the woman approaches me. With a nod, I say, no, I never have, and I've already offered her 2 months of my time, starting as soon as the end of next week. I'm not sure what's wrong with me. 2 months, he asks as he shakes his head. In your home? No, in a remote cabin where she can feel free from onlookers. I can tell she's worried about what people think. The woman holds out her hand and I take it, kissing the top. Dr. Power, madam. Mystic is what they call me, she introduces herself. If you'll be so kind as to excuse me, I tell Grant. I've got to talk to this lovely woman about my idea. Good luck, Dr. Power, Grant says with a raise of his glass. Taking the raven-haired beauty by the hand, I lead her off to a quiet spot where I can sell her on my scene and see if she'll be all right with me calling her Jade and wearing a lace mask to help Jade see herself in her role. Fingers crossed.
Jade.
The email Pierce sent me has an attachment. A video. It's Sunday night, and he seems to have already gotten a woman to do our scene with him. He's a fast mover, but that shouldn't surprise me at all. He sent me a message through Skype, asking if I got his email. I typed back that I did and will watch the attached video, and then get back to him. He sent back that he'll be waiting patiently for me, and told me I should know that he only thought of me as he did the scene. Yeah, right. I mumble as I open the attachment. I ate lunch with an older woman who came back to college after getting married and having kids. Sarah is a no-nonsense kind of woman, and she told me I was most likely being catfished. She said that's when someone pretends they're more than what they say they are. And she cautioned me that the adult underworld is really bad. Sarah knew a lady whose second cousin was married to a man who knew a guy who was into that type of stuff. He would beat the hell out of unsuspecting women, all the time. He was a real lowlife, like what men in that world are really like. I acted as if I took in her words, but I just couldn't believe her. Her opinion is based on some pretty far-reaching information. She couldn't even recall the man's name. So I haven't decided to shut Pierce out just yet. Getting the video up, I get ready to watch some shoddy footage of some guy, most likely not Pierce if that's even his real name. As it starts, I notice how dark it is. A gasp bolts out of me as flames blast onto the screen, and a title page is there. The Dungeon of Decorum presents Pierce and Jade in The Tale of a Newbie. The production is of high quality, I must admit that. But it's only the opening. I'm sure it'll go downhill from here. The scene goes to a woman kneeling beside a dark door. Her hair is black, almost like mine. Her head's bowed, but I can see she has a bit of lace covering her eyes. The camera pans out to move along with a pair of men's bare feet, black pants flowing loosely around his ankles. Then it pans up his body slowly, and I can't breathe. It's the man from the picture, but way better looking. He moves with a grace I've never seen a man move with. His eyes look into the camera and then he says, "Only for you, Jade." His voice is deep, somewhat raspy, and attractive as hell. Damn. I say. Could he be real? I'm mesmerized as he walks past the woman, just like he wrote he would. Then he turns and gets to the two long ropes that are hanging from the ceiling of the dark room. The recessed lights are dim. "Come," he says, and the woman gets up and goes to him, her head lowered. He begins to tie her up and does a great job of it, making it look seductive as he binds her in the ropes. She seems to be floating above the floor languidly. My heart is racing as I watch him and only him. If that's Pierce, I'd be a damn fool not to go to him. He's magnificent. The ropes start to move as he pushes and pulls them. The woman is jostled, but she doesn't complain the way I think I would. Instead, she takes it all in stride, probably because she knows how it all goes. I kind of feel sorry for her, as I'm sure this scene is lame compared to what she's used to. The whip starts popping, and I watch Pierce's abs flex with each crack of the long instrument. Now, the woman's body is beginning to sweat, I see, as it glistens in the light. So the sound of the whip does make even someone who's been around the adult underworld block a time or two grow nervous. A bright light illuminates her, and Pierce secures her with the remaining ropes, creating the suspended position he described. She doesn't struggle or ask to be released. Instead, she waits patiently. Pierce retrieves an instrument from the wall and approaches her. He applies it to her back in a rhythmic pattern 10 times. I see her flinch with each application, indicating a degree of discomfort. Yet she remains silent. He pauses, and I see him adjust his clothing. He looks directly at the camera. "This is your experience, Jade." "Oh wow," I say, moving closer to the screen. "Oh my." The camera focuses on her. Then I see him make contact, and I feel a strange sense of intensity. She begins to vocalize as he says, "You are under my control. Your body responds to my direction. Do you understand?" The woman vocalizes but doesn't reply. He increases the intensity. "I will push your limits, then explore them further. Your back will feel the effects of the instrument, and your body will feel the effects of my presence." She vocalizes more, and I find myself mirroring her sounds as I watch him control her sensations. She does not resist. She vocalizes, "Yes, I am under your control." He applies pressure to her back and says, "You are under my control. You will follow my direction. Because you desire this experience." "Yes," I vocalize, shifting uncomfortably on the sofa. "This could be my experience." He withdraws and exposes her chest, then begins to manipulate it. I feel a strange ache in my own chest. I touch myself, imagining his touch. He begins to stimulate one area, and the camera focuses closely. I find myself mirroring her breath as he stimulates her, and I feel a sensation of warmth. With a deliberate motion, he applies pressure, and I involuntarily react. The woman's body relaxes in the ropes, possibly to the point of unconsciousness. He then moves his hands over her body, stroking it gently, which he described as a light touch. He then focuses his attention on a specific area. I watch, feeling a strange intensity. She vocalizes as he continues. I feel a growing tension. He pauses just as she begins to make a higher-pitched sound. He adjusts himself, then touches her abdomen as she vocalizes, "No, please. Please." He looks directly at the camera, with a knowing expression. "Come to me, Jade. I have to get up and move. This is unreal. This doesn't happen." A loud sound comes from the computer, and I look back to see him focusing his attention again. He touches her abdomen, and she reacts again.
"Let me," she vocalizes.
He applies pressure to her back. He focuses on a different area, making her think he'll apply further pressure, but he doesn't. It's obvious she's experienced this before. He touches her abdomen and looks into the camera. Jay didn't include that in the scene. Not tonight. He moves around her, focusing his attention on another area, making her vocalize intensely. He continues until she's trembling, then withdraws and moves to her face, bringing his hand close to her lips. Experience this, Jade. Suddenly, I realize I'm holding my breath. I take a deep breath, feeling slightly lightheaded. He pauses. It is time for the final act, Jade. He focuses his attention again, and she vocalizes in a mixture of pleasure and discomfort. A discomfort I can imagine experiencing. I sit back down and watch him continue. She reaches and vocalizes, and he continues, prolonging the experience. She's clearly in a heightened state, moving in the ropes. "Yes," she vocalizes, and Pierce continues until he vocalizes intensely. I see the evidence of their shared experience. Then the lights go out, the scene ends, and I hear Pierce say, "Jade, please come to me. I need you and you need me." I'm overwhelmed from watching this. It's too much. I haven't even had my first experience. I feel like this is too much. I fall back on the sofa, breathing heavily as if I'd experienced it myself. My heart is racing, my body feels intensely aware, and he wants me to experience that. Impossible. I can't. I cannot go to him. He's incredibly intense. How can he make me feel this way from a distance? I've never even met him, and yet I'm drawn to him. None of this makes any sense. I need to stop it. I have to. For my sanity, I must tell him I no longer want to talk to him. So I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my shaky legs, pulled up Skype and tapped in what he needed to know, Pierce. That was much too intense. This isn't what I'm into. It would kill me, I think. From just watching, my heart is pounding like it has never done before. Sorry for wasting your time. I close my computer, not feeling up to having a conversation with him right now. In my state, he'd have me reneging on my decision to leave him alone. I can still write my books. Sure, they won't have the depth of what they could if I had first-hand knowledge of the adult underworld, but that's okay. Hell, the author of those books that went to film didn't have any first-hand knowledge either, and look how far she got. No, I'll be okay without that. I'll be better off never knowing Pierce Langford in person. I'm sure of that.
Pierce.
I can't believe my eyes as I read what Jade sent me after watching the video of our scene. It had the opposite effect on her. I can see she's gone offline, and it infuriates me for a moment until I realize that I have her phone number. Picking up my cell, I call her obstinate butt. It rings and rings, then I hear her voice. "Pierce?" "Jade," I say, then sigh as I'm relieved she picked up. "Baby, it's so good to hear your voice. It's just as sweet as I dreamed it'd be." "Pierce, I can't." I cut her off. "Please, Jade. Don't make hasty decisions. That scene won't be done right away. You and I will go easy at first. We'll get to know one another and do normal things when we first get together. I promise you that." Her warm voice is laced with curiosity as she asks, "Was that really you?" "It was," I answer her and run my hand through my hair. She has me on pins and needles. It's got me pacing as I talk to her. "Jade, you can trust me. I will never do anything you don't want me to. I will never push you past anything you aren't ready for. You and I will discuss everything in explicit detail. Nothing will come as a shock to you. Please, Jade. I've never felt such urgency for anyone. Not ever. Perhaps that's only because I'm not jumping up and down to do what you want. Perhaps you're right. I have no idea. I only know that you've consumed my thoughts for the last 2 days and my dreams last night. I look forward to sleep tonight, since I'll find you there. Pierce, how can I know I'll be safe with you? Jade, you'll have your cell with you. If I do something to hurt you or make you afraid of me, then you can simply dial 911, and the police will find us and put me away. I'm still unsure if this is something my parents would approve of, she says, sending a flash of anger through me. Are you 12? Do you think you have to let them in on every little detail of your life? Do you honestly believe that they would let you in on their escapades? Be a grown-up, trust your intuition. You're talking to me. You must have more than a bit of curiosity about what I could do for you. I do have that, she confesses. But I have a ton of fear too. Have you never done something you were afraid of? I ask her, knowing full well we all do things we're afraid of. Of course I have. But this is my body I'm putting on the line. That and my sanity. I was mentally involved in that video you sent me. I put myself in the woman's place. I interrupt her, as you should have. I meant for you to get into it and out of your own head. And you did. You never heard her cry out for me to leave her alone, did you? No, she quite liked it, she agrees. She did. And she asked me afterward if I ever thought I'd like to go further. I hear a gasp. Then Jade asks, so you'll be seeing her again? Is that jealousy that I hear quivering in your voice? Because one who cares nothing for another person has no jealousy. Your tone tells me more than your words ever could. Well, you are asking me to come spend a couple of months with you exclusively, are you not? I am. Then you must expect that we might find more than mere intimacy that will bloom between us, Pierce. Dare I remind you that love could be found? Love? I ask, then chuckle. The poor, little naive thing. Yes, love, Pierce. I've never been in love. I've never had intimacy, and I could fall in love with you. I know I could. So, in the vein of being honest, that's what I'm more afraid of than anything else. Falling in love with a man who has walls built around his heart. For you must have them, if you have intimacy with women you care nothing for, and never have any more to do with after your encounters. I sit with a solid thump on my bed and think about what she's said. She could fall in love with me, and that could hurt her. She's right. And now I'm left with nothing. I need to be honest with you, I say, as I pull at a thread on the blanket covering my bed. I'm not afraid of love. I am, however, not in the market for a girlfriend. And spending a couple of months with a woman, any woman, Pierce, would be just like having a girlfriend, or a wife for that matter. And now my wheels are spinning, because I've found something I can do for you. I can test your limits, Pierce. I can push your commitment boundaries, while you push my physical ones. I'm not sure if I want that. But then a bright idea pops into my head to make sure Jade decides to be my girlfriend, or worse, my wife isn't a thing she'd want to be. Okay, let's do that then. We'll have a 24/7 exchange of power for a matter of 2 months. I'll draw up a contract, and you can sign it online before I send the private jet for you. You'll bring nothing with you. As my woman, I'll take complete care of you. And you'll dress the way I want you to. I'll purchase everything you'll need. So you and I will play house for the summer, she asks. You and I will definitely play house. And I'll introduce you to life with me as your husband. A list of rules will be sent to you, so you can read over them and understand what I demand in a wife. Is that what you want, Jade? Yes, it is. Now, I feel as if I can be as useful to you as you'll be to me. Great, I mumble as my mind whizzes with what all I'll have her do as my wife, and we'll see if she falls in love or runs away once our 2 months are up. I'd bet on the latter.
Jade.
Wearing the lavender lace dress Pierce sent me, and the soldered-soled heels that were also in the box, I sit on a comfortable leather seat in the private jet he chartered for me. As we near the state of Oregon, the butterflies I had in my stomach turned into gargoyles, nipping and scratching at my insides as they flew around, tormenting me. I've never been so nervous. My parents believe I'm on a trip to an Oregon forest to meet up with a friend from high school, Jane Porter, who moved to the States shortly after graduation. The truth is, I haven't been in contact with Jane for several years, but she was the only person I could think of who lives in America. They were a bit worried when I told them we'd be staying a couple of months in a remote cabin, alone. Pop told me to watch out for bears and wolves. He never said anything about staying away from dangerous men, though. I've talked to Pierce every day for the last week. I feel as if I truly know the man. But my nerves are acting as if I'm about to meet up with a complete stranger and head off to a desolate place where no one will hear me scream. Which I kind of am doing. My world is about to change. Pierce and I went over every detail. He asked about birth control, and I explained I'd been on the pill for years to manage my cycle. I brought up health concerns, and he promptly visited his doctor for a full checkup. He even sent me a photo of his results, proving he was clear, which eased my worries about moving forward with him. Tonight's the night. I'm stepping into something entirely new. The biggest thing we talked about was how I'd always pictured my first time. I'd imagined it with someone I loved deeply. Pierce suggested we could play that part for each other tonight, here in the cabin, creating a moment that feels real. I've never been one for pretending, but he pointed out that as a writer, I've got the imagination for it. He promised to make it convincing, soft words, tender gestures, to calm my nerves about crossing this threshold, especially with someone I barely know. All last week my mind and body waged war. My head screamed that this was risky, something I shouldn't even consider. But my heart, or maybe something deeper, argued it was a rare opportunity, one I'd regret passing up. Please fasten your seatbelts, we'll be coming in for a landing soon, the pilot says over the speakers. Damn. I mutter as I put my seatbelt back on. I'm not ready. My breathing is getting erratic as my body begins to shake. Wringing my hands as I look out the window at the dark night sky, I can't imagine why I've accepted this invitation. My eyes close as I envision Pierce. He's so damned handsome. And he talks to me in such a nice way. His pressure is subtle, but it's always present. His naturally dominant nature is a thing I thought I'd hate in a person. For some reason, I find it endearing in him. The plane begins its descent, and I grip the armrests as we go down to meet the ground where I'll meet Pierce in the flesh for the first time. Oh my! What have I done? The tires squeal as they hit the pavement of the runway. My heart skips a beat as I realize I'm moments away from Pierce. He said he'd meet me at the airport and take me to sign papers at the Dungeon of Decorum. My picture will be taken, and I'll be safe under the protection of the club. An added bonus is that I'm going to have a temporary membership, which pays me for the 2 months I'm spending with Pierce. I'm getting $60,000 at the end of our vacation. When it's time for me to go back to the UK, then I'm going to stop by the club and sign more papers, terminating my membership only if I want to. Then I'll collect my check and be on my way. Another private jet will take me home. It's a daunting amount of money, and I have no idea how I'll hide the fact I have it from my parents, but I'm excited about the financial gain just the same. It's a pleasant perk, and I hope it will be an excellent experience. The plane stops and the pilot comes back on the speaker. Thank you for traveling with us, Miss Thomas. We hope you enjoy your stay in Oregon. You may exit the plane now. Sighing as I take off my seatbelt, I pick up my purse off the opposite seat and make my way out the door. The pilot has opened. I brought nothing, just as Pierce told me to, except my passport and identification and my cell as well. Other than that, I've left it all up to him to provide me with everything else he deems I should have. Placing myself in his complete care is more than a bit daunting. His list of rules and chores was on the monotonous side. But I think I'll be able to show him that most of those mundane chores won't need to be done daily. I hope so, anyway. As I walk down the set of stairs that's been pushed up to the plane, I see a man standing off to one side. He lifts his hand with a slight wave and asks, "Miss Thomas?" "Yes," I answer as I get to the last stair and step off onto the tarmac. "I'm Jade Thomas. Mr. Langford is waiting for you in the limousine. I'll escort you to him." He walks away, and I follow along behind him, a bit miffed that Pierce didn't bother to come out to meet me. "He stayed in the car, did he?" I mumble to myself. "He was on a conference call," the driver tells me as he continues walking. "It was important that he take the call, ma'am. He'll be out of touch soon, as he'll be with you in a remote section of the state, in a place he has found has limited cell coverage. He told me to extend his apologies to you. He'd have come for you himself if the call hadn't been important." I see. The thought of cell coverage not being good out where we're going has my inner self chiding me about the danger of being so out of touch and all alone with the man I've given permission to test my limits. Am I an idiot? Still, my feet keep taking me toward the man. We go through the airport and out the front doors to find many cabs and a few limos waiting in lines. I follow the driver and see one of the back doors open on a sleek black car, and a tall man with muscles upon muscles gets out. "Pierce," I say breathlessly. He's easily 6 feet 3 inches. His dark hair hangs in loose waves from the top of his head, covering shortly cropped sides and half of his forehead. Plenty of hair to run my fingers through, just as he said. His eyes are bright and shining, the bluish color overwhelms the browns in them. His plump lips are pulled back into a smile, and he's extending both hands to me. "Jade." I quicken my pace to get to him. "Pierce." Our hands entwine as I reach out for him. He's strong as he pulls me close and plants a kiss right on my quivering lips. Sparks flash all through me as our lips touch. I fight the urge to give in to the kiss entirely. Our mouths part and he looks into my eyes. "I'm happy to finally see you in the flesh, baby." "Me too," I say with a sigh, punctuating my short sentence. Pierce moves me to get into the car, and I slide in over the black leather bench seat. He moves in next to me and puts on my seatbelt for me, leaving a kiss on my cheek. I have to keep my precious cargo safe. I giggle and watch him put on his own seatbelt. This is weird. His eyes cloud as he looks at me. "Jade, it's not that weird. People meet online all the time and end up meeting in person. It's advanced, is what it is." I lean into his touch as he gently strokes my cheek. "My goodness, you're beautiful." He's the one who's beautiful. I can't help but scan his face and body. He's wearing a dark blue suit that looks as if it costs hundreds of dollars. He smells like musky leather, and his mere presence fills me with a longing I've never had before. I take his hand in mine and press my lips to the side of it. "I've studied a lot for you. Watched the videos you told me to, in preparation for meeting your needs. All of them. Cooking, cleaning." I lean in close and whisper, "Oral stimulating." "Good girl," he whispers back to me, his tone low and sensual. Our faces are so close he takes my mouth again with a sweet kiss that takes my breath away. No domination is in the kiss, only sweetness. I've kissed men before. Not a hell of a lot, but I have kissed men. But Pierce's kiss is taking me to places none of theirs ever did. His mouth is soft as he kisses me. His hands run over my cheeks, then down to my shoulders where he holds me. When he ends the kiss, we look at one another. "You kiss well, Jade." "As do you," I say, then run my hand over his 5 o'clock shadow. He had a smooth face when I saw the video he made with that woman doing our scene. "You've let your beard grow out some." Taking my hand, he pulls it to his lips, running it back and forth over them, leaving trails of heat behind. I didn't shave this morning, that's all. I thought I might let it grow while we're on vacation. If you hate it, please let me know. I think it makes you look rugged already, I say, then give him a smile. But I'll let you know if it gets out of hand. Please do. He wraps his arm around my shoulders and pulls me close. It's better than I even expected. What is? I ask in confusion. Our spark. I knew we'd have one, but I had no idea it'd be this intense. He gives me a squeeze. This is going to be fun, Jade. I hope he's right.
Pierce.
Honey is Jade's dominant smell. Sweetness exudes from her. Innocence flows off her in waves, and I can't help but get caught up in it. My hand is on the small of her back as I take her into the club, walking through the crowd of people who've gathered for the evening. The main office is upstairs. We have to go to the back of the room to get to them. Are you nervous, Jade? Everyone is so sensual, she whispers. I feel out of place. You shouldn't. You too are sensual. I run my arm around her waist, pulling her close to my side to help ease her tension. Have you noticed the men, and women for that matter, who are looking at you? Her head bobs around a bit as she takes in the people in the crowd. No. You're a real beauty, Jade. Don't doubt that. I pull open the door that hides the stairwell and let her walk ahead of me on the narrow staircase. Up we go. I let her go and wait for her to get 3 steps up before I follow. Her legs are toned and curvy. Creamy thighs peeking out from under the slits in the lavender lace of her dress that's knee-length and flowing. Smooth calves ripple with each step she takes. My eyes move up her body, taking in the curviness of her rounded hips, then her narrow waist, and finally her shoulders. She hits the top step, then stops and turns around, waiting for me to catch up to her. I run my arm back around her waist and hold her tight once more. I love how your body feels, Jade. Thanks, she says shyly. I like how it feels when you hold me. Good, I say, and kiss her pink cheek. Now to the paperwork of this endeavor. Giving a quick knock on the office door, I find a young woman opening it. A smile covers her face as she motions for us to come in. Hello, Mr. Langford. I have to admit, I didn't think I'd ever see you in this office for anything other than paying your dues. She extends her hand to Jade. And you must be Jade Thomas. Call me Betty. Thanks, Betty, Jade says as she shakes her hand. I can't thank you enough for letting me do the paperwork online. All that's left is the real signatures. In this business, one needs the real deal to make it legal, Betty informs us as she leads us to a large oak desk with neatly stacked piles of paper at the corners. Mr. Langford has put the money in an escrow account for you, Jade. Upon completion of the contract, the money will be released to you. And you said you wanted it in the form of a cashier's check, so you can put it into your bank account at home, correct? Correct, Jade says as I help her take a seat in an overstuffed tan leather Queen Anne chair that sits in front of Betty's desk. 60,000. Is that right? Jade's eyes stay glued to Betty, ignoring my smile. No, that's not the amount we have for you, Jade. Betty asks. What? I don't understand, Jade says, then looks at me. We agreed on that amount, Pierce. I run my fingers over her sweet lips to quiet her. Hush, baby. I made an adjustment to the amount. I look at Betty. Tell her what's in escrow for her, please. Betty grins as she says, Mr. Langford has put $1 million into the account, Jade. To say you're one lucky young woman just doesn't seem to cut it, in my opinion. How much? Are you serious? Oh, Pierce, no. I kiss her lips to make her stop talking, then say, I want you to have that money. I won't take no for an answer. You're giving me more than just my fantasy, Jade. Your innocence is a precious gift. I want you to know that I respect you immensely. I don't take what you're doing lightly. I watch her gulp, making her throat bulge as she does. Pierce, that's more money than I expected. Good, I tell her, then kiss the tip of her cute little nose. Because you're more than I expected. Accept the money. With a nod, she accepted it, and Betty pushed the paper over to her for her signature. Smart young lady. The way Jade's hand shakes as she signs the escrow form lets me know how nervous she is. Am I sadistic because her nerves make me happy? Her body is tense, and I know I can change that with some simple kisses and touches. I can take all that nervous energy and convert it into something pleasurable. And soon I will. Betty takes the signed paper and pushes another one to Jade. This is the contract you two have agreed on. Mr. Langford's rules are in it, as we discussed last week. If you'll both sign this for me, you two can be on your way. I watch Jade sign it. Then she pushes it to me. Here, Pierce. Only sign if you're sure about this. I know I might be a disappointment to you. You don't have to go through with it if you don't want to. Moving my hand over hers, I look deep into her eyes, trying to convey my feelings to her as I say, Jade, I am anything but disappointed in you. I'm overjoyed with you. Please don't think any other way. I move my hand off hers, taking the paper and signing it. And with that, we're done and can be on our way. Are you driving out now? Betty asks me as we get up. We are. It's only a little over an hour away. I'm dying to show the cabin to Jade. It's adorable. I run my arm back around Jade as we walk to the door. Betty follows us out. See you back in 2 months, Jade. Good luck, and here's your copy of the contract. She hands Jade a yellow sheet of paper. Our number is on the top. If for any reason you feel unsafe or unhappy about this contract, all you have to do is call. Someone will go and get you. We take care of all our members. You're never really alone in this. Jade nods. That's nice to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Betty. See you in a couple of months, I say, then lead Jade out. The door closes behind us and I lean in close. Baby, you're going to have the time of your life. I promise you that. I can feel heat radiating off her as she looks at me and takes my face between her clammy palms. Pierce, I'm more afraid than I've ever been. You shouldn't be. Things are going to be great. Try to calm down. I'll grab you a drink if you want one for the drive out. I kiss her cheek again in an attempt to help her. I could probably use one. I'm on pins and needles. All that energy is making me want her. I've never had anyone so keyed up about me. It's a turn on. A huge turn on, and my body is pulsing with the need to feel her. But I must wait. The night I have planned is special. I don't want to jump the gun and take away from her first experience with intimacy.
Jade.
Holding a crystal glass of Hennessy Parody in my now unshaking hand, I look out the window as Pierce drives us down some lonesome road that leads us into a thick forest. It's so dark out here. It is. The city lights won't interfere with our view of the stars, Pierce says, then takes my hand and holds it on the console between us. How do you feel since you've taken a few sips of the cognac, baby? Less tense, I tell him. I'm sorry for being such a baby about this. I know you've never experienced anyone like me. I hope it's not off-putting for you. Far from it. I find it absolutely fantastic. Your raw energy is a total turn-on. If you want to know the truth, I've never been this keyed up about anything I've done before. He looks at me and gives me a wink. So we're both about to have first-time experiences. That should make me feel better about things, but it doesn't. Who cares if he's never had someone like her? Pierce has had tons of other women, with more experience than most. I take another small sip of the drink, and peer out the window at the giant trees. The headlights shine on as he slows to take a turn down a dirt road. This is way the heck out here, isn't it? He nods. It's remote, the way I told you it'd be. But we have all we'll need to get by for the next 2 months without having to venture back to town. So we're really going to stay out here all that time, secluded? I ask as I see a quaint-looking cabin with a porch light on. Secluded is what you wanted, Jade. You wanted no one to know what we're up to after all. No one will hear us way out here. He smiles and squeezes my hand. I suppose he reassures me, but it has the opposite effect on me. We're out in the middle of nowhere. Pierce told me he's already been out here and prepared a playroom for us filled with all kinds of what he calls toys that I tend to think of as torture devices. Pulling to a stop, he turns the car off and we get out. He moves to my side quickly and drapes his arm around my shoulders. Everything is here, ready for us. My heart's beating like crazy. I'm so excited, Jade. One more sip helps me to get the shaking under control before it has a chance to start again. I am too, Pierce. I really am. You did remember to get me a couple of notebooks and pens to write with, didn't you? Of course. I know you need your creative outlet. He kisses my cheek, then unlocks the front door, and I find darkness greeting me. With the flip of a switch, a cozy living area is lit up by a chandelier made out of a wagon wheel. Neat, I say as I look around. A white stone fireplace is in a corner. The sofa and one chair are covered in an off-white burlap-looking material that's covered with soft chenille throws. Pierce flips another switch on the panel of them that's right by the door, and the kitchen is lit up. A series of lights over the bar come on, making the small but modern kitchen glow. We have a full kitchen for you to learn how to cook in. And I've purchased a complete set of videos to help you learn how to do that to please your man. Your man being me. He pulls me in front of him and gives me a long kiss that has my knees going weak. When he lets my mouth go, I whisper, I need to set this drink down. He moves with me still in his arms, dancing me to the bar, which is the only thing separating the kitchen from the living area. I place the half-empty glass on it, and he takes my arms, running them around his neck. Do you like it? With a nod, I answer him, I do. It's super cute. Wanna see more? He kisses the top of my head as I nod. Then off we go, down a small hallway. He stops at the first door. This is one of the 3 bathrooms. This one is only a half bath. He pushes the door, and I find a toilet and a wash basin. Oh, it's for company. Not that we'll have any, I say as I look at the blue walls and the small painting of an owl that hangs over the toilet. We move on to the next door, and he opens it. Our bedroom, he says as he turns on the light, revealing a queen-sized bed with a light blue comforter on it. 4 fluffy pillows are at the top, and it looks cozy and comfy. The closet has both of our clothes in it, and so does the dresser. It's nothing like my place, but I think it'll do for us for the next couple of months. In my research about adult underworld relationships, most times the people don't sleep together, I say as he takes me back into the hallway. And usually, I'd adhere to that. This house has only 2 bedrooms, and I had to adjust the second one to fit our unique needs. Pierce pushes open the door across the hallway, and I see exactly what he means. Oh my. His hand moves over my butt in a rubbing fashion. You like? What's not to like? I say with a hushed voice. The bed that has a cage beneath it? The rack that looks as if it's from medieval times? Or the 2 ropes that hang from hooks on the ceiling? With a chuckle that sounds light-hearted, Pierce says, you should open the closet. I walk away from him to do that, and find assorted things hanging along the wall in the closet. A long whip, a various assortment of floggers, paddles, and then I see a small dresser and open the top drawer to find the things I think must be nipple clamps, some small glass bowl things, and several pairs of handcuffs. I suppose you've thought of it all, Pierce. Open the next drawer, he directs me. I do, and find a few dildos of various sizes. How thoughtful. His chuckle turns into a laugh, and he comes to pick me up in his arms. Your humor is adorable. I love it. He carries me to the bed. This is called a bondage bed. I can restrict your movements using all sorts of things with this. I can tie you down or use the chains to hold you up. Your head can go in here, your hands here. He points to the holes in the bed rails. How fun, I say with sarcasm lacing my voice. He growls at me. It will be fun with me teaching you, Jade. Just wait and see. My stomach turns to jelly as his growled words hit my ear, making it tickle and tingle. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I nuzzle into his broad chest. You know, Pierce, you might just be right. I feel different with you. A way I've never felt before. Trusting? He asks as he nudges my head to get me to raise it and look at him. Oddly, yes. It's not odd at all. I'm trustworthy. Have I lied to you yet? No. And I totally thought I'd find something about your appearance that was not what you claimed it to be. Like that, you'd be short or have a bad side of your handsome face that you kept hidden in the video. But I'm not short and my face looks the same on both sides, he says as he walks to the door. By the way, the other door leads to a small bathroom with a stand-up shower. The master bedroom has a very nice private bath with a deep spa tub and another shower with a large shower head. I foresee many a joint bath and shower for us in the months ahead. Staying perfectly still as that all sinks in, I come to a realization. No one has ever seen me without any clothes, I say with sudden nerves. Coming back to me, he takes my hand and pulls me close. So I'll be the first. Lucky me. His mouth hovers near mine without taking it. So many things I will become to you, Jade Thomas. Your first romantic partner. Your first partner in intimate experiences that will blow your mind. And the first person to set eyes on that magnificent body of yours. My cup runneth over. Biblical terms are not a thing I thought I'd hear coming from your lips. I'm a man with many surprises. And I'd like to surprise you, Jade. But only if you feel up to it. The pounding of my heart is so loud, I know he must hear it. Where do we start, Pierce? With me feeding you dinner. Then we'll take a nice long bath, where you'll begin to feel comfortable with my hands moving all over your body. And after that, if you want to, I'll take you to the bed and make love to you. But only if you're ready, Jade. You must be truthful with me at all times. Remember the contract. It's in effect now. I can be truthful, Pierce. And the truth is, that sounds divine.
Pierce.
Drops of warm water fall from the shower head as I watch Jade. She opted for this instead of a bath, which I think is adventurous for her, no bubble-filled tub to hide her body from me. I must admit, I appreciate the subtle display she's giving, even if she's unaware of it. A delicate white undergarment is revealed. Her waist is slender, her hips curved. Beautiful, I say, expressing my genuine admiration. A slight frown appears on her face. Pierce, do you truly find my body beautiful, or are you just saying that to persuade me? Firstly, I don't need to persuade you. We have an agreement. Secondly, I offer compliments only when they are sincere. So please join me in this warm shower. It's just that I feel my hips are too wide, she says softly. They are perfect. Now please join me. She sighs and unfastens her undergarment, letting it fall to the floor. I can't help but admire her form. Lovely. Her cheeks flush, and she removes her remaining garment, revealing her natural form. This is me, Pierce. What you see is what you get. Exceptional. Now, come join me, and let me appreciate your presence, Jade. Her steps are hesitant and slow. Will this be where? Number. Come now. She lowers her gaze and enters the shower, stopping just before me. She won't meet my eyes. I gently lift her chin, and our eyes connect. I can see her vulnerability in her expression. I'm nervous. I understand. There's no need to be. What we'll experience will be pleasurable. I gently touch her arms. Her lip trembles, so I offer a soft kiss. When she embraces me, I'm pleased she's relaxing. My hands explore her form gently. I want her to become comfortable with my touch. Her response is initially reserved, so I kiss her gently, encouraging her to relax. She begins to respond, and her hands trace patterns on my back as she draws closer. I can feel her warmth. She's slightly shorter than me, so I lift her slightly. A feeling of closeness develops. I move with her until the wall supports us, allowing me to deepen our embrace. She vocalizes softly, and our kiss deepens as she becomes more comfortable. She pulls away slightly, breathing quickly. Pierce, Relax, I whisper and kiss her neck. Her body responds, and she vocalizes softly in my ear. The desire to move forward is strong, but I restrain myself. I must be patient. Please take me to the other room, she whispers in my ear. I'm ready. I quickly turn off the water and help her to her feet. That went well. She turns away from me, gets out of the shower, picks up a towel, and then dries off as she gazes at me. Your presence is captivating, and your form is quite remarkable. Let's just say presence. I prefer that. I step out of the shower and gently take the towel to dry her. Let's minimize the laundry, shall we? Yes, and other things, she says, moving closer and placing her arms around my neck. We have an agreement, and I'm quite eager to begin. I lift her and carry her to the bed. Her hair frames her face. I kiss her before placing her on the bed. She looks up at me, a slight hesitation in her expression. Jade, this will be a significant experience for you. Are you ready? She nods. I trust you, Pierce. I place my hand gently on her. This moment will be memorable for you, Jade. You will remember this experience. I will be a part of your memory. Her eyes glisten. That's meaningful, Pierce. You are about to experience a profound connection. Allow me to guide you. We will share an experience that transcends the physical. It will be a mutual exchange, fulfilling you in ways you may not have anticipated. She vocalizes softly as I touch her gently. Pierce, I believe this is the right decision. I agree. Now allow me to focus my attention and please express your feelings. Pierce, your words, please, she says softly. Very well. I touch her gently, seeking to heighten her sensations. Her soft vocalizations encourage me to continue. I continue, seeking to increase her sensations gradually. Her reactions are encouraging. I introduce a slight variation, and she reacts strongly. Oh, Pierce, that feels intense. I pause and gently touch her. You feel responsive, Jade. She vocalizes as I continue. I pause and gently touch her, seeking to ease the intensity. Forgive me, Jade. Forgive you. I was experiencing something intense. I thought I caused you discomfort, so I paused. I suppress a smile as she moves restlessly on the bed. I didn't want you to stop. It was powerful. Very well. I'll remember that for next time, Jade. She will appreciate this experience later.
Pierce.
A soft breeze blows past my face, waking me up from a dreamless and deep sleep. I catch the blue blanket as it falls back over me, and then turn my head to see Jade walking with an odd gait toward the bathroom. A smile drifts across my lips as I recall just why she's walking so funny. I made her mine. Jade felt so different in my arms last night. No one has ever felt like that. Her face seemed so familiar as we made love. And she was so comfortable with me that she felt at ease telling me how I'd changed at one point in our intimate moments. I'd turned it around, made it about me for a moment, and she pointed it out to me in a way that didn't make me irritated in the least. Hopping out of bed, I hurried to the kitchen to grab us a couple of bottles of juice and breakfast bars. I think Jade deserves a little breakfast in bed for being such an active participant in last night's activities. As I get back to the bedroom, she's coming out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her. Lose the towel. She smiles shyly at me. Good morning. How'd you sleep? Making my way to her, I kiss her cheek, which is red from my beard. I slept better than I have in forever. And you? Like the dead, she says, then points at the bottles of juice. Is that apple? It is, I say as I hand it to her. And I have apple cinnamon breakfast bars too. Care for a snuggle and some breakfast in bed. Taking the bottle of juice from me, she drops the towel that's covering her and sachets her fine self back to the bed. If you want to, then I do. I want to. I so want to. And I have to say, you've conquered the waddle you left the room with. Way to go. I climb into the bed and pull the blanket up to cover us both. You saw that? She asks as she looks down with embarrassment. How horrible. It was cute and real. I'd imagine you're very sore in that area. Did you find the aspirin in the medicine cabinet? I ask as I pull her to me after she takes a long drink of the juice. I did. And I noticed the plethora of other things in there. The painkillers, the antibiotic salves, the bandages. Just how much do you plan on torturing my flesh, Pierce? Her expression is amused rather than frightened, which I find myself happy about. All of that isn't for things of that nature, Jade. I opened the package the breakfast bar was in and handed it to her. Eat this. I want you to have something in your stomach before I have my way with you again. How generous, she quips, then takes a bite. So, why do you have all of that stuff then? We're out here in the middle of nowhere. We could get into poison ivy, and I brought medication for that. You could trip and scrape your knee, so I brought the antibiotic ointment with a pain reliever if something like that might happen. It's always better to be prepared, in my opinion. Jade snuggles into my side as she sips on her juice and munches on her breakfast. You're an exceptionally thoughtful man, Pierce. I'm lucky to be out here in the wilderness with such a man as yourself. Being secluded with you doesn't feel bad at all. I'm pleased to hear that, I say, finishing my meal and drink, eager to continue our closeness. Let's not linger. I have plans for this morning. Oh, she asks, finishing her meal. And what might those be? I thought we could explore our connection further. Her eyes brighten, and she moves closer. Is this the position you had in mind? I gently guide her, and she settles close. A slight expression crosses her face. A little sensitive? I ask. She nods. But it's improving, thanks to you. Now, should we proceed quickly or slowly? I guide her movements again. I'll set the pace, but please let me know if you experience any discomfort. I can assure you, any initial discomfort won't deter me. I'm quite eager to continue our intimacy. Her smile is genuine. She moves with me, and I appreciate the closeness. You seem to appreciate my physique, I observe. I do, she says, looking at me. And thank you again for last night. It was memorable. Your words were touching. You reciprocated them, if I recall. So do you still feel the same way, Jade? I ask, smiling. She hesitates, then meets my gaze. I do, Pierce. I care for you. And you. And if I say yes, then what? Her smile widens. Then I'll dedicate myself to making you happy. I guide her movements, and the words come naturally. I care for you, Jade. And for the next 2 months, we can explore that connection. She moves with me. For the next 2 months, we're close. I close my eyes, considering this. This wasn't part of my plan. This closeness wasn't anticipated. But it feels natural. I wonder if my feelings are genuine. I question the depth of this connection. She vocalizes softly, and I open my eyes. She looks at me. May I show my affection? Who am I to refuse? Please proceed. Jade leans in, kissing me, her touch gentle. She mimics a deeper intimacy. Like that, she asks. Perfectly, I reply, kissing her forehead. She moves to express her affection. I watch as she shows her affection. Her touch is warm, and I vocalize softly. Her movements are pleasurable. She takes my hands, intertwining our fingers. This intimacy is new to me. I don't usually engage in this way. This is different. This is pushing my boundaries. But I agreed to explore new experiences with her. Today I'll remain this way, loving and sweet. Tomorrow will start a new day. A day when her limits will begin to be tested. And I have a feeling she's got more in her than she's aware of. Jade begins to express her affection, creating a sensation that sends shivers through me. Oh, Jade, yes. Jade, I exclaim. I sit up and gently pull her closer, kissing her with a deep and passionate kiss. I feel a strong desire for her. Jade, I feel a strong connection with you. She nods, watching me. You're intense, Pierce. A force I am drawn to. I am myself, Jade. Try as you might. I believe I will influence you as much as you influence me. How are you feeling, Jade? Completely overwhelmed. This is beyond anything I imagined. You mean everything to me. And you, everything to me. I gently rest beside her. My heart races for reasons beyond the physical. There's more here than I anticipated. This connection is more complex than I thought.
Jade.
Bacon fries in a pan that Pierce found for me to cook it in. I've never cooked bacon, or much of anything else for that matter. The smoke it's creating is getting thick, and I find Pierce coming out of the hallway, waving his hand in front of his face. What the hell, Jade? It's smoking. Does this always happen when one makes bacon? No, it does not. He moves past me and hits a button on the thingy over the stove. The sound of a fan comes on, and the smoke starts drifting up to the thing over the stove. In no time at all, the smoke's gone. And Pierce is giving me a stern look. You've burnt the bacon. He moves the sizzling pan off the burner and turns back to look at me. Do you really mean to tell me that something as simple as making 4 slices of bacon is beyond you? His tone is harsh, and I'm taking offense by it. With my hands on my hips, I remind him, I told you I didn't know how to cook. I wasn't lying to you. Pierce huffs and opens one of the cabinets next to the stove. This is where the cooking utensils are. Grab another pan, and let's see if I can teach you how to make a simple breakfast without burning down the house, shall we? I lean over and look for a pan, similar to the one I seem to have burnt up. A solid smack lands on my butt, and I yelp and stand up. Hey! His grin is cocky as he says, perhaps that'll help you remember where the pots and pans are. I rub my butt as it stings a bit, and go back to finding a pan. With one in my hand, I find another smack lands on my butt. Hey! I turn around with the pan in my hand, and shake it at him. Not smart to smack the butt of someone who has a pan in her hand, Pierce. I'm so afraid, he says mockingly. Now turn the temperature down on the burner, and place the pan on it, please. Now that's a much better tone, Pierce. So I put the pan on top of the medium-heated burner, and now I'll place 4 more strips of bacon in the pan, correct? Yes. And use this thing here. He pulls something out of a drawer that's next to the stove. These are called tongs. You'll use these to turn the bacon over a few times to make sure it cooks evenly. Got it. I think so, I say as I take them from him, then use them to even out the bacon I've placed in the pan. Now, onto the eggs, he says as he points at the cupboard. In there you'll find bowls. Get one out so you can place the eggs in it so you can scramble them. I open the door and find a ton of bowls. What size should I get? Use your brain, Jade. You'll be scrambling 6 eggs. How big of a bowl do you think it'll take? I pick up a rather small one. Do you suppose this size will do? No. What do you think? He points to the bacon that's beginning to sizzle in the pan. And you should see to those. Damn. I hurry to turn over the raw bacon and look at him. It's not even cooked on that side. I didn't say it was. I merely told you to check on it. You'll need to learn how to do several things at once while checking on the progress of food that's already cooking. With a huff, I go to get the eggs out of the fridge and break 6 of them into the bowl, where they fit perfectly. Ha! Just the right size. I grin at Pierce, who I find laughing at me. Try to stir them without making a mess, Jade. Opening the drawer with the utensils in it, I take out a spoon, to which I find him clearing his throat.
What? Use a fork, baby.
Putting the spoon back, I grab a fork and start to stir the eggs, which quickly splash out of the bowl. Damn. It's too small. Why didn't you tell me? Because I can tell you every little thing, or you can learn it on your own. So now what should you do? His grin only serves to piss me off. Get another damn bowl. I gripe as I get another slightly larger one out, pour the eggs into it, and then begin to beat the hell out of them. Bacon, he says as he leans against the bar. I stop what I'm doing, go to the pan and turn over the bacon, which is nicely browned on one side. Oh, that's a nice color. I like that. It is nice. Back to the eggs. And you should think about what you're going to use to cook them in, he adds. A pan, a pot, a dish? I look to him for an answer, and he just shakes his head. I'll let you decide. Once I had the best eggs, and they tasted like bacon. So I decide I'm going to cook them in the same pan I'm cooking the bacon in. We'll see if he tries to stop me. Will there be toast? He asks me. I think there should be. Any idea where the bread might be? I ask. I'll give you a hint. It's in the kitchen. He laughs at his clever joke, and I scowl at him. With the eggs looking all yellow, I leave the bowl and go on the hunt for the elusive loaf of bread. I go through every cabinet, then open a door and find a pantry full of food. Well, of course. I grab the bread, then look around and see a toaster next to the stove. Placing pieces in all 4 slots on the toaster, I almost push the button down, then stop. I'll wait for the rest of the food to get ready before I make them. Great idea. Pierce crosses his legs and his arms as he leans back and watches me. I turn the bacon, finding it cooked, and have no idea what I should do with it. Then I decide I'll just make our plates. Grabbing 2 plates from the cabinet I found them in when I made my search for the bread, I picked up the bacon, laying 2 strips on each plate. But I find grease pooling around them, and never recall getting a plate with grease around the bacon before. I searched the kitchen and found paper towels that I used to clean the grease up, and now things look right again. I pour the eggs into the greasy pan, and stir them so they begin to look like the finished product. Thinking they seem almost done, I hit the button to start making the toast, and in no time at all, I have the 3 things I need for our breakfast. Spooning a few more eggs onto his plate, I grab the toast that's popped up and put it on our plates, then get the butter and some grape jelly from the fridge and fix up the toast. Before I add the jelly to him, I ask, "Jelly for you, Pierce?" "No, thank you. I like butter only." He smiles at me, and it makes my heart skip a beat. He's happy with what I've done, and as silly as it is, it makes me happy too. I take the plates to the small dining table and turn back to him. "Would you like milk to drink with this or something else?" "Milk is fine." He stays where he is, still leaning against the bar as I pour the 2 glasses of cold milk. I place them next to our plates, go to get silverware and napkins and place them next to the plates. "Care to join me, Pierce?" "Thank you, I'd love to," he says, then comes to the table, pulling out a chair and gesturing for me to take the seat. I do, and find him leaving a kiss on top of my head. "This looks great, baby." With a sigh, I say, "Thank you." Before he takes his seat, he goes to the cabinet next to the stove and pulls out salt and pepper shakers. You only forgot this. But all in all, not a bad job. I'm reminded of the book I read where the partner forgot the salt, earning her a spanking. I giggle a little as he sits down. I suppose that's earned me a punishment. Not today. If you forget tomorrow, it might. He puts his finger on the tip of my nose. Today is a learning day. No punishments. But try to listen and grasp what I like, so things will go easier. With a nod, I pick up the bacon and take a bite. Yum. I did good. He takes a bite of the eggs and nods. You did. I'll make a respectable cook out of you yet, Jade. As we sit and eat, I notice how content I feel. It's such a little thing, and yet I feel great for being able to do it. Odd. Do you think we could go for a walk after breakfast? It looks lovely outside. I jerk my head to the window over the sink, where the sun is shining through a cluster of tall trees. I think that's a great idea. And there's a lake not too far away, where we can take a nice long swim. I'm dying to see you in the red bikini I bought for you. My lips cock up to one side as I think about him buying me clothes. Did you put a lot of thought into what you bought me? He drinks some milk as he nods. Every piece has thought that went into it. The color of your hair and eyes and the creaminess of your skin were always in my mind as I found the things I wanted to see you in. It was one long day of shopping, but I found it more enjoyable than I thought it'd be. Again, I'm reminded of how thoughtful he is. It's a shame he doesn't want a real girlfriend. He'd make a great boyfriend.
Pierce.
The afternoon sun glistens off the blue water that laps at the rocky shoreline. Jade, she steps free of her shorts and pulls the little white tank top off, revealing the red bikini I got her. My mouth waters as I look her over, then let out a wolf whistle. Her cheeks turn to a color that matches her bathing suit. Spying a high rock we can jump off of, I run up and pick her up, then start making the trek up the slope. Her arms wrap around my neck as she giggles. And we're going where? You'll find out. You're going to have to trust me, Jade. I nip at her lower lip, making her yelp. Higher we go, until we're at the peak of the boulder that hovers over the lake's edge. Oh no, Pierce. Oh yes, Jade. I kiss her lips for only a moment. Hang on tight. She closes her eyes tightly and hangs on as she buries her head in my chest. Oh my, please don't let us die. And off the rock, I jump. Soaring through the air, then falling to the water below, I howl and Jade screams. We hit the water feet first, and I quickly kicked us back up to the surface. Jade gasps as the air hits us. I shout, that was awesome. Let's do it again. Jade lets me go, breaking away from me as she swims for the shore. No way. I swim after her. You're right, let's don't do that again. Look, there's a rope swing. She speeds up, trying to get away from me, but I catch her easily and laugh at her as she sniffles. Water went straight up my nose. So hold it next time. We're going off the rope swing, Tarzan style. No, she shouts as I carry her out of the water. Yes. I say, and throw her over my shoulder, taking her to the pieces of wood that serve as a ladder up to the rope that's tied to a sturdy limb. Up I go, carrying her fireman style as she pounds her small fists on my back and screams, do it without me. I'm scared, Pierce. When I get to the top, I pull her off my shoulder and hold her by the waist. It's not fun without you, baby. Now hold on to my neck with one arm. And I guess you should hold your nose with your left hand and take a deep breath just before we hit the water. Oh, Pierce, please don't make me, she whines, making me laugh. I point at the way back down, which looks a hell of a lot more treacherous than the jump into the peaceful azure water below us. You really want to go back down that way, baby? Her eyes grow large as she looks down. Damn. Does that mean you'll be joining me? I ask with a grin. Her arm goes around my neck, her hand goes to her nose, and she gives me a nod. I guess so. Looking down, I say, I think we're high enough that we might be able to do a turn or two before hitting the water. You game? Hell no. That's what I thought. Okay, just a simple straight jump, feet first, just like before, only we'll be swinging from a rope. I grip her tightly and pull back on the rope. Then we fly out over the water as she screams bloody murder. I'm almost out of breath when we come up to the surface, and her little wet head pops up just after mine does. She's hanging on to me as the water's deep, and I can't touch the bottom. I tread water as I hold her, and then I have the urge to kiss her. The tension melts from her body, and she returns my kiss. A rush surges through me as I swim toward the shore, my feet finding the sandy bottom. I hold her close, her legs wrapping around me as our kiss deepens. I'm caught off guard when her hands draws me near of my trunks. I shift her bikini aside and press closer, drawing a sharp breath from her at the sudden closeness. Pierce, what you do to me is so strange, she says, her eyes searching mine. Is this how it always feels? I'd be lying if I said it was. There's something special between us, Jade, some real chemistry. Honestly, I've never felt this before. I brush her dark hair back, surprised at how much I'm letting her in. I hope you find this again after we're done. But truth is, it might take a lot of searching to match what we've got. She nods, resting her head on my shoulder, her body moving gently against mine. I guide her by the waist, rocking her back and forth, and feel a faint trickle down my back. A soft sniffle escapes her, and I realize she's crying. She's falling in love with me. I know she is. I should stop this. We have 2 months, and that's all. That's all I ever wanted. A nice long taste of her, and then I can move on to the next thing. I'll give her this day and night, but tomorrow I'll change. I'll be demanding, turn on the dom inside me, and that should help her to see me as the real man I am. This isn't me at all. Not that I'm faking, exactly. It's just that I know I can't keep this up. I move her body, until I feel her breathing go shallow, and her heart pounds against my chest. Then she pulls back and looks at me. The telltale signs of the tears are still on her face. I love you, Pierce. With a gulp I say, I love you, Jade. You want to go back to the cabin now? She shakes her head. No, I want to jump off that rock with you again. And then I want you to teach me how to do flips off the rope swing. I laugh as we head out of the water, and can't ignore the fact that with her simple gesture, she's made a chip in the armor that's shielded my heart for the last few years. After this, we can go back and make some lunch. I'm dying to find out if you can actually make a sandwich, I tell her, then smack her butt as she runs out of the water ahead of me. Ow, she shouts as she grabs her butt. I can make a sandwich, Pierce. You'll see. Now come on, hurry up. It's cold when we're out of the water. I'll give you a lift. Her laughter fills my head and my heart. And now, I'm the one who's afraid.
Jade.
Crisp evening air moves in as a breeze ushers in the night through the tall trees that dance with the wind. Pierce and I lie in the hammock that hangs between a couple of trees. Lying on his chest as we begin to swing with the rush of air, I sigh as it's time to go inside and make dinner. The day was perfect. We swam and played, and I've never felt so comfortable with anyone in my life. We made love several times when the urge hit either of us. I felt like we were castaways on a deserted island, a place I couldn't imagine wanting to leave. I'll go in and start dinner. I have that video to watch so I can see how to make ratatouille, I say as I place my hand on Pierce's chest to push myself up. His lips press against the side of my head. I have a couple of steaks in the fridge. I tell you what. You pop a couple of big potatoes in the microwave for 20 minutes. Wash them first, then poke holes in them with a fork. I'll fire up the grill and make the steaks on it. And there's a package of pre-made salad you can toss into a bowl. How about that, baby? I have to fight the tears that threaten me back. I think that sounds lovely, sweetie. I'll get to that then. Before I can climb off the hammock, he pulls me back and kisses me with a sweet kiss. I love you, Jade. I melt into him and whisper, and I love you. Once he lets me go, I quickly walk away, keeping my back to him as tears run down my cheeks. Perhaps the start of the adult underworld stuff will harden my heart against him. One can hope. The way I feel now has me left with little doubt that leaving him at the end of 2 months will be hard to do. But he seems set on that being the end of it all. I can't allow myself to get in too deeply. It's going to be hard enough as it is. I wipe the tears away and feel his hands on my hips. I love the way your hair looks when it dries naturally. It's all wavy and soft. You're naturally sensual, Jade. With a sigh I reply, is that so? It is so, my little Brit. He pulls me up, carrying me once again. He seems to love to do that. Into the house we go, and he plants my feet in the kitchen. Thanks for the ride, Pierce. I'll get to work. You do that. And so will I. He pulls a long-handled lighter from one of the drawers. I'll be back for the steaks shortly. Moving about the kitchen, I find the bag of potatoes and pull out a couple of nice-sized ones. When I was washing them, I found a small microwave-safe dish to put them in and poke holes in them the way he told me to. Setting them in the microwave, I catch a glimpse of Pierce as he starts the fire in a propane barbecue pit on the porch. A huge burst of flames comes out of the pit, and I see Pierce's shirt sleeve is on fire. Grabbing a kitchen towel, I hurry out to him, finding him running. Roll, Pierce. He's actually fanning the flame in his panic, making it even bigger. I haul ass to get to him as he's running in crazy circles. Managing to catch him, I push him to the ground somehow and put the flames out with a kitchen towel as he shouts curse words and looks wild-eyed. We look at one another as we both catch our breath. Thanks. I laugh and smile as we sit up. Pushing up what's left of the sleeve, I see Pierce's skin is only slightly pink. Come on. Let's get some of that antibiotic cream on this. I get up and offer him a hand, which he takes. You sure did think quickly. How'd you know I'd caught myself on fire, baby? I was watching you out the window. Some luck, huh? The way you were headed, I think you might have caught the forest on fire if I hadn't tackled you. I laugh, but see him looking at me with wonder in his eyes. Yeah, I wonder how the hell you managed that. I don't know. My adrenaline kicked in. Call me the Hulk if you want to, I say as I continue to laugh. My little angel. My strong little angel, he mutters as I lead him into the house and to the bathroom. I'm sure you were thrown off by being so panic-stricken, I offer him as an excuse as to why I knocked him down so easily. Sit on the toilet, and I'll tend to your burn. I put the lid down, and he takes a seat. Panic-stricken? He asks. I don't think I was all that panicked. No, of course you weren't, I say with a soft voice as I rub an alcohol wipe over his pink-tinged skin. Ow. Damn, baby. Sorry, I know it burns. I blow across the surface of his poor pink skin. Is that better? He nods and I put the cream on it, sure the burn will stop hurting with the painkiller in it. I turn to find some gauze and wrap it loosely around his forearm. I bet that'll be better in a couple of days. Don't you? I ask him. I look to find him gazing at me. Huh? Oh yeah, a couple of days. He pushes my hair back as it's fallen into my face. Thanks, Jade. Really? Not a big deal, sweetie. I'm sure if I were on fire, you'd help me too. I kiss his cheek. How about you rest on the sofa and read a bit while I figure out how to make the dinner? I can YouTube it or something. I think you just left the propane on too long. I'll shut it off and let it air out before I try to light it again. I pull his hand and he gets up, allowing me to lead him to the living room. No, I'm not that hurt, Jade. I can still do it. I think you're right. I left the propane on too long. I can deal with that. Let's get back to the way I planned things in the first place. Fiasco over. Back to business as usual, he says, then laughs. You sure, sweetheart? I can figure it out while you drink a beer. I saw the fridge that's out in the garage, it's filled with them. It is. I guess the owner left it. I could use one. But bring it to me outside. I'm not about to turn into a big baby over a little burn. Even though I did see my life flash before my eyes. With a nod, I head to the kitchen and out the door that goes off it that leads to the garage. Grabbing him a beer, I make my way back out to him, finding him being very careful as he makes a second attempt at lighting the fire. When he gets it done easily this time, we both breathe sighs of relief. Handing him the beer, I say, you know what? You told me I'd like serving and doing things for someone if I cared about them. You were right about that. What kind of salad dressing would you like? Ranch, he says, then winks at me. Tomorrow, we'll start your training. Testing your limits. What do you think about that? I think I'm getting excited about it. I want to start working on small parts of the scene you wrote for me. Maybe you can tie me up the way you planned. And give you a small dose of what the flogger can do for you? He asks with raised brows. I like that idea. And tonight, when we go to bed, get a little rough with me if you'd like to. I kind of like it when you smack my butt. I shake it as I walk back inside to deal with the rest of dinner. His growl follows me and sends a shiver down my spine. I've just signed up for a little rough play tonight. I hope I'm not moving too fast. But damn it, his hand on my butt drives me crazy in a good way. Starting the potatoes in the microwave, I turn around to find Pierce standing on the other side of the bar, staring at me. Are you real, Jade? With a giggle I say, Are you high, Pierce? I am, he says with a nod. I'm high on you. And I see it there, twinkling in the depths of his bright eyes. It's a bit more than interest, it's curiosity mixed with something much deeper than that. Could this go past the 2-month mark? Would that be a thing he'd allow?
Pierce. Moonlight is all we have, lighting up the bedroom where Jade waits for me, writing away in one of the notebooks I brought for her. As I walk out of the bathroom, she puts it away in the drawer of the nightstand and pushes the blanket off her bare breasts. Her golden eyes sparkle as she holds out her arms to me. Climbing into bed after a quick shower, I rest my head on the pillows. Reading in this low light is bad for your eyes, baby. She moves her hand over the tattoo that's on my left pec and says, I wasn't reading, I was writing. Now, about this lovely piece of art on your chest. I know this is a tribal tattoo, but I can't read the small letters along this one line. What's written there, Pierce? That's my grandfather's name, Archie. He passed away a couple of years ago from a heart attack. It was sudden and shocking. I had it added a few months after that. I put my hand over hers as she caresses my chest. She nods at the tattoo on my right bicep. And why'd you get that one? It's a dragon, and the story behind that one isn't great, but I share it anyway. I was 18, drunk at the time, and I like dragons. She laughs and moves her free hand over it. I'm too afraid to get a tattoo. If you want one, I could go with you and hold your hand to help you through it, I offer. She shakes her head. My parents would lose it. I couldn't do that. Jade, you're almost 24. Don't you think it's time they stopped calling all the shots? A faint smile curves her full lips as she nods. It should be, shouldn't it? I'm their only child, and sometimes it feels like I'll always be their little girl, not an adult with my own mind. If it's something you really want, I'll make it happen before you leave. But it's your call, completely up to you. Just know I'll be there, holding your hand through it, okay? She nods, then brushes her lips along my neck. Want to play? You sure? I ask, pressing a gentle kiss to her cheek. Green means I'm caught up in it and loving it. Yellow means ease up a little, and red means stop right away. I think I'm ready for something a bit intense, Pierce. Are you? With a low hum, I shift, leaning over her and murmur, Baby, I'm always ready. She giggles, and I shake my head. Oh, no laughing. It breaks the mood a bit. Her gaze locks with mine, as I focus on what I want to share with her. Your eyes are burning, Pierce. I'm getting warmed up for you, Jade. Her hand slides up my neck, 2 fingers resting where my pulse beats. Your heart's racing. Thinking about teasing you is getting me going. I see her swallow hard, and I relish her reaction. Your voice has a dark edge to it, Pierce. That's because I'm letting out the wild side I keep tucked away, Jade. Oh my. With a swift motion, I turn over, pull her across my lap, and deliver a firm tap. You forgot to set out the salt and pepper at breakfast. A peal of laughter escapes her. Oh, Pierce, anything but that. How about when I argued with you at the lake about jumping in? I give her another light swat. That's for laughing. She squirms a little, kicking her feet. Ow. Another gentle tap follows. That's for wiggling and kicking. Hold still. I add one final tap. Oh. One more lands. That's for pounding on my back when I carried you up the ladder for the rope swing. Another follows. And that's for resisting when I suggested the rock jump. That stung. I tap her again. That's for the outburst. Ouch. She earns one more. Still talking, Jade. She goes quiet, still incompletely, her skin flushed from the exchange. I give her one final tap, unannounced, testing if she'll speak. Silence greets me, she catches on fast. The closeness of her across my lap has me stirred up. I ease her onto her back and reach for the belt from the robe she'd worn, now draped over a chair by her side of the bed. Hands above your head. She complies, and I bind her wrists together, securing the belt around the headboard post. Anything you want to say to me, Jade? A smile curves her lips as she replies, I'm sorry for all those times I frustrated you, Pierce. It won't happen again. And what else? I prompt. Her brows furrow for a moment, then she smiles again. And thank you for correcting me. That's exactly what I wanted to hear, baby, I say with a grin. Now I'm going to take you like you're mine, because right now you are. I don't hold back. She's more than ready for me after all we've shared. Her warmth welcomes me, and it sends a thrill through me. A low sound escapes my throat as I move closer, her body fitting against mine in a way that feels electric. You were made for me, Jade, I murmur. Her eyes flutter shut, her bottom lip caught between her teeth, a clear sign she's lost in the moment. My hands trace from her sides, down her ribs to her hips, where I hold her steady. I start slow, deliberate, drawing out each motion. Keeping our upper bodies apart is a tease I know will get to her soon. She loves the way we feel pressed together, skin on skin, and I can already sense she'll crave that closeness before long. For now, though, I keep it minimal, letting the connection build gradually. I slow even more, teasing her further. I could keep this up all night, just like this. Her lip trembles and she whispers, we won't finish like this. Oh, so you're chasing that high, are you, Jade? I pull back completely, and she lets out a soft sound, maybe thinking I'll give in. But that's not how this works, not yet. I undo the belt from the post, turn her over and secure it again. I shift closer, testing her limits, brushing against her in a way that makes her tense. She stays silent, so I push a little further, just enough to challenge her. No, she says firmly. No, Jade. Think you're calling the shots here? I ask, keeping my tone light but firm as I linger at the edge. I am, Pierce. No more of that. I ease back, laughing lightly. You've got me there. With a gentle tug, I loosen the scarf we'd been playfully wrestling over and turn her to face me. You're too wonderful, you know that. I pull her closer, settling her in a warm hug, her hands resting lightly behind my neck after our little game. Her eyes glow with a quiet strength that amazes me. I lift her slightly to adjust our position, keeping her steady as we find a comfortable spot. Her presence feels so natural against me, stirring a deep fondness. Her dark hair bounces around her face, an angelic look with a hint of mischief. I can't help myself. I lean in and we share a quick, joyful kiss, full of laughter and connection. Our breaths mix in a playful rhythm, a moment of pure togetherness. I want her nearer still. I guide her to sit back against the pillows, leaning in to rest beside her, keeping her close. I adjust her arm gently, tucking it beside me as we settle in. We both sigh, the comfort between us growing stronger. After a few quiet moments, her body relaxes completely. Oh, she murmurs, a soft sound of contentment. Let it happen, I say with a smile. Just be here with me. I brush a light kiss on her forehead, cherishing the way she nestles closer, her calm trust warming my heart. I shift slightly, matching her peaceful pace. Her soft breaths tickle my ear as I lean in, caught up in the moment. Her heartbeat steadies beneath my arm, her little hums showing she's happy as we stay like this. Finally, it's overwhelming in the best way. I can't hold back my feelings any longer. With a quiet sigh, I relax fully beside her. I slump a bit, then worry I might be crowding her. I start to move, but her arms hold me gently. Please don't go, she whispers. I love this, how it feels to be with you. Like we're connected. I love you, Pierce. My chest tightens, eyes stinging as I whisper back, I love you too, Jade. The emotion is raw and unnatural to me. Not even with the real relationships did I feel this. But I have to wonder if this intensity is only a byproduct of the online foreplay and the contract that's binding us for a limited amount of time. Without the contract, would things be so intense? Without the knowledge that this will end, would things still be the same? Perhaps our minds and bodies are rushing things because we know this is a short-term thing. It's not built to last. It's built to burn hot and heavy for a small amount of time. Maybe that's why this all seems so perfect and right. With that idea in my head, I think I can allow myself to get into this. Stop trying to fight it, and just let it be what it is for the time it has. A short-lived love affair is all this is. Not a forever love. Even though it feels like one. Not that I've ever had one. But somewhere deep inside, it feels as if this could last forever. But that has to be a trick our minds are playing with us to get the most out of the time we have. Now you're getting kind of heavy, sweetie. With a chuckle, I roll off Jade and untie her hands. Giving her shoulders a quick massage, I then pull her into my arms so she can rest her head on my chest. Are you okay? Better than okay, Pierce. I'm flying with emotions I've never had before. Sometimes the spankings can make a woman feel degraded. Do you feel that way, Jade? No, it was kind of odd at the time. And when you referenced the salt and pepper, and I laughed, it did take away from the intensity a bit. I see. And just why does the salt and pepper thing make you laugh? I ask her as I run my hand through her hair. I read a book about an adult underworld couple. She forgot the salt for his food, and he punished her for it. A bit over the top for such a small infraction. He chained her to a wall and beat her with a whip, giving her 15 lashes. It was dumb, in my opinion. Mine too. Things don't work like that. Not every little thing deserves a punishment. The severity of the punishment should match the severity of the infraction. Stupid books, I mutter as I settle in and find comfort in how well she fits in my arms. Don't say that, Pierce. I plan to make my living off books. But I do think a bit more reality is needed. So, what kind of punishment goes with forgetting the salt? A small slap on the butt is all that needs. It's all up to how a dom wants to be. Picking out a good dom is important for a partner. You should never take the first dom who addresses you, I mumble as I start to fall asleep. But I did, she says, making my eyes flutter open. Yes, well, you and I are the exception to that rule. Our chemistry, you know. It's different. I close my eyes again and give her a gentle squeeze. Mainly because you're different. Is that good or bad? She asks as she snuggles down against my side rather than on my chest. Good. All things with you, Jade Thomas, are good. Now close those gorgeous eyes and let's get some rest. You've worn me out today. Rest, sweet man? Tomorrow is another day. Her lips press against my cheek, then she lies back down. Tomorrow is another day. A day I'd planned on getting hard with her. But now I have no idea if I can really do that. She brings something out in me that no one ever has. Something that makes me feel an odd combination of weakness and strength. Is this normal?
Jade.
Birds chirp happily as I sit in a weather-worn grayish rocking chair, sipping some water, and waiting for Pierce to check the breaker box to see why we've lost electricity. We woke to find we'd lost it sometime during the night. A night we slept through like rocks after a long day of fun and more intimacy than I knew was possible to fit into one day. He comes around the corner with something in his hand. It's a fuse. I'll have to call the landlord to see what I should do, or if he'll do something about it. Until then, how about we get dressed and head into the little town that's up the road a bit? It has a cafe where we can eat breakfast. Getting up, I pull the robe around me tighter and follow Pierce, clad in only a pair of boxer briefs, into the cabin. A small town, you say? That should be fun. He chuckles and turns around, grabbing me up. Anything with you is fun. I tap the end of his nose. Anything with you is fun too. When we get into the bedroom, he tosses me onto the bed playfully. I'm going to pick out something for you to wear. Just lie back and relax, baby. Pulling the robe off, I wait patiently for him to pick out the clothes. When he turns back to me with a lilac dress in his hand and a pair of tan flats in the other, he licks his lips as he looks at me. "Aren't you hungry, Jade?" "Famished," I tell him. "Here, put this on. We've got a day ahead of us." I catch it and glance at him, noticing the way he's watching me. "Didn't realize I was distracting you just standing here." "Now you know," he says with a half smile, pulling on a pair of faded blue jeans. I head to the dresser to grab some underthings, picking out a bra and panties. "Just the panties, Jade." "Skip the bra," he calls out, stopping me mid-step. "Seriously, Pierce?" I turn to face him, eyebrows raised. "That's not really my style. I'm not comfortable going without. My frame's a bit fuller, C-cup territory, and I prefer the support." "I get it, but humor me today," he says, his tone firm but not harsh. "I'm taking the lead this morning, and I'd like you to trust me on this. It's just a dress, Jade. Try it for me." I hesitate, not thrilled, but I go along with it to see where he's headed. After slipping on a pair of silky white panties, I step over to the nightstand, pulling out my notebook and pen. I scribble a quick note. He asked me to skip the bra under this dress today. It's thin and I feel exposed, especially heading into town. Not loving this right now. I'm nervous about being out in public, feeling like everyone will notice me, and it's throwing me off. "What are you writing, Jade?" Pierce asks, lacing up his running shoes. "Just how I feel about this," I say, closing the notebook and tucking it away. I walk over to him, my steps deliberate, feeling self-conscious without the usual coverage. I feel bare. "You look amazing," he says, reaching out to pull me onto his lap. "And it means a lot that you're trying this for me. Doesn't it feel good to step outside your usual routine a little?" His grin is adorable, and I kind of hate that he's using it on me, melting my heart in a way. I kiss his cheek and wrap my arms around him. "How do you do this to me?" Fine, I like making you happy. Are you ready to go and get this humiliation over with?" "You don't have any reason to feel humiliated. You're the bomb.com. He gets up, placing my feet on the floor. "Now let's get going. I'd like to have the electricity back on by lunch. I can't wait for another one of your famous sandwiches." "Oh. Do you think the items in the fridge are okay?" I ask as I think about the temperature in the appliance. "I think they are for now. But they won't be much longer. We need the electricity to get back on ASAP. So come on." He takes my hand, and I go along with him out to his car, a snazzy little number he calls his baby. An Alfa Romeo 4C. The interior is decadent, and smells like fresh leather. I take in a long sniff as I put on my seatbelt. Pierce gets in, catching me breathing in his car, and I laugh as he gives me an odd look. "Don't. I just love the way it smells in here, that's all. Don't look at me as if I'm crazy. It's just that I felt a pang of jealousy, as you seem to be getting a bit intimate with the car." He starts it up, and off we go. "Jealous, huh? I think that's a good thing." I reach over and take his hand, holding it and resting our clasped hands on the console between us. I'm not sure if it's a good thing or not. I'm not the jealous type. I'm beginning to wonder if you've put a spell on me, turning me into a man I'm not. He looks at me, with a bit of distrust in his eyes. Some say a person isn't who they truly are, until they find the other half of themselves. Do you think that's true, Pierce? I ask him as I give him my best smile. No, I don't. However, I do think that people can make temporary changes in each other. But they're just that, temporary. We all go back to who we truly are once the honeymoon is over. It's best you keep that in mind, Jade. I may be acting in a way that you like right now, but I'm really not this guy. This is vacation, Pierce. This is Pierce, who has a contract with a gorgeous woman who he has at his disposal to do what he wants. This Pierce has no troubles. In short, this isn't the real me. Are you faking? I ask him as I watch his eyes for the signs that would tell me if he's lying. I'm not faking. Not one bit. I'm also not acting like myself. I want to be honest with you. At home, I can be moody. I need alone time more than most people do. Do you feel like being alone now and just don't want to hurt my feelings? No, I love being around you. If this was to go on longer than the vacation, say once I had to get back to the grind of my job, then you'd see a different man. A man who isn't much like the one I have been. The man you've been with me? He nods. Yeah, that guy. I don't hardly know who he is. The truth is, I've never felt so light-hearted in my life. But it's a high that I'm sure to come down off of, eventually. And you're sure to be disappointed when my true self comes back to the surface, taking me over and leaving you wondering what the hell happened. Pondering his words, I look out the window. Melancholy fills me as I hate to think about when this will end. I suppose I'm pretending it will last forever. But Pierce's disbelief in himself is sure to end us at the end of the summer. I've heard of summer romances. They burn bright and then fizzle out, much like a shooting star. I can't see an end like that for us at this time, maybe because this is only our third day together. Perhaps closer to the end of the summer, we'll begin to grow apart. Pierce will start thinking about work, and I'll think about getting back to school. We'll be moving on in separate parts of the world, so far away that even weekend visits won't make sense. It will all be over in no time at all. Sadness creeps in behind the melancholy, sending my shoulders sagging, a thing Pierce notices. No getting depressed about how things will end, Jade. We're living in the moment for the summer. Letting ourselves be whatever we want to be. Not allowing the conformity of our real lives to impact our fantasy lives. But this isn't a fantasy, Pierce. This is real. Everything we're feeling is real, I argue. And as real as it is, it's also fleeting. No one can stay on top of this high forever. No one, Jade. So just enjoy it while we have it. It's a rare gem we found. But like anything rare, it's often taken away or crumbles when touched. Just live for now, and don't worry about what happens in the end. With a nod, I agree with him. What else can I do? Argue that what we've found is rare and unique, and he should try harder to see it that way instead of seeing it as a thing that can't last. Why am I the only one who thinks it can last? Is it because I'm young and naive? Is it because he's the first man I've ever had intimacy with? Is it because he's the first man I've ever loved? I know I love Pierce. My heart soars like never before. Just the touch of his hand comforts me while also stimulating me, an odd combination I've never felt before. And I don't see it going away as the summer comes to an end. But he does. The little town comes into view, and I can see the sign of a cafe hovering high above the one-story buildings that pepper the landscape ahead of us. And this town is called? I ask. Pecan Grove, he tells me. Somehow, a small orchard of pecan trees has managed to survive the harsh winters here for over 100 years. Hence the name. The Pecan Grove Cafe seems to be the only place to eat in this town. He pulls into the sparsely populated area, and we get out. The first thing he does is pull out his cell to try to get a signal. There's absolutely no reception at the cabin. Do you have signal? I do, he tells me as he swipes his phone. It's not a fantastic number of bars, but there are some. Head inside and get us some breakfast coming, I'm starving. I need to call the landlord. Anything special you'd like? I ask him. Surprise me. Order me what you think I'd like, Pierce says, putting the pressure on me. Great, I mumble as I head inside and cross my arms. Mornin' girlie. An old woman wearing a dingy white apron and a mustard yellow waitress uniform greets me. Her white hair is piled high on top of her head, and I bet she's been a staple at this establishment since it opened. Good morning, ma'am, I call back to her. Might I take that booth over there? The view's lovely out these picture windows. Sure, sit anywhere you'd like, she says as she grabs a couple of menus and wipes them down with a rag she's pulled out of her apron pocket. You from London? North Wales, actually. Contrary to popular opinion, all Brits do not reside in London. And have you always lived here in Pecan Grove? Born and raised. My father opened this cafe when I was a little kid. I've worked here since I could walk. Can I get you some coffee? I inwardly applaud myself for being so insightful about the woman being a staple here. Coffee would be nice. Bring me 2 of them. My. I have no idea what to call Pierce. My friend is outside on the phone. Bring him one too. And please bring cream and sugar as well. I'll get those for you while you look over our menu, she tells me, then turns to leave. The vast assortment of breakfast foods is astonishing. Crepes in all kinds of flavors fill an entire section. Waffles, pancakes, pigs in a blanket, and omelets of all types are on the menu. It's impossible to pick one, I mutter to myself as the waitress comes back with the coffee. I heard you were having difficulty with the menu. Would you like to know what Old Bob's specialty is? She asks me with a wink. I'd love that, I say as I put the menu down. He makes a mean Denver omelet. And on the side are some down-home cooked hash browns, along with some mile-high homemade biscuits. You can even have a small bowl of gravy to dip them in if you'd like. I like to round the meal out with a bowl of fresh fruit on top of vanilla yogurt. Does any of that sound good to you? All of it does. Can you bring 2 orders of all that? I hand her the menus back, and she gives me a smile. Her name tag reads Dolores, so I add, and thank you very much, Dolores. My name's Jade Thomas, it's a pleasure to meet you. I reach out and she shakes my hand. It's not often that customers introduce themselves to me, Jade. It's refreshing. I'll make sure it all comes out really special. I can see you want to impress that handsome friend of yours. I follow her eyes as she looks out the window. Pierce is still on his cell, talking away but looking at me as he stands on the sidewalk. He is handsome, isn't he? He is, and he has eyes for you, my dear. Let me get cracking on this order. I'll hurry it up for you. Pierce and I look at one another, with the window between us. He's smiling a bit, and then he gives me a thumbs up and ends the call, coming inside. Hurrying to wipe away the damn tears that sprung up, I try to push the thoughts of this ending out of my head, so we can enjoy this breakfast that I pray is delicious. It's not as if I've cooked it, but I feel the same pressure to make sure it's good for him. I have no idea how I made that a priority so quickly. It's never entered my head to make sure anyone's meal is as close to perfect as it can get. I've never cared what anyone thinks about what I wear or how my hair looks. So why did it all spring to life in me when I met Pierce? Is it his natural dominating character that has me not only bending to his will, but catering to him because I want to? Do I really want to be doing this? Acting this way? Or is it a subtle mind game he's learned to play masterfully? He slides into the booth on the opposite side and reaches out, taking both my hands and smiling like crazy at me. You look so pretty sitting here all alone. I imagine seeing you for the first time right here. Funny, huh? I guess so, I say as I find it odd that he'd imagine something like that. Pierce, have you always had the ability to make women do things they shouldn't find pleasure in? Things like getting spanked, making meals, bathing you. No, he says with a shrug. My only relationships had the women doing as they wished, and none wished to do things for me. And I wasn't into adult underworld back then. I couldn't tell you if they'd like to be handled the way I handle women now. And how are you feeling about being tied up today? Honestly? I ask him and he nods. Pierce, I find it more enjoyable than I thought I would. I want to feel your hands wrap the rope around my arms and legs and haul me into the air, suspending me over the wood floor of the playroom. Does that make me immoral? Not at all, he says as he shakes his head. It makes you in touch with your true feelings. You're not denying things because what you've been taught is wrong or immoral. Yes, if things of that nature were done against your will, then that would definitely be wrong. But with your consent, then there's nothing wrong with it, and it expands you as a person. You'll see what I'm talking about. And we can go slowly. Just know that. Dolores comes to us with gorgeous bowls of fresh fruit. This should tide you kids over while the other food cooks. Can I get you some glasses of water? Pierce smiles at her. That would be great. This looks amazing. Thank you. She places the bowls in front of us, then places a couple of gold linen napkins with silverware stored inside of them. I'll be right back with that, and freshen up your coffees as well. Thank you, Dolores, I say, sending her on her way. Pierce reaches across the table with one hand, and I take it. This is one of my favorite things to eat, Jade. You have an intuition about you that's special. I nod and look down as I admit, the waitress suggested everything. I didn't do a thing but agree. Great job agreeing then. Let's get to eating. I pick up the napkin, freeing my utensils, and smile all the while as I think about how happy it makes me do such little things for Pierce. Like a silly child who delights in making her parents laugh, I feel as if I'm right back to those simple days, when the smallest things that I did to bring joy to their lives were the most important things to me. I have no idea if I'm evolving or devolving.
Pierce.
Her eyes glisten in the dim light as I tighten the leather strap around her chest. Jade watches me as I dress her in the leather that barely covers her. Our first venture into the playroom has us both excited and a little nervous. She's chosen the music for this evening, a collection of hard rock ballads from the 80s that's purely instrumental and playing quietly in the background. I fasten the strap that holds the leather covering her body. You look great. I move her to turn around so she can see herself in the full-length mirror I've placed on the far wall. Oh my! Kissing the side of her neck, I run my hands over her stomach, then over her hips. Stunning, aren't you? It's weird. I look so sensual, I finish her thought. And you're about to look even better, tied up in my ropes. Now let's do this right. Start at the beginning, but we'll only play it out until the first 6 strokes of the flogger. Just like we talked about earlier. With a nod, she walks away, kneeling outside the door. And I follow her, going to our bedroom to change into my dark, loose-fitting pants and nothing else. As I walk back out, I look her over as she kneels, head down, and takes relaxing breaths. I braided her short hair in 2 sections that go down each side of her head. She looks like the real deal. A gorgeous female specimen, and I take pride in my work thus far. Walking past her to the ropes that hang from the ceiling, I switch things up a bit, so as not to completely reenact what I did with the woman on the video. I want Jade to feel special. Come to me, Jade. As directed, she gets up, keeping her head down, and comes to me. I've instructed her to keep her head down until I tell her otherwise or pick it up myself. I'm surprised to find her body warm and not shaking as I take her right arm and run my hand up and down it. Moving the soft rope around it 3 times in a spiral fashion, I move her hand over it to hold it while I do the same to the other. With both arms secured, I take 2 smaller sections of rope and tie them around each wrist, binding the larger rope to her and making it impossible for her to escape. These will only come off you when I allow that, Jade. Do you understand? I do, she whispers huskily. Good girl, I whisper in her ear. Are you okay? I am. With her approval, I move on, wrapping the remainder of the right rope around her upper thigh. I do the same with the rope on the left, then go to get a shorter rope to hold them in place. Now, I'll pull the ropes to suspend your body in the air, Jade. If you feel pulling at your shoulders or your hips, you must let me know right away. The risk of dislocation is great if that happens. You should feel pressure on both your arms and your legs, but nothing else. I understand, and promise to be honest with you, Pierce. I kiss her lips, then ask, would you like to be blindfolded? Not at this time, please, she answers. I've explained to her that being held off the ground can feel a bit like vertigo, and some respond better to it by being blindfolded. But I'll let her have her way for now. Hoisting the 2 ropes at the same time to keep her arms and legs at the same angle at all times, I lift her body off the ground, then hook the ropes to keep her up. Moving quickly, I pull 2 more ropes from hooks on the wall and tie them around her ankles, making her body go sideways, leaving her hanging over the floor face first. "Oh," she says as she looks at the floor. Color, Jade. Green. Just this feels odd is all." I leave her still for a moment, so she can gain some equilibrium. "I'm going to move you back and forth now. Are you sure you still don't want a blindfold?" "I'm sure." Pulling the ropes, I move her back and forth and watch her close her eyes, then open them. I suppose she's trying to see which way it works best for her. "I'm going to pull you in the other direction now." "Okay." Her body swings from side to side, and I keep pulling, lifting her higher and higher into the air. The ceiling is tall, giving us lots of room to play with. She gasps each time I allow her body to swing close to the floor. It gives a false idea that she'll hit it. Her face is flushed, so I ease up and hold her in a stationary position. "Now to the flogging. If you're ready for that." "Okay," she says in a raspy breath. "Pierce?" "Yes, Jade." "If I asked you to come to bed with me, would you?" I consider her question. It wasn't the plan for today, but her heightened state intrigues me. "If you wish." "Okay," she says, her expression slightly tense. "Try to relax. Tension can lessen the sensation," I advise. "And shall we add the blindfold now?" "Is that necessary?" she asks. "It can help you focus more easily." "Then proceed," she says, sighing. "This is new for me." "I understand, Jade. This is about exploring new experiences." I retrieve a black lace blindfold and place it over her eyes, then gently touch her cheek. "I'll be mindful." She nods and sighs again. "Let's begin." As she requested, I increase the volume of the music. Then I retrieve the instrument and gently touch her leg. Her skin reacts and I see her tense. "Take a deep breath." She complies and I gently touch her exposed skin. While I'm intrigued by her reactions, I understand she needs some protection. I use a soft fabric to cover her. She requested 6 applications. Without warning, I begin. I use a rhythmic motion, and she reacts strongly to the first. "Ow." When I finish, I move to her face. "Are you all right?" "6 more please," she replies. "Jade, Pierce?" I was becoming accustomed to it. "6 more please." I shake my head, smiling, and return to her. She's surprisingly resilient. I can see potential for further exploration. It's unfortunate this is only for a limited time.
Jade.
A wave of warmth spreads through me as Pierce applies pressure again. Each sensation sends a dull ache through my lower body. And for reasons I can't comprehend, I feel a strange feeling. The loud music with its intense guitars makes my head spin and I feel disoriented. "Can you continue, Pierce? I desire more." "Jade. You're incredibly responsive," he says, his voice filled with intensity. The blindfold still covers my eyes, leaving me in darkness. I feel a change in pressure, and then his touch. My body is moved, and I feel a shift in my blood flow. My back begins to ache. It's more intense than before. Pierce returns, focusing his attention on me, and I vocalize softly. "Ah." He grips me, and I groan, a mixture of discomfort and a strange pleasure. It defies logic. My body is reacting purely on instinct. Pierce's words reach my ears, harsh and direct. "You are under my control, Jade." I try to ignore his words. He seems to mean them, and I struggle to process them. He says it heightens the experience, but I can't understand it in this moment. His touch becomes sharper and I cry out, "No." "I will do as I please," he says, his voice low. "You will comply. One more sound and you will feel further sensation." I hear his footsteps on the floor, then the sound of something being retrieved, and then a sharp snapping sound. "Pierce. This wasn't part of our agreement." "You wish to continue, Jade." "I am simply fulfilling your request," he says, his voice cold. He sounds different, almost menacing. My trust wavers as the sound echoes. "Pierce." I hear a thud, then feel his hands on me. He makes contact, and the fabric is removed. A sharp pressure makes my back ache again as he deepens our connection. You are responsive, Jade. You desire this. The feeling is intense. I can only vocalize softly as he moves with me. I should feel used, but I don't. I feel connected to him in a way I didn't expect. I never imagined I'd feel this way. I move with him, and I plead for him to continue. And my words have the opposite effect. He stops. Pierce. I feel him remove the restraints from my chest. His touch moves over me, and then I feel a sharp sensation and cry out, Pierce. Signal, Jade. I try to breathe, my senses overwhelmed. I feel intense sensations, both uncomfortable and strangely compelling. Continue. Good, he whispers.
You are remarkable.
His touch sends shivers through me. I'm going to increase the intensity now. My anticipation grows. I hear him move, then his hands are on either side of my head and I feel his presence. I open my mouth and gasp. I feel a deep sensation, and he vocalizes. He holds my head still. This is different, and I feel vulnerable. But the vulnerability feels acceptable. Pierce can influence me in any way he chooses. Just before he pauses, he gently touches my lips. You respond to me, Jade. He touches me again, and I tense, anticipating another sharp sensation. Instead, he focuses on another area, and I cry out again. His movements send chills through me. Do you want me, Jade? Yes, I whisper. I need to hear it, he says. Then and only then will I release you. Tell me what I want to hear. I tremble and my words come out softly. I am yours. Only yours, Pierce Langford. Good, he says, and then the blindfold is removed. Watch me, Jade. You are mine. My heart races. I watch him move between my legs. He deepens our connection, his eyes dark. He seems dangerous, but I feel no fear. I feel powerful. I can influence him as much as he influences me. I move, seeking to increase our closeness. I clench my teeth as the restraints cause discomfort. Release me. I'm hurting myself. Follow my instructions, or I will take further action, he says. No. I hold him close, and he releases me. You have earned a consequence, Jade. I feel incomplete as he withdraws and moves away. No, Pierce. I cry. You disobeyed and caused yourself harm. He removes the restraints and guides me to kneel. He retrieves a small tube. I watch as he applies ointment to the marks. The redness looks concerning. Pierce, I apologize. Silence. With the last mark covered, he guides me to stand. Enter. He gestures to the enclosure beneath the bed. Pierce. Get in. He gives me a stern look. For how long? I ask before I give in to him. Until I deem fit. Somewhere inside of me, I trust him, and I get on my hands and knees and climb into the small cage. I am sorry, Pierce. I'm sure you are. He closes the cage and locks it, placing the key on the table next to the bed. Without another word or a look in my direction, he leaves me alone. I hold the iron bars in both hands as I watch the door shut behind him. I'm all alone and feel that way. I have no idea how mad he is at me. No clue if we'll still have what he did before I went too far. How is it that he can smack my butt and do other things, causing serious pain and talk to me harshly, but I can't inflict any pain on myself? Not that I was doing it on purpose, or felt any pain as I was pulling him closer to me. I felt only the need to have him in my grasp, however that had to happen. I start to cry as unanswered questions stab at my brain. The only thing that makes any sense is that I did something he doesn't like. I caused injury, however slight, to myself, and he hated it. He hated it so much that he left me to reflect, so he didn't have to deal with me. He left me here alone, and I have no idea if things will be as they have been. What have I done?
Pierce.
When I saw the long, furiously red marks covering Jade's arms and legs, it made me sick to my stomach. I moved too fast and thought she was ready and understood things. I was wrong, and now she's hurt herself because of it. Those places on her pristine skin will cause her more pain than she realizes. Like any burn, they take time to heal, and if not taken care of properly, can leave scars. I want no scars left on her body. Pacing in the hallway outside the playroom, I fight myself not to set her free from the cage I put her in. I had no other choice. If I'd told her to sit on the bed and take a time out, she'd never have done it. Jade would have followed me, trying to argue with me that it wasn't so bad what she did. It wasn't that she was bad, exactly. I mean, she was, as she didn't listen to me, and she took on things we'd not discussed. But it was me who was in charge of the whole thing. It was me who went further than we'd planned for this time. It was me who was her dom, and the one who was supposed to keep her from being really hurt. And with that thought, I have to admit to myself that the woman will cause harm to herself to get me close to her. As close as she wants me. And that's a fact that has me worried. I can't allow her to do things that hurt her in any way, physically or mentally. While I love the fact that she's so trusting of me and will do anything for me, I must realize what this really is. A short amount of time that we have together. And if she's this insistent on having me where she wants me, what'll happen when the time comes for this to end? Will she cry and throw herself on my mercy to keep things going? Will she put her pride aside and stalk me? Or even worse, will she leave this broken and depressed? I can't have any of that. Jade needs to learn to maintain who she is without handing me all of her power. It's supposed to be an even exchange. Not one where I get it all, and she's left with nothing. I go back into the playroom, with my mind settled. Jade, we need to talk. I know, she says with a weepy voice. She looks up, and I see that her eyes are swollen. Her cheeks are red, and tears have left trails down them. Unlocking the cage, I help her out and sit her on my lap. She buries her face in my neck and puts her arms around me. Jade. She bursts into another fit of tears as she cries out, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Please let things go back to how they were before. Please, Pierce. I'll be good. I'll never do anything against your will again. Not ever. Running my hands over her back to soothe her, I whisper, hush, baby. It's me who's sorry. I went too fast and too far. You had no idea you'd even hurt yourself. I could see that. And that's brought something to my attention. You're giving me too much. You're willing to hurt yourself in more ways than one, to give me all of you. She sniffles and pulls her head up weakly. Don't you want all of me? Not to the point that nothing is left for you, baby. This is my fault. I haven't explained things well enough to you. When we're in the playroom, it's not a time for you to venture out on your own. It's the time to go by the plans we've made. And you have yet to become self-disciplined enough to handle that. Will you give me another chance? She asks me with drooping eyes and quivering lips. After we talk a lot more about what this really is. This isn't about me taking you over in every aspect of your life. I want you to leave this time we've had together with a higher respect for yourself, not a dependence on me. I pick her up and carry her to our bedroom. I'm going to make us a bath, where we can soak in the warm water and talk more about what I want you to get from this. I leave her sitting on the bed and feel the sadness that's radiating off her. I don't know what I'm going to do about the fact she's falling in love with me. As I start the water, I run my hand under the flow and adjust the temperature until it's perfect. Then I get some chamomile bath beads to soothe Jade's flesh and pour them in. My heart feels heavier than it has in a long time. I have to let Jade go, and I know it. The flames that have begun to burn inside of me for her have to be doused. There's no way I can hurt her the way I surely will if I keep things going the way they have been. Sharing a bed has to stop. I'll sleep on the sofa. The outings have to stop too. I need to make this more unappealing to her. I need to show her more of who I am in real life. Going to the door, I say, "Come in here, Jade." I pull my pants off and climb into the tub as I wait for her. Her eyes are red-rimmed as she comes to the door. Pierce, Don't, Jade. Just get into the water. We have a lot to talk about. She nods, slips in between my legs, and lays her body back on mine. It feels so damn good. It makes me want to hold her in my arms and tell her things I can never make happen. Things like, I love her and will always keep her with me. I can't do that. I can't ever fix this, can I, Pierce? She moves her hands over the sides of my thighs. There's nothing to fix. I pull the rubber band out of one of her braids and unfurl her dark hair, leaving it in waves. You and I have lives that will never mingle any more than these next couple of months. I undo the other braid and take in a deep breath of its clean smell. And I'm afraid you're going to have a hard time letting go if we keep things up the way we have been. I'm supposed to be showing you the world of the adult underworld. Instead, you're falling in love with me. When are you going to admit that you're also falling in love with me? Her words cut me deeper than I believe she meant them to. I have to stop and get my head under control and watch what words come out of my mouth. Rubbing her shoulders, I say, maybe I am falling in love with you, Jade. The fact that you hurt yourself just to get me closer to you is a thing that's hurting me far more than it should be. She turns and looks at me as her body moves against mine, a thing my body is acutely aware of. The only thing that needs to change is my self-discipline. I get it now. If I move or do a thing that we haven't talked about and planned, then I can get hurt, and when I get hurt, it hurts you. That's the last thing I want to do, Pierce. I don't want you to be hurt. I didn't know what I was doing, but now I do. I can get more control of myself. I can prove that to you. I run my arms around her, holding her close. There is the little fact that I know you do anything for me, and that's bad. I don't see how it is. I think that's what people in love do for one another. Anything the other needs them to do, right? She asks, then kisses me with a light kiss. And now, I know you need me to listen to you, and do only as planned. Isn't that how things work? I did something wrong. You corrected me, and I've learned from it. How are you so sure you can handle all of this? I ask her as I watch her eyes twinkle. How will you handle things when this is over? She cocks her head to one side and asks, how will you handle things when this is all over, Pierce? Looking into her innocent eyes, I have to smile at her naivety. I can put you out of my mind, baby. I've done it more times with other women than you can imagine. Business takes me over most of the time. And when the need for you crops up, I'll merely go to the club and find a random partner who wants to help me get my mind on something else. And poof, the thoughts about you will be gone again. Although I didn't say that to make her cry, it did surprise me when she smiled instead. You think it will be that easy, baby? Her giggle makes her body shake. I'm not going to be that easy to forget. You'll see. Things will never be the same for you, Pierce Langford. I watch her as she moves her face closer to mine, then kisses me. I'm helpless as she turns me into a damn puppy who'll follow her around and do whatever she wants me to. For now, that is. She's dead wrong about once we leave this place. I can and will put her out of my mind.
Jade.
Laughter fills the forest around our cabin as Pierce chases me through the woods. I will get you, Jade. Not a chance, I yell back over my shoulder, then amp up my speed. Our time together is nearly over. Only a week is left. We've made baby steps with our adult underworld scene and plan on doing it all for the first time at the Dungeon of Decorum. That'll happen on my last night in town. We'll do our scene in front of an audience. Apparently, there's a small auditorium of sorts in the club where people can play out their scenes and give the other members a show. And Pierce and I agree that will be the cherry on top of my cake. I'll go home with more knowledge of the world of adult underworld than most writers have, and be able to write wonderful sensual novels. I've asked him if he'd still help me from time to time with writing scenes I'll put into my novels. He doesn't want to do that, though. He wants to quit me cold turkey when our contract is up. Pierce thinks that's best, It amuses me that he thinks he can do such a thing. I don't care what he says, the man hasn't stopped telling me that he loves me. He hasn't stopped looking at me with that special look in his eyes that tells me more than his words ever could. Pierce thinks I'm a hopeless romantic, as I've told him what I think about his daft ideas of being able to put what we have out of his mind and completely behind him. I've even pressed his jealousy buttons, finding his reactions to what I say far more informative than the words that came from his sweet lips. I told him if he wouldn't help me write scenes for my books, then I'd be forced to ask another question on the club's message board, and another Dom would surely answer my call for help. And one day that Dom and I might want to act out the scene, and then what would he think? I never have to give up my membership in the club, after all. When I asked him that, his face went red for a moment, and I don't think he realized I could see that. I watched him compose himself, then he answered my question with some stoic words that he didn't mean at all. Do what you have to, baby. Who am I to stop you? I didn't fall for it at all. I could see right through the man. With a low growl, I feel his hot breath against my neck as he grabs me and hauls me up high as I wiggle and scream. Being out in the middle of nowhere is great. We can make all the noises we want, and no one comes to see what it's all about. Not ever. I caught you, he says with a smoldering tone in his deep voice. And now what should I do with you? Let me go. I ask. He shakes his head as he sets my bare feet on the ground but keeps his hold on me. How about you shimmy out of those shorts? I'll show you what happens to girls who wander into the woods alone. I knew you'd follow me, I say with a soft laugh, brushing my hand across his bare chest. Pierce had been lounging in the hammock, half asleep, when I tossed a pine cone at him and darted into the woods. He was only wearing shorts, and I was dressed in just a light top and shorts myself. He followed, a playful glint in his eyes. With each step he gently guided me backward, a teasing smile playing on his lips, until the wide trunk of a tree halted my retreat. He stepped closer, not quite touching, the air between us charged with a different kind of energy. His breath hitched slightly as he looked at me. His voice dropped, a low murmur. Remember what you told Jade? I hesitated, a nervous laugh escaping me. I reached down and picked up another pine cone, tossing it lightly in my hand. Is this what you meant? He shook his head, his gaze lingering on my face. He reached out, his fingers brushing my arm lightly, sending a shiver through me. Not quite. His eyes flickered downwards, a hint of a challenge in them. My heart pounded a little faster. I glanced around, suddenly aware of the rustling leaves, and the feeling of being alone in the woods with him. Pierce, I whispered, a mix of apprehension and excitement in my voice. Shush. His gaze flicked to the side, scanning the trees, a new alertness in his expression. We're off the path. Stay quiet. I nodded, my senses heightened, listening intently to the sounds of the forest. The sound of small sticks crunching on the path made me jump. Pierce, I breathed, my eyes wide with a different kind of worry. The fear of being discovered in a potentially compromising situation, rather than the act itself. Hush, he whispered back, his hand briefly touching my back in a reassuring gesture before he too focused on the approaching sounds. I held my breath, peering through the trees, the potential for discovery creating a different kind of tension. If I could see them, they could see us. Pierce grinds into me, sending a jolt of pure pleasure through me. I close my eyes for a moment to let that sink in, and when I open them, I find a man standing in the woods a little way back, and he's watching us. My mouth drops open as the man puts a finger to his lips, telling me to be quiet. I can't seem to think as Pierce takes one of my legs, pulling it way up so my foot goes around the back of his neck. Pierce, I hiss. Be quiet, Jade. I fall silent as he adjusts his grip, lifting my other leg to reposition me. Pierce. I gasp. Quiet, baby, he murmurs, his voice low and teasing. I want to savor you. He shifts me higher, his face close, leaving me suspended in the air. I notice the man still watching us, and heat floods my cheeks. Oh no, I whisper, leaning back against the tree and shutting my eyes as Pierce focuses his attention on me. His slow, deliberate movements make it hard to stay quiet. When I open my eyes, I see the man has been joined by a woman, both of them staring. Pierce. His response is muffled, too caught up in the moment to speak clearly. I assume he's telling me to hush again. My pulse races as I spot the other couple shedding their clothes and starting their own intimate encounter on the forest floor. To my shock, the man locks eyes with me. What is it with these Americans in the woods? I mutter under my breath. I've wandered into something wild here in Oregon. A rush overtakes me, and I close my eyes as the sensation peaks. Pierce
guides me closer
and presses himself close again. You're incredible, baby, he breathes. Thanks, I say, still catching my breath. There's another couple watching us. They're going at it just over there. To my surprise, Pierce doesn't pause. A mischievous grin spreads across his face. Then let's give them something to see. Time to turn it up. What? I whisper as he lets out an exaggerated groan. You drive me wild, baby, he says loudly, his voice carrying. Time to switch things up. Pierce. I hiss, startled. You're perfect for me, Pierce says. Pierce, we need to get out of here, I mutter urgently. I catch the other man pulling away from his partner and walking toward us. Pierce notices too and releases me. Get dressed. In an instant, I snatch my shorts, toss Pierce's pair toward him, and yank mine on. He doesn't bother catching his, instead squaring up to the approaching man in some kind of tense and spoken standoff. Langford, the other man says as he approaches. Steinbeck, Pierce says. Didn't expect to see you here. I look at the woman and find her not even bothering to get dressed. She's doing quite the opposite, I see, as her shirt comes off too, and she stands up, leaning against a tree in a sensual pose. My attention goes back to Pierce, and the man he apparently knows as Steinbeck says, I like the looks of your woman. I'd like a taste her. You can have a go at mine. I didn't finish her off entirely. What brings you out here, Steinbeck? Pierce asks, instead of handing me over to the large man. He's kind of handsome in a big brute kind of way. Danger hangs in a thick fog around his wide shoulders, and he's built like a semi-truck. His dark hair is shortly cropped, and he has a tat of the Grim Reaper on the middle of his chest. I notice a chill in the air as the night begins to fall, and the wind begins to blow as it always seems to in the evenings. I gulp as the woman moves forward, coming up behind her man. She has red hair that hangs past her butt. She's clean-shaven downstairs, and then I notice she's wearing a silver collar. And she's only looking at Pierce, a thing that has me seeing red. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? I snap at her. All three of them finally look at me. Who told you to talk? The guy asks me, then looks back at Pierce. Haven't you taught her anything? Never mind her. Answer my question, Pierce says with an authoritative tone. I found out where your hideaway was and rented one for myself. We moved in a little over a week ago, in a cabin, about a quarter of a mile away. The wilderness is nice, isn't it? And the privacy has been nice too. So see you around the club sometime. Pierce leans over to pick up his shorts. The redhead is looking directly at him, and I stomp my foot. Damn tramp. Pierce grabs me as I try to go after her. He holds me by the waist, lifting me off the ground. Don't. I stop wiggling and do as he says to. The other man is quick to say, at least you've taught her to listen to you. So how about a trade for the night? I'm not into that, Pierce says, then takes my hand, pulling me along with him. Your contract is about up. You should know I put in for her next, the man says, and Pierce stops and turns back to glare at him. Anger fills his expression, and I can feel his pulse speed up. It doesn't matter, Pierce. I'm ending my membership as soon as our contract is up anyway, I let him know. The way Pierce looks at me makes my heart flutter. You are? I've played with him a lot, trying to use jealousy to get him to see how much he really cares about me. I've told him I might stay on as a member to find out more about the adult underworld. I didn't mean it though. I don't want to be with anyone but him anyway. I am, I tell him, then give him a smile. Do you want to crack at his woman for the night, though? He shakes his head as he looks only at me. Nah. Looking over my shoulder at the burly man and his tramp, I say, "Looks like you two are out of luck." We walk off into the woods and back to our cabin, as they watch us go. Holding tightly to Pierce's arm, I find the cool air creeping up on us quickly. Lightning flashes, sending odd lights through the treetops. We need to hurry. The bottom is about to drop out on us, Pierce says, then picks me up and starts running. Thunder booms as another burst of lightning temporarily fills the forest. Our cabin looms ahead, and then it begins to pour, making it hard to see. Luckily, my man has me in his arms, and we make it into the cabin. Just as he puts me down, a knock comes to the door and we look at one another. "You know who that is," I say. "I do. And we need to let them in." Pierce opens the door, finding Steinbeck and his woman on the porch. "Care to give us some shelter, pal?" Pierce runs his hand through his wet hair. "Gentlemen's rules must apply." With a nod from the other guy, Pierce steps back and the two, now dressed in soaking wet clothes, come inside. Pools of water are at all of our feet. "I guess I'll get us all some robes to put on." I walk away to the bedroom, finding my heart sinking fast as the thought of the four of us sitting around in robes isn't a good idea to me. Then the lights go out, and I really begin to get a bad feeling. An eerie laugh fills the air. "Oh good. What luck," Steinbeck says. "Hey don't," Pierce shouts, then I hear footsteps coming toward me. "Jade, wait for me." I haven't moved, Pierce. I feel his hand on my shoulder, then he moves me to the bedroom. There's a flashlight in the drawer next to the bed. Using our hands to feel along the wall, we make it to the bedroom and go inside. Pierce finds the flashlight and when he shines it at me, his face falls. I turn back to see Steinbeck and his girl standing stark naked in the doorway as the man says, "I think this is nature's way of telling us all that she wants us to enjoy each other. It'll make the storm virtually disappear." Pierce moves quickly to get in front of me. "No one is touching her. She's mine. Come on, Langford. She's nothing more than a toy. Let me have her. That's all. And I'm trading you for it. You get mine. And believe me, she's great. I hear this one is new at this. We've shared before, Langford. What's the big deal, man? In the matter of a week, what you got going here will be over anyway." Then I find my leverage and place my hand on Pierce's back, silently letting him know that it doesn't have to be over. Pierce turns to face me. "You've said more than a few times that you might be tempted to ask for another dom to help you write scenes, and maybe even act them out. This is what most of the men in my club are like. So do you still think that's something you'll be doing if I don't help you? Because if that's the case, you may as well sleep with this guy, Jade." My evil jealousy plan has seemed to backfire. But then, maybe it hasn't. Maybe I should. You want to end things completely with me once the contract is up. I'll need someone to help me from time to time, and with your refusal to do that, what choice do I have? He eyes me, trying to see if I'd actually go that far. Have at him, Jade. My jaw drops as the giant man steps forward and his little tramp does too. You want to sleep with this tramp, don't you? I yell at Pierce. No, I'm not about to touch her. So what are you going to do, Jade? Pierce gives me a stern look. You know damn well what I'm going to do. You win. I was just baiting you with all that talk. I don't ever want anyone but you, I cry out. I'm trying everything in my arsenal to get you to see what we have is real. It shouldn't be thrown away. Whether it is or not, Pierce says, you have to know, I don't want to think of any other man owning you the way I do now. I want you to go on and fall in love. Well, I don't really want that, but I don't want you to give yourself to any other dom. Damn man, the big guys say. You love this chick. Pierce glares at him. So what if I do? Then what are you doing? Steinbeck asks. Do you really think that ending things is smart? Mostly, I think you and your girl need to take this flashlight, get your damned clothes back on and get on your way. I can hear the storm has ended, and you can get going. Consider the flashlight a gift. He tosses it to the man, who catches it. After that, we see nothing but the flashlight leaving our room and heading down the hallway. I sit on the bed, unsure of anything except the fact that I love this man and don't want this to end in a matter of a few more days. I didn't mean for this to happen, Pierce. He sits down next to me, and we hear the front door open and close. Then he gets up and looks out the window. The flashlight bobs around as they leave. Thank God they're gone. He comes back and pulls the wet shirt off over my head, then pushes me back and rids me of my soaked shorts. Is that really how most of the men at your club are? I ask him as I move up on the bed and climb underneath the warm blanket. He holds up one finger and leaves the bedroom. I hear him lock the front door, then he comes back with a bottle of water in his hand and closes our bedroom door behind him. He hands it to me and then gets undressed. You see, Jade, most of the people who go to that club aren't looking for love, baby. They're out to get other experiences. What happened with us is because you didn't know what to expect or how to guard yourself. You caught me off guard, even though I knew how you were and what I was up against. I thought I had what it takes to be a teacher, and nothing more than that. I was wrong. And I'm sorry about that. He climbs under the blanket, pulling me to him and letting me rest my head on his big bicep. How can you be sorry about falling in love? Because I've told you and told you. This isn't me. When I get back to work, I'll be submerged in it almost completely. I work more hours than I sleep. I eat on the go or order at the office. I even have suits in a closet in my office. There's a bathroom attached with a shower, and the sofa folds out into a bed. I stay there some nights when I only have an hour or two, between ending for the day and having a meeting later. Damn. You are committed, I say as I'm very impressed. Don't you think you could do things a little differently though? I mean, I'm not talking about getting married. I'm just talking about not ending things completely. I have to return to school anyway. His lips press against the side of my head. Jade, I wish it was that easy. Maybe it's me who has the problem. I don't know. You see, I can only do one thing really well at a time. Right now, it's you. When I have to go back to work, it'll be that. I've tried before, and I can't do it well if I try to have a relationship and do what I do. You told me you tried with that last girl, the one who lied about being pregnant, I argue. I still worked over 12 hours every day. I wasn't in love with her, and she wasn't in love with me. She wanted my money. That's why she wanted to get married. I never gave her a third of what I've given you. I've given you all of me. And with work, it'd hurt you when you lost most of me. I see, I tell him as I close my eyes. I won't bother you about it anymore. I won't try to make you jealous. I'll just stop. We can enjoy what we have left then. Good. I'm sorry I'm this way. I really am. It's beyond my control though. If we have nothing else to do with each other, you're free to move on, fall in love, and have a great relationship without me knowing and being devastated by it. Okay, I say as I try hard to fall asleep. I don't want to think any longer. I'm not so happy he's found a way to get over me, or forget about me or whatever. And I'm not so glad he's found a way that my moving on one day won't devastate him. Now, what am I supposed to do not to be devastated?
Pierce. Inhaling the sweet honey scent of Jade's hair for the last time, I cradle her in my arms as she sleeps. This is the last time she'll find herself waking in these arms. Tonight, we'll go to the dungeon of decorum and play out the scene we've worked slowly but thoroughly on. After that, I'll take her to the airport and put her on a private jet I've already chartered. My heart is heavier than I expected it'd be. My mind is fuzzy, as I suppose it's shutting down a bit to ease the pain her leaving will bring me. I keep reassuring myself that work will be so inundating that I'll have no time to think about her. I hope that's true. Her body fits mine so well. Her energy ebbs and flows with mine in an easy pattern that leaves us both fulfilled most times. Compatibility has formed between us, the likes of which I've never experienced. Tomorrow, I'll wake up alone in my Portland mansion. Staying true to her word, Jade hasn't brought up one thing about straying from what I want when the contract is over. At the stroke of midnight, she and I will share our very last kiss. Then I'll put her on the jet, and the door will close on this chapter of our lives. Though it's hard to end, I like the idea that we have no bad parts to our story. No real arguments, and no meanness to think about after it's all over. Only great things will remain in our memories. I like that about this whole thing. With the other relationships I had, the negative tends to outweigh the positive, as it does in most cases. At least when I think about Jade, I'll only have great memories. She stirs in my arms and moans as she wakes up. What time is it, Pierce? Time for you to wake up and be intimate with me one more time, I whisper. Hush, she whispers. Don't say things like that. She likes to pretend things won't go the way they will. That romantic who resides within her has the idea that true love always wins out in the end. I'm afraid the poor girl has no idea how real life goes. Work gets in the way of things. If one's work consumes them, that is. Being a billionaire, at least in my case, doesn't come without a hefty personal price. I have investments, as any smart businessman does. But investments aren't completely safe. I've seen men lose millions in the matter of one bad stock market day. So, I tend to keep money flowing in, rather than treading water with what I've accumulated. Shifting around to face me, Jade runs her arms around my neck and kisses me with a chaste kiss. I'm going to brush my teeth and potty, then come right back to you. You do that, I say, and watch her climb out of bed, heading to the bathroom. I get up and go use the facilities in the guest bath. I've kept a few things formal between us. No using the bathroom at the same time, other than bathing. Just to keep some formality between us. I didn't want us to become like some old married couple during our 2-month fantasy. When I come back to bed, I find Jade lying on the blanket, holding her arms out to me. Come to me, Pierce. Moving to the comfort of her arms, I find a lump forming in my throat and swallow to shove it down. Before I let my emotions get the best of me, I kiss her, trying desperately to move my mind to other areas. Somewhere far away from the knowledge that today is it for us. Her hands run over me, stopping on each muscle, as if she's trying to etch the way it feels into her brain to keep it there for future reference. The thought of her hands on another man's body rises in my mind, and I find myself kissing her harder, more dominatingly. I know it's selfish as hell to want her to be alone. But damn it, I don't want her to forget about me and move on with someone new. Especially not a dominating man, who might take advantage of her sweet and generous nature. Jade is one of those rare women who were born to give everything they have to a man. And the funniest thing is, she never realized that before she met me. She thought herself to be a woman who would never bend to anyone's will. She was wrong. The things I could have made her do with little to no effort are mind-boggling. It was my love for her that stopped me from using her, demeaning her, and breaking her. Instead, I tried my best to lift her up and give her more spirit and spunk. I wanted her to leave me, knowing she's worth more than most women are, to teach her she should always demand to be treated with respect and integrity. Even the scene we'll do tonight at the club will have people looking at her in awe. She'll not be completely broken by the end of the scene. Instead, I have her immersing much like a butterfly comes out of a cocoon. And I pray that she sticks with her throughout the rest of her life. Jade Thomas is an extraordinary woman, remarkable in many ways. She didn't know how to cook a damn thing when she came to me. Now she's not only adept in the kitchen, but can cook very well, thanks to the videos I bought for her, and my help in learning what I consider a necessary skill. Not to mention her sensual skills, which now rival the most experienced females. Jade has a natural sensuality she was hiding beneath her drab black garb. I've made her promise to toss out her former wardrobe and keep wearing the things I bought for her, even though it'll bring male attention to her. The way she's blossomed into a real woman is a thing men will see and want. And I'll have to bury myself in work not to think about that. I've coached her on men. Told her what to look for in men who only want her for her body. She's better than that. Jade's no piece of meat. Our bodies capitulate in a dance we've come to understand well. She arches, and we both bloom inside with previously unknown sensations. Feelings that drive us to push on until we're both breathing like we've run 100 miles. Our bodies become soaked in sweat, and sometimes tears. What we have runs deep. What we have can't last forever.
Jade.
Drowning in complete darkness, I wait as my body pulses with anxiety for Pierce to start our scene. Whispers are all I hear as the audience grows impatient for the entertainment to begin. I remind myself that this is what I wanted, my time here to end with a bang. Something to have in my reservoir for inspiration once I begin my writing career. When the music begins with soft drum beats, I close my eyes and try to breathe the way Pierce taught me to, calming myself as a spotlight opens on me. Kneeling by what's only the frame of a door, I wait with my head tucked just right, signaling my subordination to Pierce. The audience cheers, and I hear bare feet pad past me. Pierce is here, and things will begin now. "Come to me," he shouts with an authoritative tone in his deep voice. I rise and go to him, head bent, trying so hard not to hyperventilate as I take in deep breath after deep breath. Pierce told me that if I start to feel my body tingling, I've taken too many, and must stop and slow down. His hand touches my chin, and I look at him. His hazel eyes are showing bluer at the moment, and I can see a certain amount of vulnerability in them, a thing he's tried hard to hide all day long. My body loses the tension it was holding as he kisses me gently and murmurs, "I love you," too quietly for anyone else to hear. "I love you," I whisper back to him and lower my head again as he begins to wrap the rope around my arm. He caresses it as he makes each loop around it, sending my body into an even more relaxed state. We've changed my outfit a bit. Instead of only a few pieces of leather covering me, he found something that didn't leave me so open to the audience. Many straps of leather crisscross my body, and the pieces across my chest and bottom can be moved so he can access them, a thing I'm still grappling with in my head. To be taken in front of an audience is more than daunting, and my moral compass is spinning out of control. But then again, I won't be sticking around to look into the eyes of the people who are watching me. People who've done similar things to what I'm about to do. People who should never judge. With one arm secured, Pierce moves his hand along my shoulders as he goes to wrap the rope around my other arm. Heat is left along the line his fingers trail over. My legs are beginning to shake, and I pray I can stay on my feet until he has me tied up. Then the rope will hold me, and I can really relax. Pierce finishes with both arms and then kneels beside me, running his hands up one of my legs and then the other. His fingertips touch my inner thighs at the top, and I stifle a moan that suddenly forms inside of me. To think that this is the last time I might feel his touch is almost too much to bear. I shake my head to clear it from thoughts like that. I have to remain confident that what we have will override his foolishness about work taking him over. Of course, a worry that he's right sits in the back of my mind, toying with my faith that love will win out in the end. I have to keep my mind on what I believe. I believe he'll call me one day, not too far away from now, and tell me he wants to see me. It's not out of the realm of things that could happen. With my legs bound, Pierce begins to haul my body up into the air, and I finally feel the weightlessness of being held by the ropes. Relief washes over me. Now, all I have to do is let Pierce do what he does. I can hang here and do nothing else other than experience the things he does to me, which I've come to love. Yes, even the parts with the flogger and the whip. Facing down, Pierce comes to me and gives me another kiss, then places a blindfold made of black lace over my eyes. I found it helps me get into things much faster than without it. Color: jade. Green. He moves away from my face and goes to the other end of me, pulling at the ropes, taunting me while making the audience gasp as he hauls my body all over the place, making it buck in the bonds as I'm suspended in the air. I can't help myself as I cry out a few times when I feel as if I'm actually falling, and the audience gasps when I do. Pierce ends the rope play and goes to get the whip, cracking it around my body. I've learned this looks like he's really striking me at times. The real thing that sends me into a nervous sweat is how close he comes sometimes. I can feel the slightest sting of the ends of the whip. But he's never hurt me yet, so I have confidence in his skill. With that part of the scene behind us, I brace myself for what's next, taking the strikes. I've built up to handling 30 with the flogger, which Pierce says is impressive for someone only a couple of months into this. The first strike stings the least. It's the ones that follow that wear me down, landing on one side, then the other in quick succession. It's like a relentless rhythm, each hit building on the last, testing my endurance. You think it's pure agony, and it's intense, no doubt, but there's something strange about how I process it. It's Pierce wielding it, his skill guiding every move. To me, it's an extension of him, like his touch or his presence, tools he uses to connect with me. My mind twists it into that somehow. My body craves his closeness, as wild as that might sound, it's the truth. The final touches test my strength, each one drawing a cry as the sensation peaks. Then he stops and steps closer, his voice steady. Color jade. Breathing hard, tears prickling at my eyes, I check in with myself and manage green. His hand rests on my shoulder, and he leans in, brushing a soft kiss on my cheek. That's my girl.
Pierce. A dull ache fills my heart as I walk with Jade to the jet that's parked on the tarmac. The stairs are in place, the engine is warming up, and my body feels so damn cold. It's occurred to me more than once that I might have some kind of an episode when I walk away from Jade, or when the jet takes off, taking her away from me forever. I've never felt so much for anyone, and this is fast becoming the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. But it must be done. That's what I keep telling myself. Our fire burns too brightly. Our love is too encompassing. It can't last. It probably isn't even real. She and I were thrown together into a relationship that was doomed from the start. The plan was to teach her things, not fall in love with her or her with me. But it happened, or so we think it did. I think of what we had as much as a dream. It'll stick with me until the day I die. But it wasn't real. Nothing like that could ever be real. We fell into the fantasy we strove to create. Like amazing actors, we grew into the parts we were playing. I've discussed this with Jade a lot these last few days. She disagrees, of course. Always the hopeless romantic, that girl. But I'm not a romantic at heart. At least I've never been before Jade came along. It's hard to believe this whole thing started with one question on a message board. But then again, the whole thing is unbelievable. I managed to talk a vanilla girl into trekking her way across the globe to become my partner. And she became the best one I could have ever imagined. Jade's hand is shaking as we approach the steps. Pierce, please. I stop her as I pull her into my arms and kiss her with a soft kiss, then lean my forehead against hers. Baby, don't stoop to begging me for what I can't give you. Remember all we've talked about. I want you to walk away from me with pride. I want you to learn from what we've shared, and take that with you through the rest of your life. You're a vibrant woman, capable of anything you set your mind on. And one day, when you're a famous author, I'd love it if you'd send me an autographed copy of your first book. One I hope will be dedicated to me, under the name Mr. Power, of course. She hits my chest with a weak fist. Jerk, she mumbles. Why do you have to be like this? I don't know. I kiss the tip of her nose. Why do you have to believe this fantasy of a love story can last forever? I've told you many times that if we stay together, I'll end up neglecting you and making you hate me, a thing I never want to happen. This way, you'll always hold love in your heart for me. And I will for you too. Such a romantic gesture, Pierce. Both her hands lace with mine, holding them at my side. You've changed me. I'm going back to a rich woman. A woman who is rich in more than just monetary value. You've shown me so much in such a short amount of time. I want you to know I'm thankful for it all. The money is the least of what I've gained from knowing you. I rub her nose with mine. I've learned a lot from you too. I've learned that love really does exist. And before you tell me that I'm throwing it away, I want you to understand that I'm not doing that at all. I'm locking it away, keeping it safe from harm. A little place I can escape to, in my mind from time to time. A perfect place where only you and I reside. I hope you do the same sometimes. When I see tears moving in long streams down her pink cheeks, I can't stand what I'm seeing and kiss her. Our arms close around each other as we take our last exchange. My body and mind are at odds. My body wants to keep her with me. My mind tells me it won't last in the real world. Her hands clutch my arms as I try to end the kiss. I taste her salty tears as they make their way into my mouth. She finally has to pull her mouth away as she gasps, then sobs, "I love you, Pierce. I will always love you." Then she breaks away and runs to the stairs. "Jade, stop," I call out. She stops and turns to look at me as her face is melting with sorrow. "What?" "Jade, I love you. Please remember that. I'm doing this out of love and nothing else. What we shared was perfect, and I want it to stay that way. I love you more than I love myself, and one day I hope you can understand that, baby." My cell's alarm goes off as it's now midnight. The end of our contract. Jade looks at my cell as I take it out of the breast pocket of my suit and swipe it to stop the sound that's ending us. Another sob breaks out of her, and she turns and runs up the stairs. I watch her take a seat next to the window. Her eyes hold me as she puts her hand on the glass, as the stairs are taken away and someone shuts the door. Our eyes lock as we take each other in for the last time. "Goodbye, Jade." I blow her a kiss. She's breaking down inside the plane. She's crying so damn hard, it hurts me as if she was stabbing my heart with a dull knife. Her mouth moves and I can tell she's saying, "I love you. I love you, Jade." I shout as the jet begins to move. Into the night, the plane takes her away from me the way I knew it always would. It had to end, and I knew that all along. But I never knew how badly it would hurt us both. I'd call it all a big mistake if we hadn't each gained so much from our time together. What we share can never be called a mistake. No matter what the outcome, it was no mistake. Walking to the door, I look back as I hear the sound of the jet flying up into the dark sky. It's unimaginable that anyone could fall so hard in only 2 months. If anyone ever told me such a thing before, Jade, I'd have laughed at them. Now I know it can happen. My car is parked just outside the entrance doors. There's barely any traffic at this late hour. I was able to park right at the curb. As I get into my car, everything crashes down on me like a brick wall. Everything I've kept at bay comes bubbling to the surface like a geyser. Dropping my head on the steering wheel, I let it all out, crying like a damn baby. Gosh, she's gone. Why'd I let her go?
Jade.
My alarm goes off, waking me from the sweetest dream. Pierce and I were playing in the lake. It's hard to believe 3 months have passed, and he's still so completely in my head. Even though not a word has come from him at all, I know my number is still in his cell. His is in mine too. And I find myself staring at it, wanting to call him but not daring to. He was right about men seeing a change in me, and coming on to me a hell of a lot stronger than they've ever done before. One in particular is finding it nearly impossible to take no for an answer. My much larger flat has been filled with various vases of flowers, as he sends them almost daily. Charles Gilmore seems to be infatuated with me. He's a banker, handsome and charming. I met him when I opened a new bank account with a cashier's check from the Adult Underworld Club. And I have a feeling he might be a gold digger. But he did send me to an investment firm that's handling my money for me, making it grow into more money as if by magic. I can check my bank account once a week and see it increase all the time. Interest is the way to make money, in my opinion. Classes are going better than they were before, and they were going pretty good before summer break. It seems my creative spark was another thing that was ignited by my vacation. My professors are full of questions about what the hell happened to me during the short break. I only tell them I took a trip to the States, and my old friend and I had a ton of fun in the Oregon woods. Quite a few of my teachers have asked where they can sign up for the trip I took. It makes me laugh every time. The doorbell rings, and I climb out of bed to see who could be bothering me so early on a weekend morning. Rubbing my eyes, I make my way to the door and look out the peephole. I see a man with a brown paper bag and a white envelope in his hand. "Hello, and you are?" I ask. "A messenger with a delivery for Jade Thomas." "From?" I ask. "A secret admirer." Opening the door, I get a rush of excitement. Maybe it's from Pierce. The man hands me the bag and the envelope. "Here you are, miss." "Thank you." "Wait here. I'll get you a tip for your trouble," I say as I step back to put the things down. He tips his cap at me. "No thank you. I've been generously compensated by the sender. Have a wonderful day, Miss Thomas." Closing the door behind him, I have high hopes this is from Pierce. I put the bag and envelope down on the small Queen Anne table by the front door and looked inside. What the hell? I reach in and pull out the white paper, unwrapping it to find smoked salmon and cream cheese on a couple of bagels. Placing them on the table, I reach back in and pull out some more breakfast foods, and then open the envelope where I find a short note written on pale blue paper. "Jade, I'm waiting in the hallway for you. I'd like for us to spend this lovely Saturday together, starting with breakfast. We can see where things go from there. Charles." Damn, I hiss. I was so sure it was from Pierce. Dropping to my knees, I find it impossible not to cry from disappointment. I try hard to stop crying and gain control over my emotions, but it's of no use. This happens to me at least once a week. I let hope overcome me, and when disappointment ensues, it tears me apart again. Pierce never intended to break me. But he has. I'm doing well in everything, but the way I miss him is excruciating. Each time Charles sends me something, I get my hopes up that it's from Pierce, only to be let down each and every time. A knock comes at the door. "Jade, are you crying in there?" Charles asks. Damn. Jade. Grabbing a tissue to wipe my tears away and blow my nose, I go to the door and open it. "Charles, I wasn't expecting anyone. I'm afraid I don't feel well this morning." "You seem to be ill often, Jade. It appears to hit you every time I ask for your company." He gives me a charming grin. "I'm well aware of your lack of dating experience. Is that why you keep turning me down? I don't mind that at all. I think it's quite refreshing to find a woman who's new to the dating game." In a quick move, he takes my hand and walks into my flat without being asked to. Charles Gilman is a nice-looking man. His dark hair is short and parted neatly on one side. He's not anywhere near as built as Pierce, but he's tall and has a broad chest. His suit isn't Armani or anything near to that, but it's nice, and he looks sophisticated and well off, and most women would like him, I think. "Charles, are you after me for my money?" I ask with an abruptness that has him laughing. "Jade, do you honestly take me for a money-grubbing man? You must be aware that I know many wealthy women. Most have more money than you do." He leads me to sit on my sofa, and I find myself pulling my pink robe around me tighter. My nightie is skimpy, and my panties aren't on. I wasn't expecting male company at all. "Pierce, do you mind?" I stop as I realize what I've called him. "Who's that?" he asks me with a grin. "A secret romantic partner, perhaps?" Shaking my head, I get up. "I'm going to get dressed now. I suppose you can have this date you've been after me for. I'm sure to bore you." I hurry out of the room and go to my bedroom. My cell is on the nightstand, and I look at it, wishing like hell that it'd ring and be Pierce at the other end of the line, telling me he's coming for me. But it lays there like a dead fish, and I head to my closet to dress. Not trying to look cute in the least, I pull my hair, which has grown out a bit, into a high ponytail, leave the makeup off, and then put on a shapeless dress that goes all the way to my ankles. A pair of black flats make up my ensemble, and I head out to Charles after giving my face a wash and my teeth a quick brushing. He turns away from the table, he's set elegantly with dishes he's found in my cupboard. You look lovely, Jade. You look as if you've made yourself at home, Charles. He comes to me, taking my hand and leading me to sit at the small table in the breakfast nook. I hope you don't mind. And if I do? I ask as he takes the seat across from me. I think you just need to get used to me, he says as he pulls a white linen napkin off the table and places it on his lap. Impeccable manners, I see. I put my napkin in my lap too. I see he's gone so far as to make a pot of coffee with my coffee maker. Looking into his brown eyes, I say, "You found my coffee, I see. I thought you might like some. Perhaps you're one of those people who need it to get the day going. I didn't want you to go without it, just because I've shown up on your doorstep." He gives me another brilliant smile. Most women would love this, I bet. He's charming and doting. But he's not Pierce. Charles, I'm very busy with school. I don't have time for a man in my life. I pick up the bagel and take a giant bite, hoping to gross him out. This may come as a shock to you, but I've seen you around, Jade. You do have time on your hands. You go to the library and check out books. Many books. If you have time for all that reading, you have time for me. He reached across the table, taking my hand, which was reaching for my cup of coffee. I look at his hand on mine. Charles, that reading I do so much of is part of my work. I'm studying to be a writer. Why, he asks. You have no need to write. You have plenty of money. How'd you come about that, may I ask you? I narrow my eyes at him, as I answer the way Pierce told me to if anyone asked about it. I won a small lottery when I was in America. Really? He asks as he lets my hand go, then takes a sip of his coffee, pinky finger extended. Because the cashier's check you opened your account with wasn't from a lottery commission. It was from an account that's associated with some odd things. Things I don't see a nice woman like yourself being into. My ire is fired up with his nosy nature. Charles, that money and where it came from are none of your business. Perhaps I should pull my money out of your bank and put it somewhere else. A bank where the client's privacy is of the utmost importance. You have more spunk and spirit than most, Jade. I wonder how you gained that strength. I wonder who taught you to be so tough. I wonder if it was this Pierce man you called me earlier. He looks at me over his coffee cup with an eerie smirk that gleams in his eyes. That's none of your business, yet again. Is this how the day will go with you? You asking or telling me things and me letting you know where you stand in them? Compassion suddenly fills his expression. You're reading me all wrong. You see, I think I know what's happened to you. I think I know why you keep turning me down. Do you want to know what I think, Jade? Fear runs through me as I assume he's found out my secret. Not really. I think you've been used in a dreadful manner. Has some American cad hurt you? He searches my eyes, and I feel heat filling my face. No one has hurt me. I get up from the table, unable to look at him any longer. I have no idea where I'm going, but I'm leaving the man's company. Suddenly, strong hands grab my shoulders and he spins me around to face him. Where that money comes from, women are used, Jade. There was a small note on the cashier's check. In the memo line, these words were written: payment for services rendered for a 2-month period. Tell me, Jade, what did you do for that amount of time for which you were paid $1 million? I never saw this coming. I never thought anyone would ever know about what I've done.
Listen to me.
Does anyone else know about what that check has written on it? I ask in desperation.
No, I'm the only one who saw it.
And just so you know this, I destroyed it after getting the money transferred into your account. Frankly, I began to care about you the moment I started looking into the whole thing. I'd never want you hurt by that information. And I want to help you get over it all. The whole ugly thing. But it wasn't ugly. It was beautiful, I blurt. His hands move up and down my arms, caressing me, and then he pulls me close, hugging me. My poor darling girl. Your youth has compromised your judgment. Some scandalous American man, dominating you for his own pleasure, isn't beautiful. It's monstrous. And I can see how badly you've been hurt. So please talk to me. Tell me what he or anyone else did to you. I'll get you to the help you'll need to get over this tragedy. I'm shaking as he holds me. I've never allowed anyone to touch me this way. Only Pierce. Let me go. I shout at him. I must have surprised him with my tone, and he does what I've said. Jade. No. I shake my head and back away from him. You should go. I don't want your help. I was never hurt. You don't understand. With a laugh he says, my dear, I'm 45 years old. A man who's been around the block a time or two. I know a young woman who's been hurt when I see one. And honestly, you need me more than I need you. I don't need you at all. I turn away, and he quickly grabs me again. Turning me back to him, I find his face full of compassion once more. I know you might not believe this, but I have strong feelings for you. And with some time, I think you and I might have something worth the work I'm willing to put into you. Once I rid your mind of this masterful man who used you, then apparently left you, then you'll feel better about things and be able to give me a real chance. I'm not looking for romance or help, Charles. I thank you for keeping what you've uncovered to yourself. Having aspirations to be a writer under my own name has me worried about this coming out. I'm sure you understand. I have to try to keep the man on my side without having to marry the old fart. I'm not interested in romance until you've had some therapy to get your head straight about what happened to you. How many witnessed this happen to you, Jade? We were in a secluded cabin in the woods. I stopped myself from saying anything else. He kept you secluded? He asks with furrowed brows that make deep wrinkles crease his forehead. Could this be considered a kidnapping? Shaking my head, I find him coming to his own conclusions. I know I have to let him in on the truth, no matter how hard it'll be to talk about it. Or he might go to the authorities with what he's conjuring up in his mind. Damn. I can't believe I have to do this.
Pierce.
As the full moon comes up in the window of my office, I sit down on the sofa and take a much-needed break. It's been 6 months since I sent Jade home, and not one day has gone by without me thinking about her and our time together. A knock at my office door has me looking at it, and an unexpected thought crosses my mind. What if it's Jade? Who is it? I ask. Grant Jameson Pierce. It's open, I call out, and find a small piece of me let down that it's not Jade. The truth is, I half hope she'll defy my orders for her to stay away from me and come to me anyway, forcing me to accept her love and give her mine. But so far, that hasn't happened. We haven't shared so much as a lousy text. Hey there, stranger, Grant says as he takes a seat in the chair across from me. Long time no see at the club. And I dare say you're looking long in the face. Don't you think it's time to give your mind a little break from work and get into some wild chick? There are some new faces at the Dungeon of Decorum. Ah, comes my quick reply. I don't want to tell Grant this, but I can't think of any other woman that I want to put my hands on except Jade. Nah. Grant asks with a smile. Do you want to tell me why you sent that woman packing when you obviously love her? Because I can't be to her what I was when we had our 2 months alone. Work gets in my way. I'd end up hurting her. I know I would. I kick the carpet like a little kid. What kind of reasoning is that? He asks me as he throws his hands into the air. I don't recall ever hearing anything so nutty, Pierce. And I've heard a lot of crazy things in my time. Look, I respect the hell out of you, I let Grant know. But you have no clue how committed I am to this company. It takes most of my time. I barely make time to eat and rest, for God's sake. Grant's laugh makes me laugh as he says, you find time to get that 2-hour workout in every single day. Believe it or not, This company needs you, but not the entire amount of time you put into it. I think you have time for a relationship. If you want one, that is. Maybe I don't. I look at him, and finally admit it to him as well as myself. Maybe I won't be good at it. Are you messing around with me? He asks me as he laughs again. I saw the way that woman looked at you. I saw the connection you two had. And I damn sure see the mark she's left on you. Stop messing around, man. Go let her know what you really want. Make it work. No matter how much you have to bend to make it work, at least try. I'm more than a little surprised by his reaction. Grant, to be honest, you're the last guy that first thought would be saying something like this to me. You're kind of a player. So, he says, do you think, just because I like to live my life a certain way, I think everyone else should too? Because I don't. If you find someone, you shouldn't just throw it away. Jade told me that so damn many times. I put my head in my hands and think for a moment. She has my number, but she hasn't called me. What if she thinks of me as a one-time thing and has moved on? What if she's found someone else? What if she hasn't called because she regrets what we did? Don't you have her number too? He asks. Yes, I answer. But I told Jade I wouldn't call, and I didn't want her to call me. I wanted us to stop things between us cold turkey, completely. Man, are you dumb, or what? Grant asks me. I mean, damn, Pierce. What? I yell. What was I supposed to do? Let her down slowly? Leave her hanging while I dealt with business? What? You're taking the coward's way out. Not giving things a chance to move forward or end on their own. What are you afraid of? He asks me. My answer pops out before I think about it. Her hating me like all the others did. And there it is. You're allowing fear to rule you. I think that's interesting, don't you? A thing we practice all the time in what we do. We face what scares us, don't we, Pierce? Damn, he shouts back at me. Get off your butt. I'm telling Maggie you're taking the next 2 weeks off. To find your girl, you fool, before someone else does. Standing up, I make up my mind to do just that. And I won't be giving her the heads up that I'm coming either. I'll watch her for a bit to see if she's gotten her life going, or if she's keeping to herself, missing me the same way I'm missing her.
Jade.
My therapist walks me to her door, running her arm around my shoulders and giving me a slight squeeze. You're progressing so well, Jade. I think you're finally getting it integrated into your mind that what you and that man had was a thing you'll treasure forever, but it just wasn't meant to be. I can't thank you enough for all your help, Dr. Sheldon. It's a relief to know I'm not crazy for allowing myself to be treated in such a way. My heart is still weak from missing Pierce, but at least this woman has given me peace of mind about why I loved what we did. I'm really not crazy. I know Charles was hoping for a different outcome. He and I went to college together. I know the man well, she tells me. And when he came to me about you, he was confident that you'd been brainwashed or something equally as sordid. I kept my mouth shut about my beliefs so he'd bring you to me. He's a nice man, Jade. You could do worse. Charles cares about you more than you know. I know how much he cares about me, I tell her as I walk out of her office and into the hallway. But my heart belongs to another. As we talked about, it'll take time for that to lose its sharp edge. Little by little, as you see the man has moved on, that hard love you have for him will soften and fade into the background. I'll never stop loving him, I say with a defiant tone. Jade, you don't have to get me to believe you. I can see it in your eyes when you talk about him. I'm merely saying that it will fade in time, so try not to push anyone away because of what you feel right now. I'm not saying to get into anything before you're ready, but don't push away a person who might also be a great love once this one dies. With a nod, I turn and leave. I can't think about my love for Pierce dying. I won't allow that to happen. No matter what, I'll always hold our love in a sacred place in my heart and soul. No one will push it out of the way so they can get in, not even Charles Gilman. Walking into the dreary, foggy morning, I take the shortest route possible to get to my first class. After a few moments, I notice the sound of footsteps coming from a little way behind me. The soles of the shoes click and clack at the same rate mine do. I slow down and they slow too. I speed up and they do too. Stopping, I turn around and see no one. The fog is thick, hiding them from me.
Who's there?
Jade, comes a male voice. Yes. I wait as the man who's following me steps forward and I see it's Charles. Jade, I thought that was you. I wasn't certain. I didn't want to frighten some woman if it wasn't you. How did your session with Julie go? Dr. Sheldon and I had a great meeting. I turn and begin to walk again, with Charles at my side. I'm afraid you're not getting what you'd hoped for. And what is it you believe I was hoping for? He asks with a grin. Me finding out I was taken against my will, or something of that nature. You see, there are people who find that kind of thing not only intriguing but deeply satisfying. I was one who found so much satisfaction in it, that I was changed in ways I didn't know were possible. I dare say you are one strong young woman, he says, then drapes his arm around my shoulders. I could study up on that type of thing. Perhaps learn to be what you need in a man. Are you proposing to be my dom, Charles? I laugh at the silly notion. His grin turns into a frown. I do have dominating tendencies, Jade. What's so funny about that?
Nothing.
I shouldn't laugh about your gesture. You do have some of the ways a dominant man does, but you aren't him, Charles. You aren't my dom or my love. Your love, as you call the absentee man, has left you behind. Your dom has left his partner alone and lonely. That he has. But I take that on myself. I failed at my mission, while he succeeded at his. I was supposed to push his commitment limits, and I guess I didn't do it the right way. I thought I was helping him, but I wasn't. At least I got him to allow himself to feel love for another person, and accept my love. Even if it was for only a short time. How romantic, Charles says as he rolls his eyes. Tightening his arm around my shoulders, he gives me a hug. How about lunch this afternoon? I can pop by the campus and bring you something. I do believe this is your long day, is it not? It is, I tell him. I'll be stuck at school until 6 this evening. A nice picnic lunch would be great. I'll see you at noon then. Breaking away from his hold on me, I feel his hand move down my arm, grasping my hand and pulling me back to him. Charles. Pulling me so close our chests smash together, he says with a stern tone, I can be what you need, Jade. Now be a good girl and give me a kiss. My eyes dart back and forth as his persistence and authoritative attitude turn me on a bit. A kiss isn't a thing we've done yet, though. Charles, I'm not about to kiss you. And you should know, while I like being handled a certain way, I don't always give in when told what to do. He lets me go and watches me as I step back. Jade, you're a perplexing female. Has anyone ever told you that? No. See you at lunch. Walking away from him, I have a distinct feeling that he's watching me as I go. I can't explain why he doesn't do it for me, but he just doesn't, perhaps because Pierce is too set inside of me. One of the girls in my creative writing class meets me as we get to the door of the lecture hall. I see your admirer has walked you to school again, Jade. He has, I say as I pull the door open and gesture for her to walk in first. When are you two going to make it official that you're together? She asks. I have to laugh. Patricia, we're not even dating. I think you are dating. I think you're the only one who doesn't realize that, Jade. We walk into the already packed hall and take a couple of seats next to each other. He tried to kiss me just a minute ago, I whisper. You two haven't kissed yet? She asks me with a shocked expression. Jade, he's so into you. He's handsome, rich, and sweet to boot. Are you mental? No, I'm not mental, I tell her as I now have a therapist who has assured me that I'm normal, with a side of exceptional. You should let him kiss you. If there's no spark, then end it. If there is one, then give the man a shot. Pondering her words, I think about what it'd be like to kiss Charles. It might be okay. But it might not. What would Pierce think if I moved on? What if he already has moved on and I'm sitting here, stagnating as I wait for a man who said he was quitting me cold turkey, and he'd never see me again? Maybe it is time I gave the man who's made me the center of his attention since I got back home a chance.
Pierce. Sunlight finally breaks the damn fog that's kept me from finding Jade the entire morning. With the hour of noon making the large clock in the campus tower shake as it loudly chimes 12 times, I find a plethora of college students flooding the lawn. It seems these Brits love to eat outdoors for lunch. One blanket after another is spread on the lush green grass of the campus lawn. There were a few people with picnics ready to go before the clock started making the loud noise that brought the others out. One man in particular stands out to me. He's tall, has dark hair that's neatly combed, and a suit that says he works in a nice office somewhere. I sit in the rental car, watching him painstakingly lay out a dark blue blanket, then place china and silverware neatly on it. Next, he unloads the basket of food he brought for some lucky person. Perhaps his daughter. He's a bit older, though maybe not old enough to have a university-aged kid. I watch as he places a single red rose in a small vase, then sits back and watches the crowd dissipate as they all go their own way. A smile moves over his face as I assume he sees who it is he's been waiting for and has made such a fuss about. He stands up to greet the person, and I watch him take a woman of average height and weight into his arms. Her hair is stuffed under a baseball cap, and she's wearing faded jeans and a baggy black t-shirt. They look funny together. Their hug is awkward, and when he tries to deliver a kiss to her cheek, she dodges it and plants her butt on the blanket. He's into her, and she's not really into him. That's pretty obvious. I stop looking at the couple and look for Jade. Scanning the entire hillside, I find I don't see her at all. My eyes move back to the couple, and I watch the man take the cap off his girlfriend. At least, I bet he hopes he can make her his girlfriend. No. I shout. Gripping the steering wheel, I try not to leap from the car and run to grab her. It's Jade. I can barely breathe as I watch her laugh. Her dark waves bounce around her pretty face. The man runs his hand through it, and she eases away from his touch as she bites her lower lip. She's thinking about it. She's thinking about kissing him. Slowly, he leans in as he talks to her. Their eyes are locked and I can't help myself. I slam my fist on the horn and drop my seat back so they can't see me. Peeking out the back window that has more tint on it than the front one does, I see Jade has moved away from the man. My horn worked, stopping the kiss from happening. Yes, I say as I pump my fist in the air. She's not lost to me yet. I hope. As the day progresses, I find myself still sitting in the car and waiting for Jade to come back outside. She and that man had a nice lunch. He hugged her, thought it was uncomfortable looking on Jade's part. Then she went back to classes as he picked up the blanket and the remains of the picnic. I was tempted to follow him, but I didn't want to miss Jade. So I sat and waited. Now the hour of 6 o'clock has the clock chiming again, and I finally see her coming out of the last door I saw her going into. She's talking to some other young woman. They're laughing and smiling. Jade looks happy. Not the way I thought she'd look at all. My heart sinks and I start the car. This trip was a mistake. All I've found out is that Jade is just fine. She's over me. Sure, she's not dressing the way I like her to. Her hair is pinned under that stupid baseball cap again, and she has no makeup on. I bet she hated it when I made her dress the way I did, and wear makeup on occasion. I bet she hates me now. I know she does. She's nothing like the way I made her be when I had her. She's natural and likes to wear comfortable clothing, and I made her uncomfortable. I'm an idiot. The other woman and Jade are standing there talking away, and then I see the man's car pull up. Right next to mine. Damn. I say out loud. He sits in the car, waiting patiently for Jade to finish her conversation with her friend. Taking his cell out, I see him swipe it. Then I look at Jade and see her taking her cell out of her pocket. She waves at him and holds up one finger, telling him to hang on for a moment. Yeah, wait, jerk, I say as I look at him. Then he looks at me, and I have to look away quickly. When I bring my eyes up, I see Jade. And when she walks back into the door she came out of, I sneak a peek at the guy who's waiting for her and see he's getting out of the car. He's tired of waiting and is going in after her. But she's not really wanting to be with the guy. I know Jade. If she was into him, then she'd have told her friend she had to go and would have come running to him. She didn't do that. She told him to wait, and then she went back inside for some reason. And here he is, pushing himself on her. I should do something. I know I should. Instead of getting out, I pick up my cell out of the center console. Maybe I'll call her. Maybe I'll see if she'll answer my call. Before I can make up my mind, I see them both coming out of the classroom, and Jade shakes her head as they stop and talk. He's throwing his hands up in the air, and she's got her head down. She's being submissive to him, and I find myself hating it. Has she found herself another dom? Has she gotten herself into something she thought would be comparable to what we had but has turned out terrible? What if he's hurt her? What if he's demanding too much out of her? What if she wants out of their agreement, and he won't let her out? I told her not to get involved with another dom. My heart pounds as I try to decide what I should do. I'm not afraid of getting into a confrontation with the guy. It's not that at all. It's Jade I'm afraid of. What if she tells me to get lost? What if she tells me she belongs to that guy? What if she tells me she doesn't love me anymore? The fear flows through me like a river of hot lava. And that's what makes me stop being a little pain and letting fear rule me. Opening my door, I get out and wait a moment to try to hear what they're saying. I find I can't make it out at all. It's all just mumbles and grumbles. Moving around the car, I find Jade still looking down. Jade. I shout to get her attention. Her head turns slowly as she hears my voice. She's stone still as she looks my way. Her cap comes off as she puts her hand up to cover her eyes. It's only then that I realize the sun's setting behind me. I must look like a dark figure to her, and nothing more. Moving toward her, I shout again, Jade. Pierce? She asks as she comes to me. Pierce, is that you? Jade. I shout again as I walk a bit faster. It's me. It's Pierce. With a jump, she flat out runs to me. Her arms are outstretched as she shouts, Pierce. And then we collide with a burst of energy that defies nature. I can't figure out where she ends, and I begin as I run my hands all over her, and our mouths meet. Then a voice interferes with our sweet reunion. So this is the man who made you the way you are, Jade. With soft kisses, we stop our kiss, but can't seem to let the other out of the hold we have on each other. This is Pierce. The man who made me what I am today. Her hand flows over my cheek. You've shaved. With a nod, I take her hand and hold it, running it over my smooth cheek. I did. And your gorgeous face is a sight for sore eyes, baby. Did you miss me at all? Tears start to run down her cheeks as she chokes back a sob. More than I knew was possible. Does your being here mean what I think it means, Pierce? Are you even going to bother introducing us, Jade? The moron who should be hitting the bricks and leaving us alone asks. Oh, well, Pierce, this is Charles. Jade pats my chest. Charles, this is Pierce. And we should get going. He and I have tons to talk about. She looks up at me with shimmering eyes. Mind giving me a lift, Pierce? Wiping away the tears that she shed, I answer, I wouldn't have it any other way. I move with her, taking her to the rental car. The guy is right behind us, fuming. Pierce, you and I should talk before you spend any time alone with Jade. She's been in therapy for the last few months, over what you did to her. Stopping dead in my tracks, I ask her, Jade, is that true? She nods and sniffles. But it's okay. My therapist told me I'm not crazy. She laces her fingers with mine. And neither are you. That's not exactly true. I am a bit nuts. I did send the only woman I've ever loved away. That was insane if you ask me. I kiss her cheek as we start walking again. We gaze into each other's eyes, unable to get enough of each other. Then the old hound dog barks again. Jade, seriously. This young man and I need to have a private talk. I must demand it. Hold on, Pierce. Jade lets me go and takes a few steps to stand in front of the other dude. Charles, I appreciate everything you've done for me. You're a real gentleman, and I'll never say anything different. But I don't want you to say a thing to this man. If you ran him off, I'd most likely kill you and regret nothing by doing it. He's come back for me, a thing I've prayed for every day for 6 months. And I'll let no one get in our way. You understand, don't you? He'd better understand. I'm not walking away from this woman again. Jade, I know you think you love him. Shush, Charles, she interrupts him. I know I love him. Don't make things awkward between us. I'd hate that. With a nod, he walks away, going to his car as we watch him leave us, his head hung low. Jade comes back to me, and I wrap my arms around her. Then I kiss the top of her head. He seems like a good guy. He is. He's just not you, though. Jade's arms run around my neck as she looks into my eyes. Now, how about you take me to my flat, and we are intimate until we can't anymore, then go to sleep in each other's arms the way I've wanted to since I got on the jet that night. Anything you want, baby. I'm yours completely for as long as you'll have me. I open the passenger door and help her get inside. When I slip in behind the steering wheel, I find her smile bigger than I've ever seen before. Pierce, is this actually happening? Are you really here? I'm here. You and I are going to make plans for our future. It may not all be roses and wine, but by God, we have more love between us than most have. A future with you sounds like heaven to me. Agreed, she says, then closes her eyes as she laces our fingers together again. I'm not ever letting you send me away again, Pierce Langford. No need to worry about that. I'm never letting you go again, Jade Thomas. Driving away toward the setting sun, I can't help but feel I've done the right thing. All I can see is happiness in her eyes, and when I glance in the rearview mirror, that's all I find in mine too. I do believe we've found our happily ever after ending, after all.
The end.
Sneak Peek Chapter 1. We hope you enjoyed listening to Dirty Little V by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for Doctor's Demands by Michelle Love. Doctor's Demands, a Billionaire Romance. Petra.
Birds chirped merrily overhead as I sat on a blanket under a tree on my college campus, looking at my dwindling bank account. The spring afternoon felt and sounded happy, but I was anything but that. I had one more year of college to go before I could become a kindergarten through 5th grade school teacher, but finances weren't working for me. Ohio State wasn't a cheap school. Thanks to my mother marrying a wealthy man, my financial aid was nothing, not at zero. And my new stepdad wasn't about to pay for my school. It ripped my mother and I apart, but she didn't seem too torn up about it. I was already in debt to the tune of $30,000, and needed another $20,000 for next year's classes. The struggle was far too real for me, and I had to figure out something, and quickly at that. But how the hell could a person come up with $20,000 in a matter of a few months? Enter Leticia, something or other. I couldn't pronounce her last name. It had more consonants than vowels, and tangled my tongue any time I attempted it. She would be my godsend, my lady in shining armor, my heroine. But the price I'd pay with my body would turn out to be far more than I'd ever planned on.
Owen.
Leaving the operating room after doing a facelift on a 50-year-old model who didn't want to give up the fight just yet, I found my heart pounding and anxiety filling me. The cameras in my face didn't help matters at all. I was one of the stars of a reality television show, aired on the Surgery Channel. Beverly Hills Reconstruction was all about keeping the stars glamorous and camera-ready at all times. My job paid amazingly well, affording me a lifestyle most only dream about. Fancy cars, houses, and vacations that would rival that of kings were what filled my life back then. The only thing I was lacking was female companionship. My brain wouldn't allow me to believe women wanted me for me. Inevitably, my insecurities would bubble up to the surface and ruin anything that was beginning to form. I had a little secret that I kept from everyone. Each summer, for 5 years in a row, I'd vacation in Portland, Oregon. I told those who asked a lie about my grandparents being from there, and how I liked to get back to my roots once a year. That wasn't the only lie I told people. Being a member of an exclusive club in Portland was the real reason I went to the town. I'd purchase a partner for myself every year and keep her in the confines of a small but lavish apartment that was inside the massive underground club. For 3 months, I'd have a woman who I could do anything to. It was hard to hold in the fantasy that I craved, but I managed to do it for 9 months out of 12. It was the 8th month, and I was getting antsy like I always did. I needed my fix, I needed the vacation, and I needed a woman to do it with. My secret could never come out, or I'd be dragged through the Hollywood mud so badly that it'd leave me destitute and banished. Of that I was certain.
Petra.
With my brow furrowed, I look at the unbelievable amount next year's classes will cost me. An audible groan slips out of my mouth and draws the attention of the tall, slender, gazelle-like young woman who's in line behind me. Troubles, she asks. I've shared a few classes with the woman. She's not a big talker, so the fact that she's asking me anything is a miracle. Financial troubles. I put the paper away in my bag and nod, with a gesture, at the one she has in her hand. Is next year's bill pretty steep for you too? It's high, yes. But nothing I can't cover. You seem a bit distraught, Petra. Would you like to join me for a cup of coffee? I'll let you bend my ear about your problems if you like. Leticia is a complicated woman, in my opinion. She drives a nice car, wears expensive clothing, and lives in a very nice apartment from what I've been told. And she's always kept to herself. No one knows much about her. She's a real enigma at Ohio State. Long dark curls hang in spirals down her back. Her tall frame reminds me of a Native American, and her dark eyes are hauntingly beautiful. She's more than a knockout, she's stunning in every way. Even the way she speaks, with an odd accent no one can figure out, is mysterious and physical. And she wants me to join her for coffee, and will allow me to whine about my problems to her. Why? Leticia, that's sweet of you, I say as I walk away and find her walking right next to me. I'd hate to bore you with my financial woes. I won't be bored, Petra. And I may have answers that might help you. I don't see how she could unless she wants to pay next year's tuition. But she seems set on helping me, and that's nice of her. I can't be rude and blow her off. Sure, let's get some cheap coffee, I say as I head to the student cafe. It doesn't get any cheaper than our very own hub. You can't beat free. I'll treat. I laugh at my joke and she does too. Then she reaches out, takes my hand, and pulls me toward the parking lot instead. I tell you what, let's go to lunch. Somewhere insanely expensive. My treat, Petra. No, I say as I shake my head. I can't let you do that. She tugs at me to go with her. I insist. Come, it'll be fun, and I'm sure I can help you with your problems. I can't help but ogle at the fire engine red Mercedes convertible she drives. Leticia, can I ask you a personal question? I slide into the buttery leather of the passenger seat, as she gets behind the wheel and nods. Do you come from a wealthy family? No, she says quickly. I made all my money on my own. Yet you're in college. You're majoring in English Lit, right? I ask as it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If she already knows how to do something that makes her so much money, why go to school? I am majoring in that. You see, I want to be a writer someday. Not anytime soon though. I'm happy with what I'm doing now to get me by for the next few years. But one day, I'll have to put that behind me, and then I might write about my adventures. She pulls out of the parking lot and heads toward downtown. Curiosity forces me to ask, adventures? That's how I like to think about what I do to make money. She stops at a red light and pulls out a couple of pairs of expensive sunglasses. She hands one to me, then puts the other pair on. You can have those. I have lots of them. Looking the aviator-style glasses over, I see the word Cartier engraved on the side of the earpiece, and know they cost more than the POS car I drive. I can't possibly. She clucks her tongue at me as she shakes her head. You can. They're yours. You know, Petra, you have a rare beauty. With that long silky straight black hair, your brown doe-like eyes, those thick lashes that surround those gorgeous eyes of yours, and caramel lips, you're a natural beauty. When you add in that coffee with just the right amount of cream-colored skin and your curves, well, you make an attractive specimen many men would love to have. Leticia exudes intimacy. I mean, she's just some kind of goddess. But I think she has the wrong idea about me. Easing the sunglasses on, I take a look in the mirror on the opposite side of the visor and think I look pretty damn fine. When I look back at Leticia, I see a sensual smile on her face. Look, I'm not into girls. Her laughter peals through the air. I'm not asking you out, Petra. I'm not exactly into girls myself. I am into making money. Lots of money. If that means exchanging some bodily fluids with another female, then I do what I have to. Whoa. Did she just say she gets paid for intimacy? 'Cause that's what I got out of it. Sitting in awkward silence, I look away from her. I have no idea what the hell she wants with me, but I know she wants something. So I spit out, I'm not about to become a hooker. If that's what you are and that's how you make your money, I want no part of that. You can take me back to campus if that's what you're after. Pulling into a parking garage downtown, she eyes me over her sunglasses. Petra, I'm not a tramp. I value my body. And the men who pay me do too. Damn. I hiss. That's the definition of a tramp, Leticia. You may be a high-priced one, but you're nothing more than a call girl. With a shake of her head, she picks up her cell and taps in a web address. I see some kind of a landing page that says, The Dungeon of Decorum on it. There are some ropes on either side of the title, and then at the bottom, there are lots of shadowy figures. This is a place I've gone to every summer for the last few years. I like to think of it as an adventure. A physical one, where I get paid very well. You see, there are people in this world who like certain things they don't want anyone to know about, or very few people to know about anyway. And that's where places like this come into play. She giggles a little, and I frown at her. Leticia, what the hell is this place? A place where people who want to venture into the misunderstood world of adult underworld come to meet and play with one another. It's completely safe, she adds as she looks at my horrified expression. The adult underworld and safe don't belong in the same sentence together, I whisper. Leticia, take me back to campus. Please. I don't feel comfortable. You're feeling this way because that's what society has made you feel about this thing that is so misunderstood. It's insane. People are made to hide their little kinks, and we all get that. No one wants to be known as a freak. But there are many little fetishes that people have. Horror is replaced with a scowl on my face. Beating women is not a fetish. It's a crime. That's not all there is to this, she says as she rolls her eyes. No one ever has to do anything they don't want to. And not all men want to hit their partners. There are so many other things that are done. You can make a list of what you will and will not do. You can be auctioned off for the summer months. Your owner will cover all of your expenses the whole time. The best part is the huge amount of money you get at the end of it all. And you get to have an adventure while you're at it. I gulp as I watch Letitia's expression grow into that of pure joy. You're crazy. No, I'm not. The things I've done have helped me. You'd be shocked at what all you can learn from some of these tops, or doms as you might have heard them called. Those who do like to administer pain do tons of research, and are trained to do it just right. There are points all over your body, where pain can bring you to a state that you can't get any other way. And these men know how to get you there. You make it sound like they're brilliant instead of evil, I say as I open the door. Are we going to eat, or what? I'm suddenly starving. Leticia gets out of the car and comes to me, taking me by the hand and leading me to wherever the hell it is she wants to eat. All I know is that I'm getting a free meal out of this trick. Threading her arm through mine, she leans into my side as we walk. Petra, you need money, and this is the only way I know you can make what you need in such a small amount of time. And you'll learn so much from this experience. The club is always only a phone call away if the man who buys you does anything to make you feel uncomfortable or hurt you. They'll swoop in and get you, and you get to keep the money the guy paid for you. There's nothing to fear. I promise you that. Being quiet, I try not to think about my money problems and the solution Leticia is offering me. I'm not a prude. I've had experiences with guys. I've had gentle ones, rough ones, and even dominating ones. But the thought of being out of control is scary to me. We walk into some place I've never even heard of, and are quickly seated by some man in a fancy suit. I listen as Leticia speaks in French, then the man leaves us alone in the far corner of the elegant establishment. Looking around, I ask, "Is this how you always eat?" "Not always. I wanted to give you a taste of what can be yours if you want. For just 3 months a year, you can have the same security I have right from the very start. After your first time, you'll come into the new school year as a changed woman, mentally and financially." The waiter brings us some tall glasses that are filled with yellow bubbly liquid. "Champagne?" Leticia nods. "Yes. I took the reins here and ordered us some of the most decadent things on the planet. Well, in Ohio, anyway." Her laughter is quiet and subdued as she gives me a wink. I wait for the waiter to leave us, then lean in and whisper, "Is there any way I can do this but not get hit?" If you put that down as a hard limit, then the answer is yes. You only have to do what you want to. But I wouldn't rule that out. It can take you to a place. I interrupt her, yeah, a place I can't get to any other way. I get it. But I don't feel like being beaten into bliss at the moment. I'm thinking of baby steps if I do this. What kinds of things can I say I'll do? There's a list, and there's a place where you can write about things that aren't on the list. You simply check the things you're comfortable with, and leave unchecked the ones you're not. The men who did get the stats on each woman in the auction. They know ahead of time what you will and won't do. So things are up front from the very beginning. No surprises ever. She pulled a small iPad out of her purse and handed it to me. The club's website has already been pulled up, and I have looked over the list of things. Bondage is first on the list, then there are a billion ways one can be bound. The suspension has a long list underneath it too. There's flogging, whipping, and spanking, and the list just goes on and on. I look up at her as I shake my head. I don't know how to do any of this, and I'm not sure I want to. I can't sign up for something with no clue if I can handle it or not. I shake my head again, not sure why I'm even contemplating this. "I can train you," she says, then takes my hand. "I can teach you how to get out of your own head and let your body feel things you never dreamed could be so rewarding. The best part is that no one will ever know what you've done. Everything is confidential. This can't come back to haunt you. Only you and I will know what you've done, and I'm bound in writing not to tell a soul about any member of the club." I look back at the website and scroll down, finding a woman who's cuffed and blindfolded, where a man has a long needle-like thing he seems to be about to insert into her somewhere. What kind of woman does this?
Owen.
April has always been the hardest month for me. I'm so close to the prize that it's frustrating, yet I have a month's worth of work left before me. My mind gets frazzled, as do my nerves. I hate how this always happens. I left the operating room after a harrowing 12 hours of surgery on a woman's face that was already perfectly fine, and came to find solitude in my office. The routine facelift had changed into a life-and-death situation when her heart stopped beating. Thank God for my staff and their endless knowledge. The woman, who's a model, turned out just fine, but I was left with a bundle of nerves. It's days like these when I wish I had a permanent bottom. Someone I could go to. Someone who'd just be quiet and let me do what I needed to, and then I could leave without so much as a word said between us. That's why I need my summer vacations at the Dungeon of Decorum. That is where I find what I need to help me make it through the year. No cameras and no producers asking if I can possibly make the surgeries bloodier. Just me and my purchase who waits in the room I left her in. My privacy is precious to me. As a celebrity of sorts, I'm one of the plastic surgeons on a reality television series entitled Beverly Hills Reconstructions. I can't let my little fetish become headline news. Nor can I expose the fact that I'm a member of an adult underworld club in Portland, Oregon. I buy women for the summer months and keep them hidden away. They never see my face or know me by anything other than sir. It's best that way. No one can ever come back to haunt me. I turn on my personal laptop and pull up the club's website. Scrolling through the women who are already signed up to participate in this summer's auction, I check them all out. It's not that I have a type, really, but I do like to have a few girls chosen before going to the auction. I've had various females in the last 5 years. Tall, short, curvy, thin, and one was an amputee. That one was interesting, to say the least. I let her tell me that she had lost her leg in some accident. I prefer not to know anything about my bottoms. I like to keep things with them strictly physical. Not that they get a lot out of it. I mean, some of them might have, but I don't ask about things like that. I'm in it to get my rocks off, not pander to the female. It's crass, I know. That's why I pay highly for what I want. I don't treat the women I date that way, but I hardly ever date anyone for more than a month or two at a time. My work has made me quite wealthy. I'm also pretty damn good-looking, to boot. I work out, so my body is on point. And that's what makes me insecure. Stupid, I know. But it does. I mean, I'm smart as hell, a thing I feel like most women don't pick up on. They all think of me as the airhead who fixes other airheads' faces and bodies. Being a plastic surgeon who specializes in maintaining beauty doesn't garner respect from one's peers. I think my personality is charming, and even that has me wondering if the woman I'm with likes me or for what I look like, drive in, live in, or any of the other things that money can buy. The blindfolds are used so the women I purchase can't see me. I keep her hands tied back so she can't run them over my muscular body. I don't talk much, so they can't fall victim to my charms. They get me in my most basic of forms. They get a piece of me, and that's all they get. So far, no bottom has ever fallen for me. And I've never fallen for one of them. When the summer is over, the contract is up, and we go our separate ways, the woman none the wiser of who she just had intimacy with, and me with no remorse or guilt about walking away from her. It's clean and easy. It's about the only thing in my life that is that way. My parents are divorced. Even though my brother, 3 sisters, and I are grown, they still use us against each other. We're their weapons, and they use us every chance they get. I hate it. So I moved as far away from New York as I could get. Los Angeles called my name after I finished medical school back east. And now Mom and Dad have a hell of a hard time using me to hurt my siblings. It's great. Moving down the screen, I look at one pretty face after another, but none are jumping out at me. It shouldn't even matter what they look like, but somehow it still does. A quick knock on my door has me closing my laptop. Come in. One of my fellow plastic surgeons, Dr. Dina Dion, comes into the room. Owen, come with me to dinner this evening. My old friend from college is in town, and she wants me to meet her husband. I don't want to go alone. No, I say, then sit back in my high-back chair. She comes around my desk and plops down onto my lap, then runs her arms around me. Please, Owen. I'm begging you. I hate to show up to meet a married couple all alone. You can do this for me. It's the least you could do, really. Brushing her light blonde hair off her shoulder, I say, I'm sorry about being intimate with you, then not wanting to date you, Dina. I've apologized to you 1,000 times for that. I know you have. But you've still found yourself at my house more than a few late nights, sneaking into my bed. I think you feel more for me than you're letting on. And I think I could make you into the man you could be if I groomed you. And now she's pissed me off. This is why I know we can never have a future together. I don't want to be groomed. I'm the one who does the grooming. I pick her up and place her back on her feet. Owen. No. Have a great night with your friend and her hubby. I'm not dating you. I get up and grab my laptop to take it home. I'm out of here. See you on Monday. Well, don't you dare try to come to me this weekend after you've had too much to drink and feel like you want a taste of my sweet pussy, Owen. I open the door to my office and nod my head, gesturing for her to get the hell out. You have nothing to worry about. I have a lot of research to do this weekend. I won't be getting drunk and bothering you. Feel free to have another man in your bed this weekend. So you won't be using me? She asks as she walks past me, then runs her hand over my cheek. I know I give you a hard time about it, but I like it when I wake up to find you breathing hard over me, then taking me like some kind of an animal. I just wish you'd make it more of a habit. I'm sorry that I did that, Dina. It's not fair to you. You should change the locks on your doors. The liquor makes me do things I shouldn't. I eye her and wish like hell I could control myself when I drink too much. At least I only seem to bother her when I get into that state, and she seems to like it well enough. But I don't really like the woman. She's bossy, overbearing, and not at all my type. I'm only intimate with her because I can. Owen, you turned 34 last week. When do you think you'll be ready to settle down? You're not getting any younger. You won't be a catch for much longer. Her hand moves over my shoulder, and she leans in for a kiss. I back up. Thanks for the advice. I better hurry up and find someone to marry before my expiration date comes up. Walking away from her, I hurry to get to the elevator before she does. That's not the first time she's used my age to try to knock my ego into the dirt. She can be such a huge pain sometimes. Owen, I'm sorry, she calls out as I step onto the elevator. She stops as the doors close. Take the next one, Dina. The doors close and I drop my head, staring at my shiny black shoes. I'm a successful man. I have tons of things going for me, and only one little thing that I don't want anyone to know about. And that one thing seems to be my downfall, the thing that sets me apart from normal people. If I could stop doing it, I would. I can only manage to keep it under control for just so long. The urge is building in me as summer approaches and my time grows near. Soon, I'll be able to do it as much as I want and get it out of my system for a while. I just wish I could get it completely out of my system. Maybe then I could have a normal relationship. Getting into my car, I opened my laptop to check my personal email and found that the page for the club was still up. A new woman's face is at the top of the list. She has a really nice face. Gorgeous brown eyes look sweet, and they are staring back at me. Her hair hangs in a black sheet of silk around her heart-shaped face. Plump lips, the color of cotton candy, stand out against her creamy tan skin. Now, who is this Petra Bakari?
Petra.
After agonizing over my decision about becoming a bottom or sub for the summer, I finally accepted the fact that I had to do something to fix my current situation. No one was going to step in and hand me $20,000. I needed money badly. So badly that I would rent out my body. At least I had some say in what would happen to it, and Leticia was going to help me test my limits before I got in over my head. A week had passed after she and I talked. I was sitting under a tree, listening to birds chirp with happy sounds while I glared at my bank account on my cell phone screen. My part-time job at the little cafe wasn't cutting it. Suddenly, there she was, like an angel sent from above. White layers of a mid-thigh length dress flowed around her. "Hey Petra. The long face you're wearing doesn't look great on you. Care to come hang out at my place for a while? Clear your head a bit." I followed her like a moth to a flame. She radiated confidence and had a calmness about her that beckoned to me. I wasn't sure I'd fall into what she'd offered, but when I got to her place, I was all in. Luxuriant furnishings filled her large apartment. Nothing was cheap, and the way she was so damn calm about things had me thinking that I was overthinking the whole thing. I told her to sign me up, and I'd deal with my mind. I'd be crazy not to do it. Now, I sit here and wait for Leticia to come into her bedroom, where I'm waiting in the bottom position she taught me. We're role-playing to help me get desensitized to being treated like a lesser person, a thing I've never really dealt with. I'm to get out of my head and into the act of what this is. It is just an act after all. I'm not really thinking I'm less than anyone. Wearing a sensual lingerie piece has me feeling a lot like another person too. Leticia has so many outfits that it boggles my mind. She's 4 inches taller than I am and slender, while I have some curves, but she managed to find a few things of hers that fit me nicely, generous giving them to me. Plus, she's going to buy my outfits for the auction, so I'll fit in well with the other women there. She's kind of like a hero to me, helping me to see that this isn't really as bad as I thought it was. I've had tons of intimacy for free, so why not get paid to do it a particular way some rich guy wants? The door opens and she walks in. She slaps a short whip against her thigh, making a sharp slapping sound that has my body tensing up as I keep my head bowed. Up. I get up quickly, just as she instructed me to, but my head stays bowed, not looking at her at all. Yes. I think you should just use the term sir for this, she says. The auction isn't one of those servant auctions. It's just a sub one. So your guy most likely won't want to be called that. Yes sir, I correct myself. Good girl, she purrs as if I'm a puppy or something. It makes me smile as I hold in my laughter. Leticia catches it and smacks me lightly on my butt. Oh. I yelp and look at her with a smile on my face. You know what? That didn't even hurt. It just surprised me. With a smile, she smacks me again, and I jump but not out of pain. It's only a reaction to it. Don't worry, your brain will soon take over how your body reacts. She does it again in 3 rapid swats, and she's right. I stop responding to it and find my skin only stings a bit, nothing terrible. If I kept it up, it would eventually hurt you and might even make you cry. But I don't want you to worry about that. We're just getting you used to being hit by things, learning how they feel, and making the conversions in your brain about them. I suppose we're all wired to react to discomfort that way, I said, rubbing my arm where a dull ache lingered from earlier. Your brain tells you to avoid it, or something worse might happen. Leticia nodded. That'll fade soon. Just let it be. If it bothers you later, a little soothing cream should help. It's minor, and whoever's guiding you will usually look after you when you're in their care. She walked over to the bed and motioned for me to join her. I hesitated, then lowered my gaze and stepped forward, slipping back into the role I was learning. What's next? I asked, waiting for her instructions. Now I'd like to test your limits a bit more, she said, her tone professional. Lean over the bed, relax your posture. I'll try a few gentle taps with this. She stepped away to pick up a small wooden tool, and I followed her directions, positioning myself as she'd asked. It felt strange to be doing this. Growing up, I'd never been one for strict discipline, so this was unfamiliar territory. Still, I wanted to give it a chance. If I could handle more, it might mean better opportunities down the line. So far, I'd only agreed to a few things, simple tasks like wearing a blindfold or trying light restrictions. But this was new, part of what Leticia called the challenge list. She'd assured me it wasn't as daunting as I'd imagined, and it could open doors. "Ready?" she asked, stepping closer. "I think so," I replied, bracing myself and taking a deep breath. "Relax," she said gently. "You need to let go a little." I nodded, trying to steady my breathing, but my nerves wouldn't settle. Fear wasn't something I could just shake off, not yet. Tap. The first touch was light, barely noticeable. "One," I whispered. Another followed, firmer this time, leaving a faint sting. "Two," Leticia counted. "One more." "Okay," I said, though I wasn't eager to feel it again. The final tap made me wince, a sharp sensation that unsettled me. "Oh," I murmured, standing up quickly. "That's enough." Leticia turned to me, her expression curious but kind. "Tell me what you're feeling." "It's intense," I admitted, pressing a hand to my stomach. "A little overwhelming." "Sit back on the bed," she suggested. "Let's take a moment." I did as she asked, watching her carefully. She rested a hand on my shoulder, a reassuring gesture. "You're doing fine," she said. "I just wanted to see how you'd respond." What do you mean?" I asked, tilting my head. "You're strong," she said with a small smile. "I'm checking how you handle this. It's part of the process." "Oh," I said, still unsure but willing to trust her. "And what does that tell you?" "It means you might grow to handle more than you think," she replied. "Some people find they adapt to challenges like this." I frowned, puzzled. "You think I'd get used to it?" "Maybe," she said thoughtfully. "It's not uncommon. Last year, I worked with someone who started out nervous, just like you. They ended up thriving because they were open to trying new things. It's about what works for you, and what the job requires." "The job," I echoed, thinking it over. "You mean being flexible?" "Exactly," she said, stepping over to a drawer and pulling out a small notebook. "We could add some variety to your training, nothing overwhelming, just things to help you adjust. What do you think?" I paused, my mind racing. "Can't I just say no to some parts?" "You can," she assured me. "But being open could benefit you. It's not about forcing anything, it's about finding your strengths." "I'm not sure," I admitted, glancing at the notebook. "It's a lot to take in." "I get that," she said, setting it aside. "But think about it. The more you're willing to try, the better you'll do when the summer comes. People appreciate effort, and that can mean bigger rewards." Rewards. Money wasn't everything, but it was why I was here. I only planned to do this once, so maybe pushing myself a little made sense. "All right," I said finally, my voice steadying. "Let's keep going. I want to be ready." "So, how far are you going to go with me, Leticia?" "Oh, let's just explore a little together," Leticia says with a playful grin. "I'll show you what drives people wild. You'll be surprised how quickly it pulls you in. I'll start with you. By the time we're done, you'll be lost in the thrill, and then you can return the favor. How does that sound?" She rests her hands on her hips, flashing me a confident smile. Letitia's wearing a striking black corset, and with a quick tug, she parts the fabric at the bottom, revealing herself with a bold lick of her lips. I can't tear my eyes away as she steps closer, crooking her finger at me. I slide down the bed, watching as she climbs up, settling between my legs. Her gaze locks with mine, silently asking for permission to proceed. "Okay," I whisper, my breath catching as she smiles and dips her head. Her lips brush gently over the fabric still between us, teasing skin that's aching for more. Her dark curls spill forward, framing her face like a curtain. I feel the material shift aside, followed by a warm breath that sends a shiver through me. My nerves are electric, my body coiled tight. Her hands glide up my sides, resting lightly on my chest, and then her lips press a tender kiss that makes me gasp. "Oh," I murmur, eyes fluttering shut as her gentle touch sweeps me away, soft and deliberate. It feels incredible. She hums softly, the vibration adding to the sensation, and I arch toward her. Her grip tightens slightly on my hips, deepening the moment, sending waves of pleasure rippling through me. I've had experiences with guys before, but this is different. Her touch is softer, more delicate, and there's an edge of the forbidden to it. It heightens everything. As she continues, I find myself mirroring her movements, my lips parting instinctively. Leticia, turn around, let me try while you keep going. She lifts her head, smiling warmly. I can do that, Petra? See? It's not so strange. I nod as she shifts, positioning herself above me, her warmth hovering close while she resumes. I close my eyes, running my hands up to steady her, drawing her nearer. My lips meet her, and a tremor runs through me. I think back to my first awkward attempts at intimacy, how it took time to push past the hesitation. It's the same now, letting go, letting the feeling take over. As her touch consumes me, my mind quiets, focused only on the bliss unfolding. I begin to mirror her, long slow motions followed by gentle teases. She's warm, salty, not unpleasant at all. Our rhythms sync and I explore further, her soft sounds encouraging me to keep going. Her pleasure fuels mine, urging me on. Warmth floods through me, and the pleasure settles into something satisfying. I feel more at ease with this path I've stepped onto. Under Letitia's guidance, I'm discovering new sides of myself, skills I'm sure will one day bring joy to someone else. And with that, the resources to build my future as a teacher. No one ever needs to know how I made it happen.
End of sneak peek for Doctor's Demands, a Billionaire Romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.